Welcome to the speaking section of the IELTS exam. My name is Kavita and I will be your examiner for this part of the test. I'm recording this for clerical purposes. The test has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. We are conducting this exam in Bengaluru and the time is 11 o'clock. This is candidate number 342-1678 and examiner number 3128. May I see your identification, please?
Yes, certainly. Here's my passport that I used to register for IELTS. Please have a look.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is your full name?
My given name is Akshan and my family name is Singh. Please call me by my given name, Akshan.
Okay, Akshan. For part 1, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better.
Sure. And
some questions on a general topic.
Of course.
Why are you taking this exam?
The IELTS exam is important for me as I'm planning to pursue my PhD in quantum computing in the United States. And simply put, it is an integral part of my academic CV.
Where do you live?
Well, I live in the capital of Karnataka, Bengaluru, in a 3-bedroom detached house with my parents and siblings.
Let's talk about cars and buses. How often do you use a car? How about a bus?
I use my car quite often, at least once or twice a day, to either get to work or school. I just used my car an hour ago to get to this exam here. Since I have a car, I don't quite use the bus.
Where is the last place you went to in your car?
As I just said, I used my car an hour ago to get here to this exam. I've parked it a couple of blocks away from here.
When is it a good idea to take the bus instead of a car?
Well, I would say it's a good idea to take the bus instead of a car if a person's been drinking or is unable to drive. It is dangerous to drive if a person is impaired or, not fit to drive due to an injury. When I sprained my ankle last year, I took the bus for a whole week.
When is a car better to use than a bus?
I would say using a car for long trips especially is better because it's super convenient and comfortable. You get to stop whenever you want to and you can play your own music.
Has bus transportation in your city changed in the last 10 years?
Oh yes, the transit system has drastically changed in the past decade. There are newer routes and modern buses compared to back in 2010. I would say that it's a good step going forward because buses have lower emission.
If you could buy any kind of car, what would you buy and why?
Well, if I could buy a car, I would definitely buy a Ferrari Enzo if money wasn't the problem. I believe it's one of the super exotic cars ever built. I would like to have one, maybe someday.
That is the end of part 1. We will now continue with part 2.
Notice that Kavita, the examiner, is very serious and structured throughout the interview. Unlike your typical fun English class, the IELTS examiner is not there to impress you. On the contrary, like Akshan, you are there to impress the examiner. And to do this, it's important to speak in full sentences and use hand gestures, like when Akshan says that his car is parked outside just a couple of blocks away. Akshan is energetic from start to finish. He enunciates his words, making sure that they sound clear. He does not rush his answers. And he uses the questions to give full, fluent, and clear responses. When Kavita asks Akshan, how often do you use your car or public transit? He uses the question and he says, I use my car quite frequently. It's this kind of use of question with energetic and clear language that gets the high scores. Just like Akshan, make sure to include the grammar of the question in your response. When Kavita asks if you could own any vehicle, what would it be? Akshan cleverly responds with the condition. If I could, I would own a Ferrari Enzo. Again, this leads to more fluency, accuracy, and coherence. Now, let's continue.
For this part, I'm going to show you some questions. Please do not touch the question sheet. You will have 1 minute to read these questions and think about your answers. You may take notes during the 1-minute preparation time. Then you will have 1 to 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Talk about a person you like to spend time with. Your 1-minute preparation time begins now.
Do you want to know your speaking band score? Send us an MP3 recording of Speaking Section Part 2 to this email address and we will give you a free band score estimate. Also, make sure to use the Student Partner Speaking in your My Student account on our websites. Now, let's continue.
Your 1-minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Okay. I have been spending a considerable amount of time last year with my master's thesis professor, Dr. Patel, as I've been researching various applications in the field of quantum computing. Dr. Patel is a distinguished professor in the field of computer science. He has over 30 years of experience in this field. He's of an average height, has a fat belly, and a very kind smile. He's a pleasure to work with. I met him during my Bachelor's of Computer Application Studies at my university, and I had a couple of classes with him. I believe it was my third year classes in quantum computing, and that's when I fell in love with this subject. After my Bachelor's, I did apply for my Master's under Dr. Patel's supervision, and to my fortune, he took me in as one of his graduate students. Dr. Patel is an astute man. He's very good at assessing challenges and comes up with real quick solutions. Whenever I am stuck with my algorithms for my master's thesis, he's my go-to person and he helps me get unstuck. He's a hardworking individual and puts dozens of hours at computer labs and teaching, as well as spends time with his family and friends. I have a lot of respect for him. I like working with him because we share the same interest in quantum computing. Both of us believe that quantum computing is the future of artificial intelligence. Therefore, we sit together once a while for a cup of tea and discuss about the most recent research or technology, or where human beings are going forward with this technology. I hope one day I could earn the same level of respect of what Dr. Patel has in the scientific community.
That is the end of part 2. Please put your notepaper to the side, turn it over, and your pencil as well.
Fluency and accuracy are extremely important in part 2, the cue card, because basically you're building a story 1 to 2 minutes long, and from start to finish, it must make sense, making sure that you answer all the questions on the card. There are a few great strategies and tricks that Akshan implores to achieve this goal. Firstly, he starts by answering the topic of the cue card directly. The cue card asks for the candidate to talk about a person they have spent a lot of time with. So Akshan right away states, I have been spending a considerable amount of time with my master's supervisor, Dr. Patel. It's a clear and direct answer using the present perfect progressive. The next strategy that Akshan implores is having great structure. As he knows that when talking about a person, it's a good idea to say a little bit about their appearance so the listener can visualize Dr. Patel as having a bit of a fat belly, and then talking about that person's characteristics, personality, and backing it up with actions, like stating that Dr. Patel is a hard worker who spends dozens of hours in the computer lab. This kind of structure and storytelling from start to finish is what will not only maintain but build that Band 9 result. Notice again that Akshan does not rush his speech, his sentences. Instead, he focuses on enunciating important words and connecting his thoughts, like saying, therefore, we sit for a cup of tea to discuss about our research. Finally, when he's finished answering all of the questions, making sure to look at his notes and cue card, which help his fluency and accuracy, then at the end, he gives a sentence which concludes his thoughts and tells the examiner that he is finished and she can stop him. So he says, one day, I hope to earn as much respect in the scientific community as Dr. Patel. This is a clear indication that his story has ended and he's ready for part 3.
And now we will continue with part 3. For this part, I will ask you questions related to part 2. Let's talk about spending time with others. Why is it important to spend time with people we care about?
I believe the greatest joy in life comes when we spend quality time with the people we share a bond with. It could be sharing a laughter with friends or family, or a master thesis with your professor. That's what makes life worth living. It gives people motivation and confidence to step up in life and be successful.
What are positive ways to spend time together?
I would say beneficial interactions are the one that stimulates both mind and the body. This could be working on a project together or playing a sport like cricket. It helps people stay healthy and happy. I make sure that I get quality time with my friends and family at least a few times a week.
What are the negative ways?
Harmful interactions could be indulging into illegal activities or dangerous activities like drinking and driving or burglary. It could lead to injury, loss of life, or loss of freedom.
How has spending time together with people changed over the past few decades?
Well, it has changed a fair bit. People used to have quality conversations with each other before the introduction of technology. With smartphones and internet now, people do have quick interactions but with very low quality. People tend to send instant messages to each other, but back in those days, people used to have real long conversations face to face.
How do you think it will change in the future?
I'll have to think about a bit. Well, I think people would resort to more of intimate relationships and interactions in the future. This could be perhaps aided by a new technology like virtual reality.
What happens if people do not spend quality time with the people they care about?
Well, if people do lack social interactions and interpersonal touch and bond, they may feel demotivated or depressed. This is because people are social in nature, so they need that sort of connection.
How can this be avoided?
People can definitely avoid social isolation if they plan well. First, be confident. Secondly, make plans to meet friends and family. I make a point that I call my family and friends for a get-together during the weekends.
That is the end of part 3, and that concludes the speaking section of the IELTS exam. You will have your mark available online in 2 days, and you should have your official certificate in the mail in about 10 days with the other section marks as well. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
In the final part, part 3, Akshay knows that he must stay calm, focused, and confident in order to maintain his high band score. And he does just that by applying the strategies that he used in part 1, using the questions in his answer, making sure to reflect the grammar of questions, paraphrasing the words in the questions, and giving clear explanations and examples to back up his opinions. We can see this right away with Akshan's first response, where he beautifully paraphrases the question in his answer, stating that the greatest joy in life comes from spending quality time with the people we share a bond with. And then he relates to part 2, stating that this is the reason he likes spending time with his master's supervisor, Dr. Patel. Again, notice that Akshan does not rush. Instead, he pays attention to his intonation and enunciation of words, making sure to have absolute clarity. When asked about how social interactions have changed, he responds by saying they have changed a fair bit. It's a short sentence, but it does show present perfect and natural language right away. In your speaking interview, make sure to impress the examiner by enunciating your words, by being confident and fluent. Use hand gestures. These will help you to be expressive, even in the computer-based exam. Be yourself and do your best. Good luck the next time you say.
Beginning of your IELTS speaking test. This is when you walk into the IELTS speaking examination room and you greet the examiner for the first time. This is before part 1 begins. You will need to greet the examiner and do an identification check. We often call this part 0. There are 4 questions to part 0, and I'm going to give you the questions and give you some useful tips so that you can be confident in your answers and give a good first impression to the examiner. So let's start with the first question. In the first question, the examiner will introduce him or herself, and the examiner will give their name. So the examiner is going to say, "Good afternoon, my name's Elizabeth Ferguson. What's your full name?" Or maybe they might say, "Could you tell me your full name, please?" And you need to answer, "Good afternoon, Elizabeth." You can give the examiner's name or not, it's your choice. And then you can say, "My name's Wei Ming Chang." Now, it's a simple question and a simple answer, but I still have some tips. So, the first tip. If you're going to use the name of the examiner and say, "Good afternoon, Elizabeth," please don't give a title. This is incorrect in English. We don't use titles with first names. So, if you're going to use the name of the examiner, only say, "Good afternoon, Elizabeth." But if you don't feel comfortable using the name of the examiner, it's fine. It's not a problem. You can just say, "Good afternoon." Now, when you give your name, there are 2 tips I want you to remember. The first tip is when you say, "My name's Wei Ming Chang," please don't say, "My name is Wei Ming Chang." I want you to use the contraction, "my name's." Now, the reason this is important is because this is part of pronunciation. When you contract a word from is to "my name's," then this is higher level pronunciation. So remember that in the rest of your exam and try to use it as much as you can. And the other tip is when you give your name, please don't speak quickly. Don't say Wei Ming Chang. I want you to say the name clearly because sometimes it's difficult for the examiner to hear foreign names. So you need to say, "My name's Wei Ming Chang." And of course, the last point is smile. Don't forget to smile. This is your chance to greet the examiner and be friendly and show confidence. So smile, look at the examiner in the eyes and relax. The second question is very easy. The examiner will ask you, "What can I call you?" And there are 3 ways that you could reply. You could say, "You can call me Ming." Or you could say, just call me Ming. Or, please, call me Ming. So those are 3 possible answers that you can give. Now for some tips. My first tip is, please do not explain why people call you this. This is not really part of the test. This is only the greeting. So you're going to give the examiner simple, clear answers. You don't need to add more information. And I know some of you have English names. And of course, you can give the examiner your English name. You can say, you can call me by my English name, Mary. Now, this is fine, but please remember, do not make a mistake with that sentence. You still need to say, you can call me. You need this preposition, by. You can call me by my English name, Mary. And if you don't have an English name, please don't worry, it doesn't matter. So let's have a look at the third question. The third question. The examiner will ask you, where are you from? Or the examiner might say, could you tell me where you come from? Now, let me give you some possible answers. You could say, I'm from Hanoi. I'm from. You could say, I come from Hong Kong. I come from. You could also add more information if you want. Not too much, just a little bit more if you want. You could say, I'm from Calcutta, which is in the east of India. Now, it is good to add a little bit more information. It's friendly, but also it shows the examiner good grammar. Which is in the east? This is a clause, which means it is high band score grammar. So you're already showing the examiner that you have good English. Now let's have a look at some tips. Please don't expand any further. You can give the location and stop. Don't say any more. Again, these are simple questions, simple answers. Also, don't ask the examiner any questions. So, for example, don't say, I come from Hanoi. Have you been there? Don't give the examiner recommendations. Don't say, I come from Hanoi. I think you really should go there. So please don't do that. Just keep it simple, short, and accurate. And the last tip for you. This is with the pronunciation for the names of the cities where you come from. Please try to use the English pronunciation. So, for example, Hanoi. Please don't say Ha-noi. Please say Hanoi. Or, for example, Calcutta. Please don't say Kolkata. Please say Calcutta. The reason that we do this is because, again, you're showing the examiner that the English pronunciation is natural for you. Right, so let's move on to the last question, question number 4. And the final question, question 4. The examiner will ask you, could I see your identification, please? Or the examiner might say, can you show me your identification, please? Now, for your answer, of course, you need to give the examiner your identification. And you can also say, here you are, or sure, here you are, or of course, here it is. So you can choose any of those answers. Now, for some tips. Identification is often called ID. So if the examiner asks you for your ID, it's the same. It means identification. Keep your answer short. You can see here, it's just a very short answer, just a few words. Don't make it any longer. And the last tip, it is possible for you to actually say nothing and give the examiner the identification. But I think it's nice just to say something. These are all very polite and perfectly normal to say in that situation. So those are the 4 questions for part 0, for greeting the examiner and doing the identification check. Please watch the video again, practice answering the questions correctly, and remember, smile, relax, be confident, and start your test in the right way. Well, that's all. Prepare for your IELTS test. There are many steps that you need to take if you're going to be successful in your IELTS test. And in this lesson, I'm going to talk you through the 15 most important steps that you must complete if you're going to do well in your test. Now let's start with the first one and the most obvious. And that is to learn about the test. Of course, you shouldn't enter the examination room until you know as much as you can about the test. You need to learn about the content, the 4 different tests: listening, reading, writing and speaking. And you need to learn the format of each of those tests. You need to know what is going to happen when you get in the test, what the test is all about, what problems you might have. Now, recently a student contacted me because he went into the listening test and was very upset to find the recording was played only once. Well, of course the recording is played only once. That is part of the IELTS listening test. Now, all this information should not be a surprise to you. It is all available online, and you need to read as much as you can so that you know exactly what will happen when you take your test. Now, at the end of the lesson, I will give you links so that you can learn as much as you can about IELTS. And of course, when you're learning about IELTS, you also need to look at the timing. If you're doing, for example, the reading and the writing, then the timing is very much in your hands. That means that you're given an hour to accomplish a certain number of tasks or passages, and it's your choice how to manage your time. So understanding the timing is very important. And of course, scoring. You need to know how your band score is assessed. Now, for listening and reading, it's very easy because you get points for every correct answer. For speaking and writing, it's different because an examiner will assess you. And the more you understand about the way you are assessed, the better your results will be. So I will give you links for that as well later on. Now, FAQ means frequently asked questions. The more you learn about the test, often you start having more questions. Now, if you look at the answers to frequently asked questions, you will learn a lot about IELTS. So I'll give you links to frequently asked questions about each skill in the IELTS test. Now, moving on, step number 2. Once you understand what IELTS is, it's time to look at the different IELTS tests. There are 2 IELTS tests. There's the academic test and the general training test. Now, for listening and speaking, there's only one test. But for writing and reading, you need to choose. And it's very important that you know exactly which one you're going to do before you start preparing. The academic test is mostly for university entrance, and the general training test is if you're moving abroad. So make sure you know which test you're going to take, and you make sure you prepare properly for that. Again, I will give you links at the end of the lesson. Now, let's move on to step number 3, and I think this is one of the most important steps that you can take. and that is about being realistic with your goals. You need to have a fixed aim for IELTS. What band score are you aiming for? But you need to be realistic. So let me explain a little bit more about this. So, being realistic. Now, of course, number one, decide what band score you're aiming for. Are you aiming for 6.5, 7, 7.5? Be very clear about the band score you really need. And then have the level of your English checked. Now, this is very important to do. If the level of your English does not match the band score that you want, then you're going to have problems. If the level of your English is much lower than the band score you want, it's going to be almost impossible to reach that band score if you only study IELTS skills. You need to make sure that the level of your English is equal to the band score that you're aiming for. Now, I have a lot of students asking me, why can't they get band score 7? They've taken the test 5 times, but still can't get 7. And what tips can I give them? Well, there's one tip. Get your English checked. If your English is too low, you're not going to get 7. So to get the band score you want, you need to have the right level of English. So once you know your level of English, then you can make a plan. And you either have to study English first to bring your level of English up to the right level, or if your English level is already at the right level, then you can just study your IELTS skills, which basically means the skills for doing the exam. Or maybe your English is just a little bit below the appropriate level for your band score, and so maybe you want to study English and IELTS together. So this is very important about being realistic. What band score can you realistically get with your level of English? And of course, that comes to the next point, which is having a time frame. This is all again about being realistic. How much time will it take you to make sure your English is at the right level for the band score that you want? And how long will it take you to learn your IELTS skills? I have many students asking me about how long it will take. It is an impossible question to ask without meeting the student. Some students can learn exam skills very quickly, and I have known students to prepare for their IELTS test in 2 weeks and get the band score they want. Other students cannot understand the skills very well and they have problems with it, and their level of English is not very strong. So that means that their time frame is going to be much wider, and so it could take them months. So it really depends on the speed of your learning and on the level of your English. So just make sure that you do have a realistic time frame and that you have enough time to actually get ready for your IELTS test. So, very important. Now, let's have a look at the next one. Another very important step. Once you have decided your band score and you know the level of your English and you've already decided how you're going to study for IELTS, you're going to do English or IELTS in English, then you need to look more deeply at the band score that you've chosen. You need to know the requirements of that band score. Now, as I said earlier, listening and reading, it's very easy, it's a point system. But for speaking and writing, this is quite different. For speaking and writing, the examiner is looking for specific things in your language and in your skills. And you need to know exactly what the examiner is looking for the band score that you want. And when you understand more about the band score, then you will start improving. So I'll give you links again at the end of the lesson to help you understand about the band scores for speaking and writing. Let's move on to the next step. Step number 5. That is learning about the question types. Now, it's very important that you do this. For listening and reading in IELTS, there are over 10 different types of questions that you can get in the test. That's a lot. Now, in the test, you don't have time to look at a question and try to understand what you need to do. It's very important that you know the types of questions before you enter the exam room. And for step number 6, it's very important that you did develop the tips and techniques to deal with each type of question. So that's very important. And of course, it's not just for listening and reading. Also for writing task 2 for your essay, you're going to have to look at the different essay questions that you get. There are different types and you have to prepare them. I remember once I had a student who asked me to take a look at their writing. So I said yes. And they sent me a sample essay. But the essay question wasn't an IELTS essay question. So it was a complete waste of time. IELTS have specific essay questions and you need to know what they are. Don't waste your time learning from any essay question. There's a lot of information on the internet and it can be confusing. So it's very important that you do learn the right types of questions for these essays in IELTS. And of course, that's the same for speaking. You're also going to have a range of questions and it's important that you know what types of questions the examiner will ask you and how to deal with them successfully. And for writing task 1, for the general training you'll have a letter and there are different types of letters. For the academic task 1, it's a chart and there are about 6 different charts that you can get. So you really need to look at each question type. You've got to develop tips and techniques so that you can deal with them successfully in the test. Now let's have a look at step 7. Step 7 is all about topics. There are common topics that come in IELTS and you need to prepare them. You need to prepare vocabulary to be able to talk about these topics. Now, even if the level of your English is at the right level for the band score you want, you still should prepare the common topics and vocabulary. Now, this is particularly important in speaking because you need to give your answer directly. All the vocabulary needs to be on the tip of your tongue, which means ready to use, without hesitation. So preparing all these topics and vocabulary is essential. The next point is to develop your ideas. Ideas and topics again. And you can do this from a variety of sources. It's very important, if you have time for your IELTS preparation, to have a look at documentaries. Take a look at the BBC and look at some new world issues. Have a look at The New Scientist and other interesting magazines that cover a range of topics. Listen to radio programs. All of this will help you develop the right English and it will help you for listening, reading, writing and speaking. So that's very important. Now, at the end of the lesson, I will give you a link to useful websites and that will include where to find these sources. Now, if you don't have much time before your test, if you only have a couple of weeks, you probably don't have time to do that. But if you do have time, it is an excellent way of preparing. Now, another thing that students ask me is, should they only listen to documentaries and radio programs that have British English and Australian English? Well, the answer is no, because IELTS is an international English language test. So that means you can have a variety of accents in your listening test. And even the examiners might have different accents. They will not all be British or Australian. So listening to documentaries and BBC News and radio is very important. Now let's move on to step number 9. Number 9, you need to do practice tests to assess your listening and reading. Now, you can do that very easily because you can check how many points you got right and what band score you've got. So you will know exactly what band score you are looking at for listening and reading, and you can do that at home. Now, this is Cambridge IELTS 9. Now there are many practice tests on the internet, and also there are many books with IELTS practice tests, but these are the only books that are real IELTS exams. These are books from 1 to 9. This is book 9. These books were published by IELTS, and they contain a sample of old IELTS exam papers. There are 4 tests in each book, and you need to get them if you want to check your band score. Of course, the other books are useful for practice, but these are the real exam papers, so please use them. Now let's have a look at step 10. For the next step, you need to take a look at getting your speaking and writing assessed. Now, the listening and reading is very easy because you can do practice tests and calculate your own score. But for speaking and writing, it's very difficult to assess your own level. So you need to find an experienced IELTS teacher. If you can find an examiner or an ex-examiner, that's the best, obviously, because they can give you more accurate feedback. But if you can't, then at least try to find an experienced IELTS teacher. And when you get your speaking and writing assessed, don't just find out what band score you got. Try to find out where your weaknesses are, and also how they assess your band score as well. Which are the points that are stronger or weaker? Number 11 is obviously to plan your development and practice. Now, a lot of students ask me for a schedule for studying IELTS. Well, it's almost impossible to give a schedule. Number 1, students have different strengths and different weaknesses, and they have different amounts of time available. The most important thing is that you do cover all aspects of the test before your exam. So as long as you're getting all those question types prepared and you know exactly what's going to happen, you've prepared your common topics, vocabulary and ideas, then really that's the most that you can do in a short time for your schedule. But if you have more time available, then of course what you can do is actually plan more development. And that means looking at question types that are more difficult and improving your technique. So that can be organised by you the moment you know where your weaknesses are. So develop and practice. Number 12, and this is very important. This is for reading and writing. During your preparation for IELTS, you will need to spend some time building speed. Now, reading and writing have a very fixed time limit, and it can be very difficult for students to actually finish all 40 questions in 1 hour, or to write task 1 and task 2 in 1 hour. So building speed and learning to manage your own time is very important, and you should be practicing doing that at home, checking how long it takes you to write or how long it takes you to skim read a passage or to scan and find answers. So building speed, very important if you want to do well. So number 13, and that is to do a full practice test under exam conditions. Now it's not the same as this. A lot of students use practice tests in order to just practice their skills or to find their band score, but they don't actually do the full test under exam conditions. So that means to do your listening, your reading and your writing all together, it will take you 2 hours and 40 minutes. During that time you will have no breaks. And this will really give you an idea of how difficult and tiring the IELTS exam can be. So this is a very important part of your preparation. You should at least do 1 practice test under exam conditions before you do your real test. I had a student recently who told me that one of the problems was he actually needed the toilet during the test, and the toilet was quite far down the corridor. So he lost a lot of time going to the toilet and coming back, and he didn't quite finish all the reading questions. So it's all these small details that you will understand when you start practicing under exam conditions. So please make sure you do that. You can do it at home. You don't have to pay to go into a practice test in a school. You can sit at home, set your alarm clock, and do listening, reading and writing in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Right, let's move on to the last 2 steps in your IELTS preparation. Step 14, of course, is to get training if you can. Now, obviously, professional training is the best, so if you can find a very good IELTS school, that is the place to go. You've got the British Council, you've got IDP, both very good, or you might just find a local school. But the most important thing is you choose a school that really does know about IELTS and can support you and understand your aims for IELTS. Don't just choose any school which claims to be the best. Make sure you choose wisely. And of course, if you can't afford to go to an IELTS school, you can always look online for free training. Of course, you can go and visit my website, www.ieltsliz.com, and there's plenty of free materials, advice, tips, and models so that you can get trained for free. So there's lots online as well. Now the last step, and again this is important, but unfortunately it's not possible for all students. Take your test when your English and IELTS skills are at their strongest. That's the time to take it. Not all students have this choice. Many students are under a deadline. But if you do have a chance, then take it at the right time. The time when you are scoring the band score that you want quite frequently. That's the time to take your test. Right, well, that's the end of this lesson. Now let me give you plenty of links so that you can find the information that you need.
Let's start. What's your first name, please?
Saskia.
Thanks, Saskia. At the beginning of the IELTS test, you will be required to provide some ID, but as this is a practice test, we don't need to do that today. So I want to begin by talking about you. Do you work or do you study?
I'm a student at the moment.
Great. And what do you study?
I'm at university and I'm in my first year. I'm doing a Bachelor of Arts in Literature.
As you know, a really common question is, do you work or study? I would really advise you that you should prepare for that type of question. Are you working or are you studying? Are you a full-time employee or are you a part-time employee? Maybe you're a job seeker, maybe you're looking for a job. Whatever you are, whoever you are, make sure that you're ready.
Let's move on to the topic of maths. Do you like maths?
I'm not particularly a fan, no.
This is some great language by Saskia. She says, I'm not particularly a fan, no. I'm not particularly a fan, no. This is a great way to say no, but it's adding some language. So if you're a fan of something, yeah, you could say, I'm really a fan of.
And why is maths so important?
I think it is very fundamental for a lot of degrees and a lot of not just educational but occupational things that you might go into. Math has always provided to be a basis for everything.
Mm-hmm. And is maths easy for everyone?
No, I can't say that it is. I think it's a personality trait that you are either more inclined towards mathematical thinking or you are not.
In this section, she talked about math, or you can say maths. You know that math is the American way to say maths or mathematics. You can say either, it doesn't really matter. But in this section, Saskia used some great language. She says, you are more inclined. So she talked about personality. Some people are more inclined, other people are not inclined. And that means that they have some tendency or trait that they have an ability to do something. Great.
Great. Now I want to talk about smiling. What makes you smile?
Everything, as you can tell. Everything will make me smile. I think I'm a very smiley person.
And how often do you smile?
A lot of the time, I can honestly say.
I really like this because Saskia has a great rapport or relationship with the practice examiner. Make sure that in your test you're not feeling too nervous. Try to pretend that you're talking to a friend. Have a natural conversation. Sometimes your sentences will be short, sometimes you can expand on them. It doesn't really matter. Just make sure that you properly address the question so that you feel confident that you've answered it.
Yep. And when do people smile at each other?
When they're happy, when they're loving, in love, just excited. Sometimes when you're sad, you can give a sympathetic smile, and smiles can convey so much.
Great language here. She said, smiles can convey, to show or to get some meaning across. So she said, smiles can convey. It can convey good things or bad things.
Do you smile when you're having a photo?
I try to, but you know, sometimes you've got to give the blue steel look, I think it's called. That's the one.
A pose.
A pose.
I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay.
The only piece of feedback that I'd give to Saskia here is that at times some of her answers are a little bit short, and I feel that she could elaborate a little bit more on her answers. For example, she talked about whether people smile in photographs. And she could say, well, yeah, I tend to smile often in photographs, but I suppose it depends on the situation. If it's an active photograph and we're doing something, then maybe there's no chance to smile. But she did use a word which I'm not that familiar with, but I'm not doubting her. It was a blue steel smile. I don't really use that phrase very often, but I think it's probably true. You can talk about having a steely complexion, which means that you're quite stern and you don't always smile. So somebody who has a steely complexion might not smile so often.
Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. So here is a paper and pencil for making notes. And here is your topic. I would like you to describe an advertisement you remember. You'll have 1 minute. Okay. So remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this. Don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. You can start speaking now, please.
Well, an advertisement that has stuck to me a lot is, I don't know if you remember it, the 2016, I believe, the Pepsi advertisement with Kendall Jenner. Basically, she breaks up a protest between the protesters and the cops by handing a can of Pepsi. And this was a video, and it went viral across the internet because of the racial backlash that it faced after, you know, it came out and went so popular. Because I think the idea was that it trivialized the ideas of race and protesting and things that people might believe in, and also just the social values of culture, race, everything. And basically by, you know, dissolving a protest and dissolving tension by a can of Pepsi, it just trivialized things like the Black Lives Matter, any sort of protest, whether it was racial, cultural, sexual, anything. And this went viral, and I do remember it because people still talk about it today. And I was actually having a conversation recently about how even though this was so long ago, and people have apologized, Kendall Jenner has apologized, Pepsi has apologized, it has not taken away from just how iconic it was and how it commemorated how people trivialized racial tension. And so that's an advertisement that I fully remember very, very vividly. And that's it, yes.
And where were you when you first saw the advertisement?
I think I was in Sri Lanka, and it just came up on a YouTube post. Like, you know how they give you the advertisements before they actually get to the actual video? It was one of those things, and you don't actually think about how iconic it is because you just get to the skip button. But I actually watched the entirety of that video, and I remember thinking, you know, what are you doing? I remember considering Pepsi. It's like, what? That is not what you should be doing as, such a multi-million-dollar company. And even Kendall Jenner, as an individual and as somebody who signs up to do this sort of protest.
Yeah.
Exactly. You just have to question where their morals are.
Yeah. No, great.
Wow. So much excellent language in here. I think Saskia did a fantastic job. However, there's one piece of her speaking which may limit her from a band 9. At the moment, I think Saskia is heading towards a band 9 in this speaking practice. But there's one word which I don't know if you noticed. She didn't pronounce it in the way that most people would pronounce it. And it was the word advertisement. Advertisement. Now, some people may say advertisement, and there are two ways that you could probably say this, which would be advertisement or advertisement. You can choose. Most of those, or both of those, are just accepted ways. The problem here is that she said advertisement. And I spoke to Saskia after her test, and I said, why did you use the word advertisement? And she said, yeah, I know. Actually, in my country, in Sri Lanka, we say advertisement. And I said, really? That's very interesting. The problem with IELTS is that they have specific ways which are acceptable for pronunciation. And those ways are usually standard British, American, South African, Canadian accents. But any deviation, maybe Australian and New Zealand as well, but any deviations from those standard ways to pronounce things, and this doesn't account for accent. Remember that accent, you can have an accent, that's okay. The pronunciation of words is actually quite important. And I think that a really strict examiner would say, because she said advertisement, she probably would score an 8 in the pronunciation section, which I think is really unfair because she has been brought up speaking and using the word advertisement. Anyway, that's a little bit about pronunciation and how important pronunciation is, to have some sort of standard pronunciation. But let's talk about her language. She said, wow, so much language. She said, went viral, racial backlash, trivialize the idea of, social values, dissolving the protest, trivializing the Black Lives Matter protest. So much excellent high-level language with a variety of complex grammar. For me, she's on a 999, 8 for the pronunciation. But that's because I'm looking from a really strict examiner's point of view. Well done, Saskia. Let's continue to section 3.
Thank you. Now let's talk about advertisements generally. Why do companies advertise?
Because it attracts the attention of consumers and they can capitalize on their product.
Mm-hmm. And is advertising becoming too commonplace?
I think it might be because we're at a point now where we see product placements in the news and TV, in movies, and we don't actually realize how it's so commonplace that we don't actually realize that we are being advertised to. We're just there and we see it. It's like, oh, I could do with a Coke because I have seen somebody drink a Coke in this film. It's that sort of thing that's made it ridiculously commonplace, yes.
Saskia's fluency is excellent in this section. She's elaborating on her answers and giving lots of supporting points. She had some great language as well, and we'll talk about those words now. She said, product placement. Do you know what a product placement is? Well, it's when you see something on a TV show or on TV, which is advertising a product, but you don't actually realize it's an advertisement. It's sitting, maybe there's a cup sitting on the desk, or maybe there's a car in the background. That's called product placement. She also said it's commonplace. She said it's so commonplace, which means it's really common, but it's a different way to say commonplace. And she also said, I could do with a Coke. I could do with a Coke means I really want a Coke. I could do with a cup of tea. I really need a cup of tea.
Should advertising be regulated?
I think it should be, because otherwise we fall into we're in a very capitalist economy and society. And I think that without the regulation of advertisements, you don't actually realize that you are being advertised to, and you lose that sense of control over yourself, your spending. You don't have any autonomy.
Did you catch Saskia saying the word advertisement again? Yep, it crept in, and I think the examiner would notice that. Such a shame. Great speech, by the way. She's talking at length, using great language.
Is celebrity endorsement a good or a bad thing?
I understand how for the companies it could be a good thing. It's an excellent way to get, the layman's attention. But at the same time, like you said, I do believe that it has to be regulated, because celebrity endorsement is excellent and it's very, very effective. But at the same time, it does come with its, issues.
Have you ever found yourself buying something because a celebrity promoted it?
I have found myself considering things because a celebrity has promoted it. Because I'm just like, her skin is great. She's using the skincare product. There has to be some sort of correlation. But you don't actually think about, the amount of editing, etc., that goes into her skin being great. That sort of thing.
And what celebrity might that be?
I think it was just some model, I remember. I think it was Gigi Hadid, because I think when it comes to young girls and women and fashion industries, you see a model or somebody who's very high up and very popular, and immediately you think, oh, well, if they're doing it, it must be right. So that's just that sort of thing.
Thank you very much. That is the end of the speaking test.
Wow. Saskia had an excellent speaking test in this example. Do you agree? I think she would score overall a band 8.5, and she definitely has the opportunity to score a 9. I can't really find anything to fault her with. No mistakes really, and if there were any mistakes, they were called slips. And you are allowed to make slips at the band 9 level. The same thing for language. You can make slips at the band 9 level. So I think here Saskia would really be close to a band 9. Fantastic opportunity for you guys to watch and learn from some of the things she says. Notice how she delivers her speech. She's very calm and confident. She doesn't worry about it, and she talks naturally. I know that's really hard for some of you guys to do, but you've got to keep practicing. Come and download the IELTS Daily app, and you can submit some of your speaking practice, and we'll mark that and give you a score as well. It's been such...
Welcome to the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. My name is Adrian. I will be your examiner for this part of the test, and I will give you instructions for each of the 3 parts. What is your full name?
My full name is Elang Darmawan, but you can call me Elang.
Okay, Elang. May I see your identification, please?
Yes, please. This is my passport that I used to register for this exam.
Okay, here's your passport back.
Thank you.
For part 1, I will ask you a couple questions to get to know you better, and some questions on a general topic. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling a bit anxious because I really want to get a good grade for this exam. Otherwise, I'm feeling good.
What do you plan to do after this exam?
After we've done with this exam, I'm planning to go to the beach with my friend.
Let's talk about the weather. How often does it rain in your city?
It rains quite a lot in Jakarta. It could be 100 days in a year. Just like this past week, it rains cats and dogs.
What do you like to do when it's sunny?
As I mentioned before, I really like to go to the beach and hang out with my friend. So today I actually planning to go to Ancol Beach when it's sunny.
How do you keep yourself cool on hot days?
I usually try to stay in the shade as much as I can, and also I used to drink a lot of water. usually I always carry a bottle of water everywhere I go.
If you could make the perfect weather, what would it be and why?
It's kind of funny question, but if I could have a gut power like that, I would make the weather partly cloudy and gentle breeze. In that way, I could feel comfortable without getting sweaty and then blinded by the sun.
Have you ever seen snow? And if yes, where?
Yeah, I have. A couple years ago, I went to New York to visit my uncle, and it was during December. And I saw snow for the very first time when I was there. It was actually quite magical.
That's the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, here is note paper, pencil, and there's a card with some questions. Don't turn that over yet. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card, think about your answer, take notes if you wish in the 1 minute, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop.
Okay.
Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Ilang, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Okay, so one object that come into my mind when I saw these questions is a motorbike helmet. It is a headwear plastic. It's black and red, and it has visor to shut my eyes. And also it has a chin strap to keep it in place. I got it about 2 years ago in a motorbike shop close to my apartment, and it's about 1.5 million rupiah, which I got it at the same time when I got my new motorbike. Every time I drive, I always wear it because it's actually mandatory according to Indonesian road rules to wear helmet. And for the motorists who do not follow the rules, they will get trouble, like they get fined, which I don't want to. And however, the much more important reason for me to wear a motorbike helmet is because I want to protect myself and my health. A brain injury resulting trauma is no lovable matter. I actually read an article saying that 80% of motorbike, saying that brain injury caused by motorbike accidents can be prevented by wearing helmet. In my opinion, putting helmet is an at least a person can do to ensure that they do not injure themselves and also others. Such an injury will be devastating not only for us but also for the people who love us.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Ilang, please pass back the note paper, the pencil. Thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about safety equipment. What are the most common types of objects that people use to stay safe on a day-to-day basis?
There are a lot of safety equipment that people use on a daily basis. For example, the motorbike helmet that I just mentioned before. Other than that, safety glasses and boots are commonly used in the construction site, in the office environment. Also, nowadays you see a lot of people wearing face masks and then gloves to prevent them, to get infected by the virus.
Which of these is used more than any other?
I'm not quite sure, but I think a car seat belt are the common safety gear equipment that people use all around the world.
Which types of problems can occur if people don't use certain types of safety equipment in dangerous situations?
When people are irresponsible and do not wear safety equipment, for example, a car seat belt when they are driving, they may get seriously injured. such as a broken bone, severe burn, or even died.
How does this affect society?
It has a horrible effect to a lot of people. For example, it can cause not only financially but also emotionally damage. Taking care of injured people costs you a lot of money. And then also the most important thing is the feeling of sorrow that it may cause to the people who love us.
How has technology improved safety equipment?
It improved a lot. For example, they made them even more stronger, and then also lighter and much more effective.
Can you give an example?
Yeah. For example, an airbag system. It helps to reduce the impact when the accident happens to the driver, and also my helmet. It has Kevlar, which is a plastic, but it's lighter, stronger compared to any other conventional plastic.
Let's talk about acting responsibly. What should people do before engaging in dangerous activities?
When people plan to do some kind of risky activity like hiking, for example, they should do a lot of research about the place they're going, so that they can plan and better know about the area, and then any kind of situation that may happen, and also to check their safety gear equipment just in case.
Why is this important to do?
It is very important because when the adventure seekers do these preemptive measures, they can prepare for any kind of situations to maximize the safety, and in case of accidents, it minimizes the harm.
People often say that we are responsible for each other, not just ourselves. Why is this, and do you agree with this statement?
Yeah, absolutely, because humans are social creatures. We live in a group, and one actions can also impact others or society. For example, when people are driving not carefully, they can cause trouble not only for themselves but also for others. And as I mentioned before, when people get brain injury, they cannot rely on themselves. They need others to taking care of them.
How can society encourage responsible behavior?
I believe that authorities and the government should work together to create, some kind of campaign, showing how people exercise wearing a helmet or any kind of safety gear equipment before they're driving, instead of showing, people smoke in TV or any other media.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will have your mark in about 2 weeks' time with the other sections, Ilong. Remember to take your passport with you, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Ilong gets a band 7.5 for his speaking interview because he is somewhere between a good and a very good user of the English language. He is clearly above a 6. 6 is simply someone who is fluent. A good user is someone who has a wide range of vocabulary, can give good answers and explanations as well as examples. A very good user is someone who makes fewer mistakes, who is even more coherent, and has to think less about their answers. Let me give you some detailed explanations and examples using Ilong's responses. Firstly, Elong uses a wide range of vocabulary. This means that he is able to often paraphrase the words in the questions and also come up with some good collocations and good idiomatic language. In part 1, to express the idea that there is heavy rain in Jakarta, he uses the idiomatic expression, "It was raining cats and dogs." Furthermore, he uses quite a few collocations in the different parts of the speaking interview. He uses collocations like social creatures, preemptive measures, and safety gear accurately. However, at times, Elong is stuck searching for the right word. This is noticeable when he uses the phrase, "you know." Especially in part 3, where the questions get more difficult, you hear him say the phrase, "you know," several times. This isn't just simply a part of his diction, but it's a way that he stalls for time in order to come up with the right vocabulary. This shows that even though Elong has good vocabulary, he's not able to access it as quickly as a higher level speaker. It is bad to use the pronoun you in your IELTS speaking interview. This is because you do not want to speak directly to your examiner. It's common for people in everyday language to say you, like "you should do this," or "when you go downtown," "when you watch this movie," even when we're not actually talking about that person. However, using you incorrectly in context leads to bad communication. A lot of students do this, but you must make sure that you avoid using you in your IELTS speaking interview. Again, Elong does this a couple of times, and it does lead to awkward communication. For example, in part 3, he says, "Taking care of injured people will cost you a lot of money." Well, in this case, I'm not really the one taking care of injured people. It's society, or it's the people close to those who get injured. So it's awkward and incorrect to say this. When you're doing your practice, pay special attention to this kind of pronoun mistake. Don't use you, avoid it in your interview. So you have to be careful to use a more accurate noun than you. One strategy which Elong uses that is very good in the speaking interview is to use quantitative language. This means using numbers to give clarity and coherence, as well as to build fluency. In part 1, when he explains how much it rains in Jakarta, he says, well, it rains about at least 100 days in a year. When he talks about his motorbike helmet, he explains how many rupiah it cost him. This is really good to do in your speaking interview. Make sure to practice quantitative language before you sit your exam. Another good point for Elong is that he does use a broad range of grammar throughout the interview. However, one of the bads is that he doesn't always reflect the grammar of the question. Some questions are asking in the continuous form of the verb, while others are using present perfect, like this example here. How has technology improved safety equipment? In this case, Elong does not use the present perfect in his response. He simply says, "it improved a lot." Instead, he should say, "it has improved a lot. Technology has made safety equipment safer and stronger." You can definitely bump up your score by reflecting the grammar of the question. Pay a special attention to the past and present perfect forms. Elong does give a couple of bad or awkward responses where his grammar is off, and it makes it a bit tricky to understand exactly what he is intending to say. Grammar mistakes can really cost you because they lower both your grammar range and coherency scores. For instance, when Elong is talking about what happens when people don't wear helmets in Indonesia, he says, "this will get trouble," instead of saying, "this will get a person into trouble." Also, when he's describing the helmet, which is good, he says the helmet has a visor to shut my eyes. In this case, he's using the wrong word. Instead of shut, he should be saying to protect my eyes. These kinds of word choice mistakes and grammatical mistakes definitely affect scores negatively. The big bad in Elong's interview happens in part 2, where he becomes extremely nervous. You have to control your anxiety. You can tell that when Elong becomes nervous in part 2, his fluency decreases as well as his coherence. When you start to feel anxious during your IELTS interview, take a deep breath, focus yourself. Remember that the sun will shine tomorrow. You're there to do your best, and you can't ask more of yourself. Try to visualize and imagine that the examiner is your grandpa or your grandma smiling at you. Feel comfortable with them. Remember, you're likely not going to be the best candidate or the worst candidate on that day. Just do what you can and keep calm. Good luck the next time.
I'm going to record this for marking purposes, and I will give you instructions for each of the 3 parts. May I see your identification?
Yes, sure. Here is my passport that I registered with. Please take a look.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
My first name is Rayana, and my surname is Aliva. Please call me by my first name, Rayana.
Okay, Rayana. Here is your identification back. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Where do you live?
I live in a 2-bedroom apartment on the north side of the capital city of Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
What is your favorite food?
I love manti. It is a type of dumpling stuffed with lamb or beef, and it is just so good to eat when I'm feeling hungry. In fact, I just had a few yesterday for lunch.
Let's talk about sleep. How many hours do you sleep in a day?
I get about 7 to 8 hours of sleep a day, usually from 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. I find this amount is the right amount to give me a full charge for the next day.
Where do you like to sleep?
Oh, definitely in my own bed. It is so comfortable and spacious. Whenever I sleep on my sofa or elsewhere, I just don't feel as rested.
When do you go to bed and why?
Oh, as I had just said a moment ago, I usually get to bed around 11 at night. However, on the weekends, if I'm hanging out with friends, I go later midnight or 1 a.m. I was watching a late movie with a friend a couple of weeks ago, and I remember I was up quite late.
What helps you to sleep better?
When I get fresh air and exercise and eat some good food, I sleep like a baby. I went for a big hike in the forest last Tuesday, and when I hit the hay, I was out like a light.
How do you feel when you do not get enough sleep?
Like most people, I feel quite grumpy. When I'm low on sleep, I get cranky and I'm irritable. My attention span is low and I tend to snap at people. So it's definitely better for me to get a full night's rest.
Have you ever had difficulty sleeping, and if yes, why?
Yes, I have. I've especially had difficulty getting shut-eye when I have some important and stressful event the next day, such as this IELTS exam. My mind tends to race thinking about the upcoming events of next day. Fortunately, if I go for a hike and exercise, that helps.
Now that you have seen what it takes to get that Band 9 score in Part 1, let's practice together. I will ask you the questions and you give me the answers. Use the subtitles as needed. Let's do this! Welcome to the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. My name is Adrian and I will be your examiner for this part of the test. The speaking test has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each and I will record it for clerical purposes. The candidate number is 738512, and the test is currently being conducted in Vancouver at 13:30. Now we shall begin. For part 1, I will ask you some questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Firstly, may I see your identification? Thank you. What is your full name? Where do you live? What is your favorite food? Let's talk about sleep. How many hours do you sleep in a day? Where do you like to sleep? When do you go to bed and why? What helps you sleep better and why? How do you feel when you do not get enough sleep? Have you ever had difficulty sleeping? If yes, why? Before parts 2 and part 3, you can practice these IELTS speaking questions yourself with a native English-speaking tutor. Book an IELTS practice interview on our website at aehelp.com. Simply create an account, log in, and click on Interview Speaking Practice. Now, let's watch the rest of this interview and the lesson. That's the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, there's a card in front of you. There's a note paper and a pencil. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card. Think about your answers. You can take notes in that 1 minute if you wish. And then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Okay? Rihanna, your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Please turn over the card. Rihanna, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Recently, I have been considering learning to play chess in order to improve my thinking and mind. Of course, chess is one of the oldest board games, which requires a lot of calculation and strategic planning. Basically, chess is where there are 2 players on a checkered board with 16 game pieces each. Every piece is moved according to precise rules, and the goal is to place the opponent's king under attack with no escape. I've been inspired by a new series on Netflix called Queen's Gambit, which is about a woman who is a brilliant chess player. Chess has been played by millions of people for over centuries, and it is commonly known as a game that develops critical thinking and foresight. An important element of the game is to predict the opponent's moves and always be 1 step ahead of them. I think this game can improve my pattern recognition and memory skills. Not to mention that it also seems like a lot of fun and it is very competitive and I like competition. In order to make this a reality, I simply need to go out and buy a nice chessboard and download a chess app on my phone. Of course, I will need to find some opponents to play with, either in person or online. Last but not least, I will need to read up on some basic strategy so that I have an idea of what I'm doing.
I will stop you there, Rihanna. Your time is up. Now that you've seen how a Band 9 candidate answers the cue card, the long part, let's do it together. I will ask you the question and you give the answer. Use the subtitles as needed. When you feel confident, try it on your own. That is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, I will show you a card with some questions on it. You have some note paper there beside you, and you have your pen. Please do not touch the card. I will tell you when your 1 minute preparation time is up, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. Of course, you can take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. Here's the card. Talk about an exercise you have thought of doing to help you think better. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Okay, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking. Your 2 minutes is up. I will stop you there. I will now take back the card. Please put the note paper to the side, your pen down, and now we will continue with part 3. Please put the note paper and the question to the side, the pencil as well. For part 3, I will ask you a couple of questions related to your response and some questions connected to the topic of part 2. When do you plan to start playing chess?
Well, I have already been shopping around for a chessboard and I started reading an ebook on chess strategy, so right away.
Does anyone among your family or friends play chess?
My mom plays chess, but I think she's too busy these days to teach me. Also, some of my cousins and friends play as well.
Let's talk more about exercising the mind. What are different ways that people keep their minds in good health?
As I said, like chess, strategy games are a good way to keep the mind fit. Also, learning languages has been shown to be very good for long mental health. And I think that physical exercise is also very important. After all, the brain is a biological machine.
Which of these is the most effective?
That's a tough question because all of these are very important. But I suppose if I could choose only one, it would be physical exercise, since an unhealthy body would definitely deteriorate the mind.
Some people believe that a healthy body leads to a healthy mind. Do you agree with this? Why or why not?
Yes, as I have just mentioned, this is very true. The brain requires a lot of blood and nutrients to function well. I've read that in certain situations, like exams, the brain can use up about 60% of the metabolic energy produced by the body, which is incredible considering that it only makes up around 2% of our body weight.
Is this always true?
Yes, I think this will always hold true. Like people who drink alcohol and use drugs, all eventually feel the negative effects on their mind's function.
What improvements in the education system could improve the thinking of students?
I think that a greater emphasis on critical thinking instead of rote memory would be a big positive for school curricula.
Can you elaborate on that?
Certainly. I think that many school lessons still focus too much on memorizing historical and scientific facts, like the name of the third prime minister, rather than focusing on rational thinking, such as understanding the best way to evaluate the future of a stock price.
Let's discuss effective learning. What are the most important steps needed to make sure students learn effectively?
I think that systematic assessment and feedback are very important to optimize the learning of students.
Why are these so important?
These are important to keep track of students' abilities and development, as well as to identify areas that need improvement.
Can you give an example of this?
Yes. While studying for IELTS, I did one full practice exam each week, and I always spent a few hours identifying and learning from my mistakes. This way, I learned that I need to pay attention to verb tense in my writing.
How has technology helped increase the efficiency of learning?
There are a plethora of ways that modern tech has improved learning. The internet has given a wealth of resources to both teachers and students, which simply wasn't nearly as accessible in the past.
Which kinds of technology will make a big difference in education and learning in the future?
I think that virtual reality and artificial intelligence will make a great impact on future learning. I think that this will allow students to be even more engaged with these subjects and therefore gain more knowledge faster.
That's the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will have your mark online available in a couple days, Rihanna, and your official mark with the other sections in about 2 weeks. Have a great rest of your day, and do remember to take your passport with you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
You have now seen a complete Band 9 IELTS speaking interview. Let's practice part 3 together. You're doing great. Keep it up. Part 3. For this part, I will ask you a question in relation to your response in part 2, and I will ask you some questions connected to the topic of part 2. When do you plan to start doing this kind of mind exercise? Let's talk more about exercising the mind. What are different ways that people keep their minds in good health? Which of these is the most effective? Some people believe that a healthy body leads to a healthy mind. Do you agree with this? Why or why not? Is this always true? What improvements in the education system could improve the thinking of students? Can you elaborate? Let's discuss effective learning. What are the most important steps needed to make sure students learn effectively? Why are these so important? Can you give examples? How has technology helped increase the efficiency of learning? Which kinds of technology will make a big difference in education and learning in the future? That is the end of part 3, and that concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will see your marks online in about 3 days' time, and you will have your official certificate with all of the other sections on it in about 2 weeks in the mail. Have a great rest of your day, and do remember your identification. Thank you. Bye-bye. Rihanna is a very strong IELTS candidate, and she would certainly get a perfect band 9 for her performance on this speaking interview, meaning that she is an expert user of the English language. This doesn't just simply mean that she has vocabulary and grammar approximately that of a native English speaker. In fact, it's more than that. It means that she's able to express even complex ideas very clearly, with detail and great fluency. Allow me to explain this in further detail. In part 1, Rihanna begins by showing lots of confidence. She is oozing a positive attitude. She is very fluent right off the bat, with a broad range of vocabulary to express her ideas precisely. While talking about sleep, she uses natural expressions like "to give me a full charge for the day" or "sleep like a baby." It's this kind of quick, clever language that gets those high band scores. Furthermore, Rihanna has very strong connections among her ideas, making her communication comprehensive. She's constantly relating among her answers. She says, "as I have mentioned before." As well, she always emphasizes her explanations by giving clear examples. Like the example, I was watching a movie with my friend late last night. Her examples are smooth and integrated. She doesn't use the expressions for example or for instance. Rather, she just gives the example, making it seamless and not giving an opportunity for the examiner to interrupt her with another question. It's this kind of clever and clear communication that leads to a perfect Band 9 score. For part 2, the cue card, the long answer, Rihanna makes an excellent choice. She chooses the topic chess to discuss an activity which she has been doing to enhance her mind. Likely, she thought about a few different ideas before settling on the game of chess. Then, while giving her answer, she pays a lot of attention to having a structured response, describing first the game of chess, the rules of chess, and then explaining how this game helps to enhance her mind, while giving real-world explanations and examples. It's this type of structured, fluent, and detailed response that gets that perfect Band 9 score. Last but not least, Rihanna in part 3 continues to show excellence in her speaking, all the way until her very last answer. She uses incredible vocabulary and natural expressions, like an unhealthy body will certainly deteriorate the mind, or the brain is a biological machine. In addition, her answers are complex and detailed in nature. For instance, when she says, "While I was studying for this IELTS exam, I identified my mistakes and learned from these. I realized that I made verb tense errors in my writing." It's this level of accuracy, complexity, and confidence that will lead you to a perfect score.
Welcome to the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. My name is Adrian. I will be your examiner for this part of the test, and I will record this for marking purposes. What is your full name?
My name is Kiara Anand, but please call me Kiara.
Okay, Kiara. The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. First, may I see your identification?
Yeah, sure. This is the passport I used for registering for the exam. Please have a look.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Here's your passport back.
Thank you.
For part 1, I will ask you a few questions to get to know you better. Some questions on a general topic. Do you work or study?
Currently, I'm both working as a travel agent and also preparing for my IELTS exam to finish my master's in business administration.
What do you do in your free time?
When I get a little bit of my downtime, I like to meditate, and I also like to paint. I like painting landscapes and flowers with watercolors.
Let's talk about weddings and birthdays. How often do you go to a wedding or a birthday party?
Well, I should say I go to weddings once or twice a year, and birthday parties a little bit more often, say 5 or 6 times a year.
Which do you like more, birthday parties or weddings?
Actually, I like both, but if I have to say one, then I like weddings because that has more music and dance, and the Indian wedding is always a party on its own.
Who is invited to a wedding party?
Mostly friends, family, relatives, colleagues, everyone are invited. There's a huge number of guests at Indian weddings. My cousin, she had around 300 plus guests for her wedding.
How about a birthday party?
Well, for a birthday party, the number of people are less, say around 15 to 20 people.
Have your birthday parties changed compared to before?
Oh, well, no, they haven't. They've remained the same. You go to a shrine in the morning, and then you distribute chocolates or sweets with friends and family. And the sweets we distribute is a famous dessert called the Doodh Pak.
If you could have a wedding party somewhere, where would it be?
well, given a chance to have a wedding party anywhere, then it would be on the beach in Goa. Because of the good weather and the atmosphere and the fresh air, it adds up to the mood. And I would like to have my wedding in summer in Goa.
Okay, that is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. I will pass you a card with some questions, note paper and a pencil. Don't turn the card over yet.
Sure.
Okay. You will have 1 minute to read the questions. Think about your answers. Take notes if you wish in that 1 minute. Then you'll have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Okay. Your 1 minute begins now. You go ahead, turn over the card. Kiara, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Yes. The future idea, one of the innovation that I've always admired and I've seen in a lot of science fiction movie, which is not feasible yet, but will be of a great help to the humankind, is a universal translator. This is a small device that can translate any language to any other language in real time with accurate interpretations and expressions. I know that Google Translate is the beginning basic version of this, but what I'm talking about is something that not only translates the information, but can also help with the diction and the slang without even going through the actual language, without even knowing the original language. And I've seen these kind of devices in a lot of movies, and they're incredibly helpful for people who travel around the world, people who do business globally, and makes it easy for them to connect with people. And this kind of a device, I think, would improve or make people feel more confident and comfortable among strangers in different situations. And for this to work, I think since language is very complicated on an individual basis, this device would need very powerful AI with one person having the transmitter and the speaker and the other with the earpiece microphone.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. Your 2 minutes is up. I'll take back the note paper, the pencil, and the questions. Thanks. And now we'll continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about future technology. Will humanity continue to advance as quickly with technology in the future as it has for the past 30 years?
Well, I think that the human will keep moving forward as fast, if not faster, with the growing technology, because the population has never been this educated ever before. So I think it'll go growing.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, because the mathematician, the physicists, the doctors, they're able to communicate with each other with the technology, and it becomes easier for them to make new science possible.
What breakthroughs in technology may people see that will change the fundamental function of society, like the internet these days?
Yeah, well, I see that there will be a lot of advancement in transportation, energy, and communication. And when I'm talking about this, I can think of nuclear fission reactor, which will give limitless energy.
Will this be positive or negative?
Well, this will be a great help for the human because of the energy crisis, but it should also be in mind that it's also important to have in mind that this is driven for the improvement, and it's not, and human beings are not driven to greed and destruction.
How will have globalization influenced technological advancements in the future?
I see a lot of developmental technological advancement in the future, like I said in the previous question. So since the communication is made possible, it can be for the best, but also to bear in mind that the road to hell was paved with good intentions.
So what must societies be careful about as this develops?
Yeah, they have to be careful about following the ethical principles to form a proper guideline and go through it, because the scientists might develop the nuclear fission that I said in good intention, but might end up creating a devastating explosion.
Let's talk about future society. How will societies change over the next 10 years?
Well, next 10 years, I can see that there will be a great change in the society, especially with the pandemic situation that we're at. I think people will be more careful, and the way of interaction will improve and will stay longer. The effect of it will stay longer. And I feel that people will be more able to accept what they have and the people who they're with. At least that's what I hope.
How about the next 50 years?
Well, the next 50 years, that's like half a century or 2 generations later. It's hard to imagine, hard to say, but to what I can imagine, it is more like people will be more connected to the technology and live in a virtual world than in the reality.
Some people feel that it is time for unified international taxes, laws, and regulations to be implemented for the better function of a global community. Is this a good idea or not, and why?
Well, I think it's a great idea, but I don't see people are ready for this change because they're more self-oriented and greedy. But I think the globalization will make this change happen on its own. Already people are complaining of not enough funding for the World Health Organizations and for the medical and other necessities. And also this will help people with to pay taxes, and people who average earners who pay taxes, because it'll prevent people who hide their taxes in tax shelters. And
okay, that's the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark in about 2 weeks' time, Kara, with the other sections. Have a great rest of your day. Remember to take your passport with you,
sure.
Okay? All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Clearly, Kiara has spent several years to practice and use the English language, and she is near a native level. Nevertheless, there are 2 places where she could perform better. Now, a Band 9 is not necessarily a perfect score. It's an expert user of the English language, which Kiara clearly is. However, in some of her responses, she lacks confidence. Also, you will notice a few responses where she uses the pronoun you. It's not good to do either of these. In the exam, you want to show confidence. This can be achieved through practice. Be certain of the information that you give and use strong intonation to give the sensation of confidence. Also, do not use the word you. Although we do this in natural everyday language, in professional communication, it's good to avoid the pronoun you and instead use other subjective nouns like people, individuals, athletes, photographers, whatever fits better in the context. Follow these tips. Practice every
IELTS exam. My name is Adrian. I will be your examiner for this part of the test. May I see your identification, please?
Here you are.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
My surname is Guan and my given name is Jihye. Please call me by my Western nickname, Haley.
Okay, Haley. Here is your passport back. The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each, and I'm going to record this for marking purposes. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. What do you like to do after work or school?
When I'm finished at the office, I like to go home and prepare a meal. Like yesterday, I made a really delicious sundubujjigae, a soft tofu stew.
What did you do at the weekend?
Last Saturday, I went out with some friends for karaoke, and we had a really great time. And on Sunday, I went to the park for a stroll and took some pictures of plants.
Let's talk about restaurants. How often do you eat at a restaurant?
I frequently eat out about 3 to 4 times a week.
Do you prefer to eat out or at home?
I like both. I like to eat at a restaurant because it is less work, and I try new dishes like the delicious French onion soup the other day. But I also like to cook at home because I know the ingredients and it is less expensive.
Which is your favorite restaurant?
My go-to restaurant is Myeongdong 북어국집. They have the most delicious soup in all of Seoul and the price is great.
If you could open a restaurant, what would it be?
That's an interesting question. Let's just give me a moment to think. I would open a Korean barbecue, not only because this is really tasty, but also because I think it would bring in a high profit.
Have you ever been to a restaurant in another country?
Yes, I have. I've been to restaurants in the US, France, and Italy. I must say Italian cuisines are truly world class.
Okay, that is the end of part 1, and now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, here is a card with some questions. Please don't turn that over yet. Here is some note paper and a pencil. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card. Think about your answers. You can take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. And then you will have 2 minutes to answer. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Do you want to master the English language like Haley? Lingoda can help. For this lesson, we have partnered with Lingoda, a world-class online language school that helps you master English with native English-speaking tutors 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Lingoda is offering 1 free week to try either business English or general English. This means you get 3 classes with expert Lingoda teachers to start mastering your English language for the next time you sit the IELTS exam. Simply click this link also in the stream description for your 1 free week, 3 class trial period. In fact, I have been using Lingoda to study Spanish, and so far I've been improving and enjoying every single lesson. Lingoda offers you 3 different options so that you can learn at your speed. Once a week for slow learning, or 2 to 3 times a week for fast learning, and express, which means that you can learn every other day. Now, of course, for IELTS, many students need to improve quickly. In this case, you should be thinking about choosing the fast or the express options. But don't worry, Lingoda has also given us this coupon code, General1, for a €25 discount off your first month subscription. You can choose vocabulary lessons, speaking lessons, or grammar lessons. In this way, Lingoda is an incredible system which lets you focus on your areas of weakness. There are hundreds of classes and many different teachers to choose from. This makes it possible to find teachers that work for you. Begin your learning to master English the same as Haley in this speaking interview. I believe you will love Lingoda as much as I do. Try Lingoda today.
Then your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Go ahead and turn over the card.
Thank you.
Okay, Haley, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Okay. Most recently, I needed help preparing for this IELTS exam so I could continue my master's studies for business administration in the UK. About 3 months ago, when I decided on my test date, I began searching for resources to help me to get ready for this test. Since I knew nothing about the exam, I had to find out materials, strategies and guidance so I could do well. I did not have any idea where to begin, so I started with some online search. Fortunately, I found lots of great information. I joined a local training center with some professional instructors, as well as the aehelp.com's online training. This website helped me to understand the structure of the different sections and provided me with lots of materials to learn from. In my classes, my teachers corrected my writing and gave me feedback on my speaking to improve my fluency, pronunciation, and grammar, word choice. All of the assistance that I got from my local instructors, as well as the strategies and practice through the academic IELTS help website and app, really made me confident and ready. Of course, I will have to wait a few days to see what the true results and my hard work are really worth, but I'm certain that I'll do better than if I had not sought out help.
Okay, your 2 minutes is up, Haley, so I will stop you there. And I will take back the card, and please pass back the note paper and the pencil. Thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about seeking help. Why is it important to help people in times of need?
Well, the most obvious reasons for helping those in need is because it's ethical and leads to overall success. What I mean is that when a colleague of my company is sick, I can help cover their shifts so they can recover and not worry about their work.
What may be the consequences of not helping?
Not aiding others can lead to a sense of remorse and isolation in society. I mean, if I don't help out my ill coworker, they may shun me in the future and think of me as a cruel person. Not to mention I would feel terrible about it.
What are some common situations where people seek help from others?
As I said, people often need help when they are ill, or another situation is when they're having car troubles.
Which resources may be particularly useful in these kinds of situations?
Well, when a person is sick, their families or friends can be very accommodating to assist them. And of course, medications like a cold or flu remedy to help them get better quickly. And in the case of car troubles, a mechanic is good to have on hand, and perhaps a tow truck.
Have the ways people sought help these days changed compared to a generation before?
I think it has greatly deviated from 30 years before. Back then, most people relied on landlines to seek help and the opinion of nearby experts. However, these days, people can use their mobile phones to quickly seek assistance and even information.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. If a person were to choke in a restaurant, anyone can immediately call for an ambulance and look up performing a Heimlich maneuver to dislodge the food.
Let's talk about troubleshooting. People these days often need to troubleshoot problems with their electronic devices. Why is this?
That's an interesting question. Many people have a lot of gadgets these days, which are very complex and experience a wide range of problems. And it would be too expensive to get professional help each time, so people try to figure out the problem on their own.
What is the best way to find solutions to these problems?
I'm not sure what the best way is, yet I do know that there are a lot of great YouTube videos which can help. Like yesterday, I fixed my phone battery by looking for information online.
Who are the professionals that deal with troubleshooting on a daily basis?
One that I mentioned are car mechanics, as well computer technicians and electrical engineers perhaps are individuals that deal with troubleshooting every day.
Why are their jobs important?
I think these are important professions because people constantly rely on them to be able to function in life and work. I mean, if a person's car isn't working, it becomes difficult to commute.
That's the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will have your score for this in about 2 weeks' time with the other sections. Have a great rest of your day, Haley, and do remember your passport.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So why does Haley deserve this high band 9 for her performance? Well, clearly you will agree that Haley's use of English language is natural, complex, and coherent. This means that Haley is natural because her pronunciation and intonation are almost identical to a native English speaker's. As well, she uses expressions and word choice that a native speaker would use in these contexts. Furthermore, her language is complex. She uses a wide range of grammar accurately, uses contractions instead of just saying I have. She says I've and I'd, very clearly pronounced. She uses adjective clauses when necessary, lots of conditionals. Finally, Haley's answers are coherent. This means she answers every single question specifically and with great detail, providing clear explanations and examples for part 1, 2, and 3. It is obvious that Haley is truly an expert user of the English language, and therefore a very clear band 9.
Where do you work?
I work for a teaching company.
What is your job title?
CEO.
Do you like your job?
I love my job.
What is the most important part of your job?
I love teaching my wonderful students.
How many days a week do you work?
5 to 7.
Do you have a boss?
I am my boss, but I work with my husband. Sometimes he bosses me around.
What was your first job?
I was a waitress at the local pub.
What job would you never ever do?
I don't think I'd like to be a chef. It's too much pressure.
Would you like a new job?
No, I'm really happy with this one.
Would you recommend your line of work to others?
If you enjoy teaching, then I think it's a fabulous career path.
What did you do this weekend?
This weekend we did a little bit of work in the morning and then we relaxed.
What will you do after work?
Well, it's quite late right now. I think we'll eat dinner and go to bed.
How was traffic today?
I didn't drive today. I work from home.
When are you taking time off?
We are going away next month on a holiday.
What will you do on your holiday?
Relax, explore, and hopefully visit some vineyards.
Any plans for the weekend?
This weekend it's Easter and we're going to see our families.
What will you do for lunch?
Normally I have a salad for lunch.
Would you like to go to lunch with me?
With you? Every day?
Are you working late tonight?
Yes, I'm working unusually late tonight.
What time did you clock in this morning?
I started work at around 8:30 this morning.
Did you find a good parking spot?
I didn't have to park. I work from home.
What time do you get home from work?
I normally try to finish working at around 5 to 6 o'clock.
How do you get to work?
I leave my bed, go downstairs and sit down at the table.
Would you get public transport to work?
If I didn't work from home, I would absolutely get public transport to work.
How are your kids?
I don't have any yet.
Do you ever work overtime?
Yes, I think it's the nature of running your own business.
How many meetings do you attend in a week?
Probably 7 to 10.
Did you receive training?
Yes, I did receive training.
Do you think the company is run well?
I hope so.
How long have you been working here?
I started this business in January 2016, so is that 6 years?
Have you received a promotion?
No, I've always been the CEO.
How often do you get a raise?
I like to pay myself slightly more each year.
How well do you get on with your boss?
With my business partner, my husband, extremely well.
Do you get on with your co-workers?
I have a lovely team.
What does your average day look like?
I like to break up my day with exercise and dog walks.
Would you change anything about your daily routine?
Yes, I'd like slightly more free time.
Do you get to travel for work?
Before the pandemic, I travelled quite a lot. It's starting to pick up now.
What is the most challenging part of your job?
Receiving criticism from strangers.
Do you have to work at the weekends?
Sometimes I do. In fact, oftentimes I do.
Does management support you?
My husband is very supportive.
How did you find this job?
I think I was very lucky and a bit lost as a 21-year-old.
Are you interested in a full-time or a part-time position?
I enjoy working in a full-time position, but one day I might like to move to a part-time position.
Did you bring your CV?
Do you know what? I don't have a CV or a resume. Maybe I should make one.
Do you have a degree?
Yes, I do have a degree.
What is your degree?
It is a first-class honours in marketing communications.
What was your last job?
My last job was an English teacher.
How long did you work there?
I worked as an English teacher for 3 years before starting my business.
Why did you leave your last job?
It was a natural progression.
Do you have references?
I'm sure I could ask some of my previous bosses for you.
Do you work well with others?
I'd like to think I do, but I do like being alone.
Can you work in a group setting?
I can, but I'd prefer not to.
What is your biggest strength?
I think I'm very creative.
What is your biggest weakness?
Sometimes I get a bit stressed.
Have you always worked in the education industry?
No. Before I was a teacher, I worked in marketing.
Do you like to work outdoors?
No, because the wind makes an awful noise with my camera.
Are you an organised person?
In my work life, yes. In my personal life, no.
What are your short-term goals?
I would like to release a fantastic intermediate English course.
What are your long-term goals?
To live a happy life.
Why should we hire you?
I think I'm proactive, creative and enthusiastic.
When can you start?
Immediately.
Are you comfortable using a computer?
I'm very comfortable using a computer.
Can you use Microsoft Office?
Yes, I can use that quite well.
Are you proficient in using spreadsheet software?
Yes, I have quite a lot of experience using spreadsheets.
How fast can you type?
Very quickly.
What other software are you familiar with?
You name it, I've probably tried it.
Do you own a laptop?
I do! Hooray!
Are you comfortable using social media?
I guess so.
Have you managed a social media account?
Yes, I've managed quite a few in my time.
Can you edit videos?
Yes, I started off editing my own videos.
Have you ever used Photoshop?
I have. I wouldn't say it's my biggest strength.
How do you plan your days?
I use Google Calendar and I put everything I need to do in it.
How are you with time management?
I'm quite good. I could be better.
Do you always meet your deadlines?
Not always, but I try my best.
Are you comfortable asking for help?
I always ask for help.
Do you like helping people?
Yes, it's my job.
Do you often feel overwhelmed?
I sometimes feel overwhelmed, but I think I'm quite good at managing it.
Do you consider yourself to be a good leader?
I'm new to being a leader, and I'm learning a lot.
How do you balance your work and personal life?
With a bit of difficulty, but I'm working on it.
How do you prioritise tasks?
When's the nearest deadline?
How do you handle stress at work?
I go on a dog walk and I talk to my husband.
Are you optimistic?
I'd say I'm very optimistic, sometimes too optimistic.
Do you enjoy public speaking?
I don't enjoy the build-up, but I enjoy having done it.
Do you finish what you start?
Not always. If I don't see something as going somewhere, then why finish it?
Would your friends describe you as trustworthy?
Yes, I think most of my friends would describe me as trustworthy.
Is your personality suited for this job?
I think so, otherwise I would have given up.
What makes a good friend?
I think good friends are people that you can go a long time without seeing, but you see each other and it's like no time has passed at all.
Are you easy to anger?
No, but if you repeatedly disappoint me, then I will become angry.
What makes you angry?
Bad customer service and over-promising and under-delivering.
Is there an absolute right and wrong?
Hardly ever.
Do you pay your bills on time?
I always pay my bills on time.
Do you prefer variety or routine?
I like a bit of both, but probably more of a routine.
Do you prefer to work quickly or focus on details?
It depends what I'm doing, but in general I prefer to work quickly.
Is it ever okay to lie?
Yes, it's sometimes okay to lie, if it stops people from having their feelings hurt.
What traits are important in a boss?
Patience, good communication skills, the ability to teach, and the ability to praise.
What makes a good leader?
Somebody who leads by example.
Who is a business leader that you admire?
I really admire Marcia Kilgore.
Describe yourself in one word.
Happy.
What is your greatest achievement?
Creating a business that helps people around the world.
If you could have dinner and talk with anyone, who would it be?
Probably Phoebe Waller-Bridge. She seems hilarious.
If you could go back and change anything in your life, what would it be?
I don't think I would change anything because I'm happy with how everything is right now.
Please have a look.
What is your full name?
My first name is Tarana and my family name is Bai. Please just call me Tarana.
Okay, Tarana. For part one, I will ask you a couple more questions to get to know you better, and some questions on a general topic. Where do you live?
I live in a 3-bedroom detached house in Bhopal, in the capital of Madhya Pradesh. I have lived in my house all my life.
What do you do in your free time?
In my spare time, I love to do photography and upload short videos on Instagram. I baked cupcakes and photographed and uploaded it on my social media profile just yesterday.
Let's talk about newspaper and magazine. How often do you read a newspaper, and how about a magazine?
I haven't bought a paper magazine or newspaper as long as I remember. I may have flipped through one in a superstore, but that's about it. But I do follow subscriptions on my mobile. I read a magazine called Femina on internet every week.
What articles do you like reading?
I love reading about health, fashion, and recent trends. These are also related to my hobbies. The cupcake that I baked yesterday was vegan, healthy, and delicious.
When is the last time you bought a magazine or newspaper?
As I mentioned before, I don't remember me buying a newspaper or a magazine in a long time. However, I do have digital subscription to Femina, which I read each week. It is not much, but just a few rupees each month, and they do have really good information.
Have you ever written an article for a magazine or newspaper?
Let me think about it. I did write an article for my school newsletter. When I was in middle school, I wrote an article for our school newsletter club stating the importance of planting trees and taking care of the environment.
If you would subscribe to a monthly magazine, what would it be and why?
Aside from Femina, I would love to subscribe to Verve and Women's Era. All of these publications are not only originated from India, but they also really have good updated information.
That is the end of part 1. We will now continue with part 2. For this part, I will show you some questions. You will have 1 minute to read these questions, think about your answers, and then you will have 1 to 2 minutes to speak. In the 1 minute preparation time, you can take notes if you wish. You have some note paper there and your pencil. And of course, I will tell you when to start and stop. Please do not touch the question paper. There you are. Talk about an enjoyable experience you had at a restaurant. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now.
Just before we watch the rest of this interview and the lesson, I want to give you an opportunity to speak English well, like Tarana. Again, we have partnered with Cambly, a world-class app that lets you connect with a native English-speaking tutor 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In fact, it's the only app in India where you can connect with native English-speaking tutors from the UK, Australia, and the USA. Choose the IELTS 3-month course or the 1-month speaking mock course. Certainly, you will get a better band score. Tutors on Cambly are friendly and supportive. Some of them have been IELTS examiners themselves. I have tried Cambly and have found it to be amazing for improving English fluency, coherence, and vocabulary. For candidates in India, use the code AEHELP22 for a 22% discount off 3-month plans. Simply click the link in the video description. Try Cambly today and begin improving your speaking for the next time you sit the IELTS exam. Now, back to the interview.
Tarana, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
I had a truly lovely dining experience at Under the Mango Tree restaurant, which is located in the west part of Bhopal, not too far from the national park and the lake. I had been there with my parents and one of my close friends, Sanvi. We really didn't have any chance to go out and enjoy a restaurant due to the pandemic lockdown. And my dad splurged a bit and took us for a fine dining restaurant. I did a bit of research online for Under the Mango Tree and found the reviews to be great, 4.5 out of 5, and the ambience was truly amazing. The restaurant is located inside the Jahanama Palace, and there are seating on the rooftop, overlooking the pool. There are lanterns all around, and it is open air, and we literally sit around a big, beautiful mango tree. This is a barbecue restaurant, and they serve us dishes which are served to the royal families over the centuries. I had an opportunity to taste a variety of dishes like curries and kebabs, as well as some rice dishes and delicious lassi. So much of the experience was outstanding. The service, the food, the ambience, it was splendid. It is really hard to say how Under the Mango Tree could be even better with all the services they provide. But I suppose the service could be faster. Personally, I think there is no rush for a person when he's sitting under such a beautiful place. Of course, it could be cheaper, but with the quality of service they provide, they couldn't do it any cheaper. In all, I feel it is a perfect experience.
All right, I'll stop you there. Your time is up. And please turn over your note paper and put it to the side along with your pencil. I'll take back the questions. And now we will continue with part 3. For this part, I will ask you some questions related to your response and connected to this topic. Let's talk about successful restaurants. What are the most popular types of restaurants these days?
It is sad to say, but the most popular restaurants these days are the fast food chains like McDonald's and KFC's because they provide fast food and at a cheaper cost, and also they are addictive because of all the MSG and sugar. However, I must say that restaurants like Under the Mango Tree are also popular for their quality.
And why are these so popular?
As I mentioned before, these places provide fast food and cheap food, and people nowadays are busy in their life and they don't have much money, so they prefer fast food, and especially a lot of young people go out to these outlets for a quick bite.
What is needed for a restaurant to be successful?
For a restaurant to be successful, I believe, like Under the Mango Tree, the quality of food is firstly important. Apart from that, the service is important, and it should have a unique selling point like a beautiful view.
How do negative experiences affect a restaurant?
Oh, bad experience at a restaurant is sure way to go out of business. I have heard an average customer will tell at least 5 people when they have a good experience eating out, but they will tell at least 12 people when they have a very bad experience eating out. The customer is always right policy is very important in a hospitality industry.
How has technology affected the success or failure of a restaurant?
The modern technologies used for preparing food, ordering and serving has very much helped in restaurants to be successful. So many restaurants nowadays use digital menus. They have a QR code at the table to order food. Also, reviews online can make or break a restaurant. As I mentioned earlier, the reason I chose to go to Under the Mango Tree was because of the online reviews. It had 4.5 from almost 400 guests.
Let's talk about improving business. What are the best ways to improve the operations of a business?
I think the right way to optimize a business is through regular reviews and feedback of activities and the results, as this can help the company identify the mistakes and make improvements. Therefore, customer feedback is very important.
Who is responsible for improving a business?
It is the owner, the management, and the frontline workers who is responsible for a business to provide quality products and services. Problems in any tier in staffing can result in a negative impact.
What resources are available to help businesses to operate well?
I think there are many resources available for companies to function, especially in capitalist society where small and medium businesses are the backbone of the economy. There are different kinds of business loans, trainings, and tax benefits available for companies to thrive. During the pandemic, the government provided relief funds for companies to survive the hardship.
How can entrepreneurs find resources to improve their business?
The best way to support startups or growing companies is to search online or network with others in the industry. It is wise to get more information from experienced companies that have already gone through growing pains.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking section of the IELTS exam. You will have your mark available online in about 2 days and your official certificate in the mail in about 10 days' time. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
So, why does Tarana deserve this solid band 9 for her performance on the speaking section? Her speaking isn't flawless. It means that she does make some mistakes, but they are far and few between. So what is required to be graded an expert user on the IELTS exam? Simply put, clear, coherent, detailed, and original conversation. What do I mean by conversation? I mean that this 12 to 15 minute interview should come across as a connected piece of information. Let's take a look at part 1, where Tarana is talking about newspapers and magazines. In this part, Tarana gives clear, detailed, and visual communication for each of the questions. When asked about when she has read a newspaper or a magazine, she explains to the examiner that she hasn't actually read a carbon copy newspaper or magazine as long as she can remember, unless it's an issue that she's picked up at a superstore while maybe waiting at the checkout. This creates a visual image and clear communication. Tarana uses a lot of detailed vocabulary. She names a few different types of publications for digital magazines in India, and she connects these, like Femina, amongst various answers. It's clear that she's nervous, and at times she fumbles her words, but overall, it's excellent communication. She uses natural expressions, as well as collocations throughout her responses. In part 2, the cue card or long part, Tarana's band 9 level communication really shines as she explains her experience at Under the Mango Tree restaurant. It's clear that Tarana knows when talking about a location like Under the Mango Tree restaurant, it's important to talk about where it is. It's important to talk about the people that go there, the activities that happen there, and then her experiences. She clearly explains that Under the Mango Tree is near a national park in a specific area of Bhopal. She then explains what the restaurant looks like, the ambience of the restaurant with the lanterns and the big, beautiful mango tree. She talks about her parents, her friend, and her being there for a fine dining experience. She explains that there is a barbecue-style menu there, the foods that she tried, the conversations that she had. It's this kind of structure when talking about a location that gives that band 9 level idea to the examiner. It's important to practice this kind of structured communication for part 2, whether it's about a location, a person, object, event, or an idea. Each of these categories, like a location, has a specific set of information that you need to present. Clearly, Tarana has practiced this, and this is why she's able to get that band 9. Let's take a look at part 3. In part 3, as with part 1, Tarana continues a conversation-style communication where the information is connected. When asked about popular restaurants, she answers fast food places with examples like KFC and McDonald's, but then she also reflects back to part 2, saying that fine dining restaurants like Under the Mango Tree are also popular. She uses a broad range of grammar accurately, not only present perfect and conditional, but even a direct quote. She says that in the hospitality industry, the saying that the customer is always right is very important. This is natural. It's not forced. Although Tarana at times hesitates and even slightly fumbles her words, these are not unnatural mistakes. She is original, she stays on topic, and gives enough content for the examiner to grade her a band 9. You too can do this with practice. Good luck the next time you sit your IELTS exam.
Will be your examiner for this part of the test. And I'm recording this for marking and clerical purposes. The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. This is candidate number 973516. We are currently conducting the exam in Odessa. The time right now is 14 o'clock. To start, may I see your identification, please? Can you just show me the page with your credentials?
Sure, here's my passport. I used it for registration last month.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
My full name is Alona Solovyova, but you can call me by my first name, Alona.
Okay, Alona. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Where do you live?
I live in Odessa. Odessa is a coastal city along the Black Sea, and I live in a studio apartment not far from the water.
What is your favorite sport?
My favorite sport is swimming. I usually swim when it's warm outside, and in colder months, I prefer to go to the local pool.
Let's talk about shoes. Do you prefer trendy or comfortable shoes? Why?
Well, I think that trendy and comfortable are not mutually exclusive things, and I think that comfortable shoes can also look good. You can walk the whole day looking good and having no discomfort.
Can you easily find your shoe size in stores?
I am lucky to have an average women's shoe size. My size is 6, and I don't have any difficulties to find a shoe size.
What kind of shoes do you usually wear and why?
I usually wear clogs and loafers, and this allows me to be elegant and comfortable at the same time. I wear these shoes from 5 to 6 times a week. And in colder months, I prefer to wear boots, and these boots will keep my feet warm and look good.
Do you spend a lot on shoes?
I have to admit that I do. I can spend an average of 1,000 hryvnias a month on shoes easily, but I just recently got a new pair of shoes that cost me around 3,500 hryvnias.
Have the kind of shoes you wear daily changed over the past 10 years?
I think so, yes. Since I have grown into adulthood over the past decade and I work now, my shoes became more expensive and they look nice. I used to wear sneakers more often when I was studying at the university.
If you could buy any pair of shoes in the world, what would they be?
Given a chance, I would love to get white kitten heel shoes. They are not only looking good, but also pretty unique. I would love to have a pair, but they can be really hard to come by.
In the introduction, the examiner asks Alona where they live. Alona answers this question with perfect grammar and vocabulary, saying that I live in a studio apartment. It is this type of subtle grammatical difference that leads to a band 8 instead of a band 9. Analyzing the part 1 questions further, when the examiner asks Alona, do you spend a lot on shoes? She very confidently fluently and with great natural pronunciation and intonation, states, I have to admit that I do. I can spend an average of 1,000 hryvnias a month easily. Notice this word at the end, easily, and how she intonates it, sounding just like a native speaker. This is what you have to achieve to get that perfect band 9 for pronunciation and fluency. That is the end of part 1. We will now continue with part 2. For this part, I will show you some questions. You will have 1 minute to read these questions, and you will have 1 to 2 minutes to speak. In the 1 minute preparation time, you can take notes if you wish. You have your pencil, and there's some note paper there in front of you. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Please do not touch the piece of paper. Talk about a person you had to be friendly with, but you didn't really like. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Alona, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
I clearly recall having to be friendly with my professor of science, Mr. Sidorov, even though I didn't really much like him. He was a stout man with a big belly and thick glasses, and I loathed him because I always felt he was unfair to students. He would give pop-up quizzes with the information we were not prepared for. Also, he was biased. He favored students who liked him, and I thought that it would be a good idea if I would pretend to be friendly with Mr. Sidorov. Especially during my final year, I had to have a big presentation on my final topic, and it would greatly impact my overall GPA. And overall grade point average should be 95%, but I thought it would be a good idea to be nice with Mr. Sidorov so that he would put a good grade on this final exam. Even though I didn't really much like Mr. Sidorov, I would often compliment him for his smarts and good ideas. And in the end of the year, I gave a 20-minute presentation about environmental impact of the greenhouse effect it causes. And fortunately, my attitude and my presentation were well received, and I got an overall score of 90%. I was really happy with that. On a hindsight, although I didn't express my true feelings to Mr. Sidorov, I think I did a right decision for my future. In the end of the day, my post-secondary studies are way more important than relations or expressing my true feelings to professor who I may never see again in my life.
Your time is up there, Alona. I'm going to stop you. Please put the note paper to the side, turn it over along with the pencil, and now we will continue with part 3. When Alona starts her cue card response, she very clearly and fluently explains that she loathed her professor because he would favor other students and give pop-up quizzes that they were not prepared for. It's this kind of unique and natural diction that attains the Band 9 result. 3. For this part, I will ask you a question related to your response and some questions connected to this topic. If you met Mr. Sidorov today, would you still be friendly with him?
Oh yes, absolutely. I don't see any reason that I should be rude to him. In the end of the day, he passed a lot of knowledge to me, and I'm really grateful for that.
Let's talk about being friendly. Do you think it is necessary to be friendly?
I think so, yes. Humans are social creatures, and to be friendly is one of the very crucial life skills nowadays. And people are stronger when they work together. That's why being friendly is a really helpful thing, just like me with Mr. Sidorov.
What are some ways that people express friendly behavior?
There are several ways you can express the friendly feelings towards others. Some of these ways are being polite, smiling, asking questions, giving gifts. And being friendly also means you are interested in person, not only saying hi and being nice to a person.
Is there a difference between being friendly and polite behavior?
I think so. There is a clear distinction between courteous and friendly demeanor. Being polite simply means saying hi, thank you, and greeting people. And being friendly is a little bit more than that. You have to show that you are interested in person and pay attention and spend time with a person, even if you don't really have much time.
How important is it to be friendly in your work or school?
I think it is important to be polite at work, but not necessarily friendly. I mean, I do have friends that I hang out with at my work, but I wouldn't go out of my way to make friends if I'm not interested.
Some people pretend to be friendly when in fact they are not. Why do people do this?
Just like me with Professor Sidorov, I had to be friendly because I wanted to put myself in a more favorable position. And I noticed that people are usually friendly with authorities and when they want to avoid some sort of trouble. I'm surprised at the level of friendliness people express when they talk to a policeman or their boss. They seem to want to get away with the trouble.
Is it a good idea to ask a person directly what you want?
I think nowadays it is a valuable thing to get to the point because everyone is rushed, and to speak about myself, I will appreciate if people get to the point directly and don't beat around the bush.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark available online in 2 days, and you will have the mark for this section with the other sections in the mail with your certificate in about 10 days. Goodbye.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
For a Band 9, the answers must be well developed with good detail throughout the entire interview, without over-speaking or going off topic. In part 3, when the examiner asks Alona, why do some people pretend to be friendly with others when they're actually not? She does a great job of connecting her idea and giving lots of detail. She expresses that just like with Mr. Sidorov, people often pretend to be friendly with others because they have invested interests. And then she explains that people do this when they want to get out of trouble, like with the police. With lots of practice and feedback, you too can get these great results. Good luck the next time you sit your IELTS exam. I want to give you the ultimate help for a perfect Band 9 score on your next IELTS exam. Your examiner for this part of the test, and I will give you instructions for each of the parts. I'm recording this for marking purposes. This is candidate number 98513. And we are conducting the exam in Bihar, in Patna. The time right now is 14 o'clock. Before we continue, may I see your identification?
Yes, of course. Here's my passport that I used a few weeks ago to register for this test. Please take a look.
What is your full name?
My first name is Amba and my last name is Devi. So please just call me Amba.
Okay, Amba. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Where do you live?
I live in Patna, the capital of the state of Bihar, in a 3-bedroom apartment with my family.
Do you have any hobbies?
Yes, I do have a couple of different hobbies. I really like to cook and I like to sew. Last week I made a nice dress for my best friend.
Let's talk about numbers. Do you have a favorite number?
Yes, I do. The number I favor most is number 9 because it has brought me luck over the years. In fact, on the 9th of the last month, I got a good news that I got a scholarship.
What are some important numbers for you to remember?
There are some crucial numbers that we have to remember, like our home address and our phone number, as well as our social security number. I use these quite often in society. Like a few weeks ago, I had to use this to register for this test.
How do numbers affect our lives?
I suppose that numbers have lots of impact on people's everyday activities. We use the numbers to quantify the world around us, like measuring time, also for communication, like telling person our age.
If you could choose 2 lucky numbers, what would they be?
Well, I think the number 9 would be the one, and another would be 18. I'm not sure why, but I always like these numbers.
Have you ever forgotten an important number?
Yes, I have. I'm embarrassed to say, but one time I actually forgot my phone number because I hadn't used it for so long, so I had to look it up on my phone.
That's the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, I'm going to show you a card with some questions on it. Here's some note paper, and you will have 1 minute to look at the questions, think about your answers, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Of course, you can take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. Talk about an event that you could organize to help people. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Before continuing on with part 2, here's a little bit of added help to help you improve your speaking score for your next IELTS exam. Again, we have partnered with Cambly, a world-class app that lets you connect with a native English-speaking tutor anywhere, anytime. In fact, Cambly is the only app in India that allows you to practice your speaking with native English speakers from the UK, US, Canada, and Australia. Check out this sample interview between me and another Cambly tutor.
Hi, my name's Wen, and welcome to the IELTS speaking exam. I'll ask you a few questions. So tell me, what do you like to do in your spare time?
In my free time, I enjoy reading books to expand my mind.
Cambly now offers a specific IELTS program where you can practice for the speaking interview specifically. You can now use this discount code also in the video description. Just simply click the link to get a 25% discount off 3-month plans. This code is only valid for students in India. Also, you can choose 1 or 6-month plans or simply pay as you go. Choose the plan that fits your budget the best. Download the Cambly app today and begin improving your English with a native English-speaking tutor. Now let's continue and check out the rest of these amazing responses by Umva for part 2 and part 3. Your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Okay. After some consideration, I think the event I most likely organize to help the needy is a soup kitchen. By this, I mean a large banquet with lots of healthy and nutritious food for the people who are hungry and starving. As I had mentioned in the first part of this interview that I really like to cook, so I think this would be a great way to share my passion with other people while giving them much needed sustenance. I would make some delicious kadhi bari with litti with my special naan bread. I would love to host this event at a large community hall, like the one that's a few kilometers away from my home, as it can sit a couple of 100 people. I think the best time to organize this event would be in summer, when there is often less food from drought and even more people are in a difficult situation. I would not only invite hungry and impoverished citizens in my neighborhood, but I would also invite some volunteers to help me with the event. Also, I need some chefs and also some people to help me serve the food and clean up after. Also, I need some local journalists and some local authorities in the hopes of inspiring some more similar events in the near future, and maybe getting some ongoing funding as well. I think this event would be helpful in many ways beyond feeding only hungry and impoverished children and adults. This could be helpful in creating a sense of community spirit and really bringing people together.
That is the end of part 2, so I will stop you there. Can you please pass back the questions, or actually just turn it over and put it to the side? Yep, and same with your notes. Just turn them over and put it to the side with your pen. And now we will continue with part 3. For this part, I will ask you a question related to your part 2 response and some questions on this topic. How much funding would you need for this event to be a success?
Maybe if I would estimate, I think I need at least 70 to 80,000 rupees in total.
Let's talk about helping in the community. What are ways that people can help their communities be a better place?
There are so many different ways which people can adapt to assist their communities, like I just mentioned, like a soup kitchen. Also, they can organize some cleanup events like picking up garbage on the streets. Also, volunteering at a local hospital. I used to volunteer at a local hospital a few hours to help elderly with the mealtime, and it was very rewarding.
Some individuals feel that people are less involved with their communities than 20 years ago. Do you agree with this?
I don't think that I agree with this statement, but I think this may be the case recently due to social distancing. But I think in Bihar, the people are as selfless as before and dedicate considerable time to their local neighborhoods.
How can governments motivate citizens to be more helpful in their communities?
Authorities can run various campaigns like ads on social media and on TV to encourage people to contribute more. Also, they can provide incentives like scholarships or grants to the students who contribute the most to help their communities thrive.
Let's talk about charities. Many people give lots of money to charities. Is this always good?
Although it is good to donate money for a good cause, like helping environment and animals, but I don't think it is always good to spend lots of money to charities all the time. But I think it is more important to be personally involved and volunteer. And this is often much more effective that funds are not spent on administration and advertising.
What are some different kinds of charities and how do they help society?
That's a big question because there are so many different charities in the world today. There are so many charities that help sick children, animals, and the environment, like UNICEF, World Wildlife Fund, and Red Cross. These help society to improve the quality of their life, and they provide help and jobs to many individuals nowadays.
Will there be new kinds of charities in the future that did not exist today?
That's a tough prediction, but if I have to, I would answer yes. As we know, future always brings some sort of novelty, and I don't think that charities would be any different. Maybe in the far future, I think there would be some charities that will help save the planet, moons, and stars. And I do think that it requires quite an imagination.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will have your mark online in a couple of days, and you will see your mark with your official certificate in the mail. Have a nice day, Amba.
Thank you. You too as well.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Amma gives the best answers for a Band 9 because she meets the expert level of English on all 4 criteria of the speaking interview: fluency and coherence, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy, and pronunciation. According to the IELTS, a Band 9 fluency and coherence is when A, a candidate speaks fluently without pausing or only pausing slightly to think about information for the content and not for vocabulary and grammar. Amba does a fantastic job of this. She speaks continuously with good pacing and speed, nice intonation, and she takes pauses just a couple of times to think about what she's going to say. Like in part 2, where she pauses to look at her notes to remind herself of her ideas. That's absolutely okay, and that's a good idea. Also, she speaks with appropriate cohesive features. This means that she connects her ideas. She uses the English language naturally with correlations, saying therefore, as a result, if, when. She uses correlative conjunctions like not only but also, both and, whether or, neither nor. Her ideas are connected strongly and create a holistic picture or concept in the mind of the listener. Also, her answers are appropriate and fully developed. That's because she often gives an answer, explanation, and an example to the questions being asked. This creates clear understanding and good visual imagery in the mind of the examiner. Amba does a fantastic job giving these best answers. Let's talk a bit more about lexical resource. According to IELTS, Band 9 lexical resource is when a candidate can use a broad range of vocabulary with precision regardless of the topic, being able to choose the exact correct word to express an idea clearly for that topic. Amba does an incredible job giving great answers. Notice all of the vocabulary that she uses in part 2 when talking about the charitable event. She's able to dynamically and accurately express herself. As well, for IELTS Band 9, you need to produce idiomatic language that is natural, that you would hear a native English speaker use naturally in content. This means that you can't force idioms into a situation. I often hear students using idioms like, I was over the moon, or to hit two birds with one stone, but it doesn't really make sense in the context. It feels forced. In order to use idioms naturally, you have to learn lots of them and only use them when they are appropriate. Amba does just that. Now, idiomatic language doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use these very complicated idioms like don't throw bricks when you live in a glass house. They can be simple. They can be phrasal verbs like I came across my friend at the shopping mall. Came across is a phrasal verb that means to encounter, to meet someone by accident. So when you're thinking natural idiomatic language, don't think about complex metaphorical idioms. Just keep it simple and you can get a Band 9. Amba does an incredible job to express herself clearly and use idiomatic language. Again, according to the publicly available speaking interview marking criteria, grammatical range and accuracy at the Band 9 level means that the candidate can use a full range of grammar appropriately and naturally. This means using present perfect, conditionals, past perfect, passive voice, active voice, and the like. One quick tip here is listen to the question. If the question is being asked in present perfect, then definitely use present perfect in your answer. If the question is a conditional, then use the conditional when responding. In part 1, Amba does just that. Again, this shows that she is an expert communicator in the English language. The fourth criteria is pronunciation. Now, don't overthink this. You do not have to sound exactly like a native speaker. There are a lot of different styles of pronunciation and dialects of English. There's British English, American English, Australian English, Canadian English, Irish English, Scottish English. There are many, and they all sound different. For Band 9 pronunciation, what's important is that your pronunciation is consistent and there is subtlety to your pronunciation. This means that what you are saying can be understood effortlessly by the examiner. What I mean here is that when you're using your words, the examiner doesn't have to kind of squint and go, what was that? What did this person? Oh yeah, okay, that's what they're saying. No, the examiner should just go, yeah, I got that. Okay, that's clear. Yeah. And for me, in this interview, Amma's pronunciation was just that. It was 100% clear. I did not have to strain or really try to figure out what she was trying to say. Her words were subtle and accurate and clearly pronounced. So practice these 4 features individually: grammar, pronunciation, lexical resource, fluency, and then put them together for that high band score. Amma can do it, so can you. For lots more help with this, make sure to subscribe to our channel. We've got a lot of speaking videos, and copy the speakers, practice with them, and you'll do great on your next IELTS exam. To get many more video lessons like this one, including strategies and tips for those high Band 9 scores on this part of the test, and I'm recording this for marking purposes. This is candidate number 8791. 4826 and examiner number 7295. We are conducting this exam in Chennai. The time right now is 11:30. May I see your identification?
Yes, here it is. Please take a look at it.
And what is your full name?
My whole name is Tanvi Nadar, as it is in my passport. Please just call me by my first name, Tanvi.
Okay, Tanvi. You can put your passport down.
Okay.
The speaking section has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each part. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Where do you live?
I live in Tamil Nadu, the most southeastern state of India, in its capital, Chennai, in a 2-bedroom flat with my parents.
What do you do to relax?
There are several activities I like to do to unwind, including swimming, running, or watching a film. I have really been into nature documentaries these days.
Let's talk about traveling. How often do you go on a trip?
I think domestically, around India, I go traveling at least 2 to 3 times a year. And my parents and I usually take a trip abroad once a year. Last year, we visited Bangladesh.
When was the last time you went on a trip?
Just the last month, I went on a 5-day holiday to the neighboring state of Kerala, where I visited some friends and we really had a good time hanging out and going to the beach.
What was your favorite holiday?
That's tough to say because I have had few amazing trips during the last years wherein my family and I took a trip to Australia. It was a 2-week vacation wherein I got to see amazing animals like kangaroos and koala bears. So I think that one ranks at the top of my list for now.
How has traveling changed during the last 10 years?
There have been drastic changes to travel and tourism over the couple of decades, mostly because of the recent pandemic. Many countries had to close their borders, so travel has become much more restricted and difficult. Some hotels have great deals right now and they are trying to get more customers.
If you could go on a trip anywhere in the world, where would you go?
I have thought a fair bit about this recently for the reasons I mentioned earlier that I haven't traveled much. So if I could go anywhere, I would love to travel the east coast of the US, all the way from New York down to Miami. I have seen a lot of these cities in the movies, so it would just be amazing to check them out in real life.
That is the end of part 1. We will now continue with part 2. So why does Tanvi get a perfect band 9 for her speaking part 1? Is her speech flawless? Does it sound like a native speaker? No, not exactly. But she is an expert user of the English language. She answers all of the questions in part 1 accurately, with original content and detail, using grammar and vocabulary dynamically. When she is asked about what she likes to do in her free time, she gives several answers. She says swimming, running, and watching movies. Then she uses advanced vocabulary. I have been into nature documentaries. This is present perfect. And it's good detail. Again, a little later, when asked with the present perfect, has traveling changed in recent years? Tanvi uses the present perfect twice in her response. She states that it has changed drastically and that it has become much more restricted. This clearly indicates to the examiner that Tanvi is comfortable using advanced grammar forms accurately. In the next question, when the examiner asks, if you could go on a trip anywhere in the world, where would you go? Tanvi uses the conditional. She explains that if she had the chance to go on the trip anywhere in the world, she would travel the east coast of the United States. And then she connects this with previous content, mentioning that she would really like to go because she hasn't had the opportunity recently due to lockdowns. It's this type of connection among answers that makes the conversation sound more natural and that band 9 level. Now, let's continue with part 2. For this part, I will show you some questions. You will have 1 minute to read the questions, think about your answers, and then you will have 1 to 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. In the 1 minute preparation time, you can take notes. You have some note paper there, and you have your pencil. Do not touch the paper, please. Talk about a gift that you have given someone recently. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. One of the most important components of a band 9 score is fluent English. And that's why we have partnered with Cambly, a world-class app that lets you practice with native English-speaking tutors from the US, Canada, the UK, and Australia. In fact, it's the only app in India that gives you this opportunity. To help you even more, Cambly has given us this code for a 22% discount for candidates in India. Simply click the link in the video description. I have tried Cambly and found it to be very practical for quickly improving English, whether it's for a job interview, studying abroad, a visa application, or your next IELTS exam. It's sure to help you reach your goals. Simply download the Cambly app and begin practicing one-on-one with a native English-speaking tutor. Now, let's continue with part 2. Your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
I surprised my mom on her most recent birthday with a pretty silver Bengal bracelet. I had been planning to get her a nice gift as this was her 50th birthday and I wanted her to feel very special. So I saved up a bit of money from work and did quite a bit of searching both online and in a local store for just the right bracelet. I know that my mom had been window shopping for this kind of an accessory for a while. After some searching, I just found the right silver Bengal at a local jeweler's called Twilight. This is a fine jewelry weighing 50 grams with a two-tone polish, a wave pattern, and two elephant heads interlocking each other. The elephant symbolizes the removal of obstacles to bring good fortune, and I definitely want my mom to have a comfortable life full of good luck. I got the jewelry and I asked the jeweler to put the silver bracelet in a nice box, and I gift wrapped it in a pretty pink paper with a red bow. I included a birthday card as well, letting her know how grateful I am to be her daughter. I gave this to her last October at her birthday party wherein my family hosted at our home. I gave it to her and she wears it every day, and this makes me feel so happy. I gave this to her from my heart and I do not expect a gift in return. However, knowing my mom, I'm pretty sure she will get me a nice gift for my birthday as well.
Your time is up. I will stop you there. Can you please turn over the note paper and put it to the side? Thank you. And again, in part 2, Tanvi checks off every criteria for that perfect Band 9 score. She gives a detailed and structured response to all of the questions on the cue card. She knows that when talking about an object, it's important to discuss where that object came from, what that object looks like, the use of the object, and its value for the person. In this case, the silver bangle bracelet. She gives the details of the store's name, where she got it from, Twilight. She clearly describes what it looks like with the interlocking elephant heads. She even explains the symbolism of the elephant heads and her mother's feelings for receiving this bracelet for her birthday. It's this kind of detailed, original structure that you need to fluently express in part 2 to get those high band scores, even a perfect 9. We will now continue with part 3. For this part, I will ask you some questions connected to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about giving presents. Do you think parents give too many gifts nowadays?
I think that many parents do buy too many gifts for their children. I mean, kids get showered with so many toys these days that they don't even play with many of them, or they play with them maybe once or twice before they end up at the bottom of a box.
Why might this be negative?
This can be negative because kids can develop a lack of appreciation towards their belongings, and they will consume and destroy more. That would damage nature. Not to mention, it's expensive.
Is gift giving important for the economy of a country?
I think that buying gifts stimulates the financial flow in a country. I mean, billions of dollars are spent each year on gifts. Maybe it can be celebrations or various occasions or Valentine's Day, to name a few.
How does giving gifts affect the environment?
Nature unfortunately suffers from much of this gift-giving culture, not only because of overconsumption but also because of the packaging used for gifts and the wrapping papers.
Why is it sometimes difficult to buy a gift for someone?
Some people are hard to figure out. I mean, it's tricky, especially when people have so many belongings. One of my cousins is really wealthy and he has about everything that a person can imagine, and it's really difficult to find him a nice gift.
What are good ways to overcome such challenges?
I think getting to know the person better and also figuring out what the person might be into would be a good start.
What are some practical gifts to buy for others?
Giving some instruments or tools is usually quite practical. I mean, the last time on my mom's birthday, I got her a soda maker, which was quite useful for making refreshing beverages for the family.
When is it a good idea to buy a person a practical gift?
If a person is short on cash or is missing out on some essential items, then that is a good idea to give them a practical gift. Buying some clothing for a person in need is a good example of this.
How have the practices of gift giving changed compared to a generation prior?
Let me think. Giving gift cards or cash has become much more popular. But in the past, people had much more time and they used to go out and make gifts, or else they had much more time to look around for giving much more meaningful gifts to people.
Is this good or bad?
I'm not sure. I think it would be nice if people had much more time buying a meaningful gift, but I wouldn't say that gift cards or cash would be bad by any means.
Which kinds of presents have become popular over the last decade that wasn't such a fad in the past?
I think electronic gift cards like Amazon, Google, and Apple are trendy these days, and digital devices like smartphones and smartwatches are way more popular now than in the past because they weren't available a couple of decades ago.
Why is this?
Well, because people have switched to online shopping and it's much more convenient.
That is the end of part 3 that concludes the speaking section of the IELTS exam. You will have your mark available online in about 2 days, and you will have your certificate in the mail in 10 days. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. Thank you.
Part 3 is where the examiner really decides whether or not the candidate is Band 8 or Band 9. He's really looking for those detailed, specific, accurate answers using a broad range of vocabulary. Tanvi does this by paraphrasing the questions. When the examiner asks if gift giving is important for a country's economy, she responds by saying that gift giving stimulates the financial flow within a country. It's this kind of advanced paraphrasing that gives added clarity, brings up that lexical resource mark, and earns that Band 9 score. You will notice that Tanvi uses original examples throughout the interview taken from her own experiences. When asked in part 3 what kinds of gifts have become popular these days, she explains that gift cards for Amazon and Google have become popular, as these did not exist in the past, and nowadays people are really into technology. It's this kind of original language with good examples to support your explanations that will earn you Band 9 results. You can do it, just keep up the practice and keep your eyes on the prize. Good luck the next time you sit.
Okay, we take a start with IELTS speaking part 1. In part 1, your answers should be short, and I use the word crispy answers. What's a crispy answer? Crispy answer is very interesting answer, that you enjoy that answer or you feel. It doesn't mean you have to entertain the examiner. Crispy answer does not mean funny answer. Crispy answer means in 3-4 sentences, you give a very good answer. For instance, they ask you a question, what's your favorite language? I like French language very much because the way this language is spoken, it really soothes my ears. Therefore, I have decided to learn this language in the future. Did I use any difficult word of English? No. But see my excitement and all that. So that's what you guys have to use when you answer the question. So this is what you call a crispy answer, right? Why do you want to go to Canada? I want to go to Canada for a variety of reasons. First of all, I really like Canadian education system, and I strongly believe if I go to Canada, I can have a bright future. For all these reasons, I really want to move to Canada. Instead of go, move to Canada. By the way, I got 8 band in speaking 10 years ago, not now. 10 years ago, I got 8 band in speaking. With this speak simple English, right? So if I can do it, you can even do it better than me. Okay? Yes. So let's take a start. Your topic is about home or accommodation, right? Whatever the question is, keep in mind I have to answer. TO2, not TWO2. I have to answer. Whether the answer is there, they ask you question, tell me about your pet. You don't have a pet, for example, but still you're going to pretend a pet and all that. We call it pretending. So you will pretend that, okay, I have this thing and all that. So, do you live in a house or a flat?
I live in a house.
Yeah. Listen. Do you live in a house or flat? I live in a house which is a very beautiful 3-bedroom house. I live there with my family and we have a beautiful lawn with our house as well. Come on. Yeah. When I speak, I don't think, I tell you. Don't just think I'm a teacher, that's why I'm IELTS trainer, that's why. No, anybody can do it. Right? I don't want you to have this feeling that, okay sir, you are teacher. I am one of you. Nalaik 3 student apne school ka. Okay, so you just need to see every question must be answered. And it should be answered properly with proper detail, 3 to 4 sentences. Someone is already sitting there. Yasin, you can arrange the seat. So let's go on. Do you live in a house or a flat?
I live in a house. My house consists of 4 bedrooms. My house is in a beautiful village.
Okay, that's better. What is your favorite room in your house?
My room is my favorite room.
Okay. You just need to answer confidently.
I decorated my room as I want. There are many good things in my room.
Okay, now see that what you are doing, you are using very simple words and you said room, second time, third time, fourth time. For example, the question is, what's your favorite room in your home? My favorite room is obviously, these type of words really cast good spell on examiners and then they give you good band score. So my favorite room in my house is obviously my own bedroom. I like it very much for various reasons. First of all, it is very comfortable. Secondly, I have adjusted all the things in my room according to my taste. Therefore, my most favorite room is my own bedroom. Conclusion. At the end, in one sentence, you can conclude your answer. Is that clear to everyone? Even if you fail to listen to their answers, I'm speaking loud enough so that you could understand everything. Let's go on. Who do you live with?
I live with my family. My family consists of my mom and my 2 brothers. Yes.
This is again a short answer. You need to add at least. Just keep in mind, like step 1, answer the question directly. Step 2, elaborate your answer in a couple of sentences, and step 3, conclude your answer. Now listen, who do you live with? I live with my family. We are 5 family members, and obviously my grandparents, sometimes they come to our house, otherwise they live with my uncle. ठीक है, मेरे grandparents जो हैं वो अल्लाह ताला के पास हैं. But still I answered the question. तो थोड़ा सा ये आप लोगों ने, you got to practice on your own. ये book में आप लोगों के साथ share कर दूंगा. हर question को पढ़ें, पढ़ने के बाद ऊपर देखें इसका मैंने आंसर कैसे करना है. Just imagine that you are preparing for a good interview and there you can say anything. You don't have to prove. Examiner आपके घर नहीं आएगा देखने के लिए कि 5 members हैं या 7 हैं. Okay, so you just need to go on and elaborate yourself. All right, one last question. Which room does your family spend most of the time in?
My family spend most of the time in drawing room.
Okay, and hello. Yeah, you can use it. हाथ में पकड़ लेना इसको. So, all right. Don't be confused. Mic दे दें. पहली छरा जो ना टेंशन है इनको लगाएं. Mic इनको लगाएं. ठीक हो गया. शुक्र है. Sometimes you say, मैं तो फंस गया. Relax. Now listen to him. Okay, how he answers. Okay, the most important or most common topic in IELTS is hometown. Right? So I'm going to ask you some questions related to hometown. It's a good idea if you hold this mic, put it here, they can understand what you speak. Right? Feeling confident?
Yes, sir.
Good. Tell me about your hometown.
Sir, my hometown in Chichavatni, sir. I live in Chichavatni.
Now see repetition. My hometown is Chichavatni. I live in Chichavatni. you need to go on with something else. For example, my hometown is Chichavatni, which is one of the beautiful cities of Punjab. Right? Now don't say beautiful to nahi hai. Yeah, you need to answer the way it should be. You need to answer like that, okay? And then what is it famous for? Agriculture to पूरे पंजाब में ही है. You can talk about agriculture and all that. मतलब बात समझ रहे हैं ना? मेरे ऊपर रहम खाएं थोड़ा सा. I just want to tell you that you need to give a 4-5 sentence good answer. That's it. All right, let's go on. So please tell me about your hometown. My hometown is Chichavatni, which is a
the beautiful
city
in Punjab.
Okay. It is famous for agriculture.
Yeah. They prepare the mostly cosmetics.
Okay.
Like that, golden pearl.
Okay. All right, that's good. Let's go on. Is it a big city or a small place?
It's a big city.
Okay. पूरा sentence बोलें. Sir, big city नहीं बोलना. Yeah. So, is it a big city or small city? I think it's a large city because, and then go on. ठीक है, हमेशा जब आप because कहेंगे ना, आपका दिमाग ideas generate करेगा. So,
sir, it is a big city because there are many government colleges, universities, hospitals.
Okay, how long have you been living there? Always remember, whenever they ask you a question with how long have you been, 90% wrong answers are given. For example, let's see, how long have you been working in a bank? Again, come again. I'm working in a bank. Okay, how long have you been studying? पूरा जुमला बनाए ना, बोले. I have been. Now notice that never answer with I am studying. I am working. How long have you been is present perfect continuous. So the answer should be given in present perfect continuous. How long have you been living in that city?
I have been living in city
for
studies.
No. कब से रह रहे हैं? You should say I've been living in that city since birth. 7 years से पहले कहीं और रहते थे? Okay, that's fine. So अब थोड़ा सा elaborate करें.
I live in 7 years.
I have been living in that city for 7 years. 7 years ago, my father migrated from a small village to this city, and ever since we've been living there happily. ठीक हो गया? थोड़ा सा कहानी बनानी है, आहिस्ते आहिस्ते बाहर जाना है. जाना है कि नहीं जाना? Yeah, exactly. All right, एक question और अभी. Okay. So let's go on. Do you like your hometown? सोचने की क्या जरूरत है यार, कोई रिश्ता थोड़ी करने लगे कहीं पे. Do you like your hometown? क्या आंसर होगा? Yes, why not? कुछ और तो नहीं ना बोलना, ठीक है? तो यहाँ से प्रेशर ज्यादा हो जाता है. नेक्स्ट वरना यही करते हैं, आपको वही बिठाए रखेंगे. हाँ. So do you like your hometown? अब like की जगह पे क्या लगाएंगे? I love my hometown. My hometown is my sweetheart. Something like that. So, do you like your hometown?
I love my hometown.
लग तो नहीं रहा, हाँ? ऐसे love करते हैं. Okay. ऐसे तो आप किसी को I love you बोलोगे कि चल झूठा. Something like that. Nobody will believe you. Okay. So, please, do you like your hometown?
I love my hometown because I am living in my hometown.
Good. And it's a beautiful city. आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सही हो जाएगी. जो मैं आपको प्रेशर दे रहा हूँ ना, इसमें आप अच्छा.
Examiner for this part of the test, and I'm recording this for marking purposes. May I see your identification?
Yes, please. This is the passport I use for registration.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
My first name is Medina, and my family name is Sayadova. Please call me Medina.
Okay, Medina. The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better, and some questions on a general topic. Do you work or study?
Currently, I'm working part-time as a customer service agent at the telecom company, and I'm studying full-time in the 4th year of chemistry program. I'm studying to be a chemist.
What is your favorite color?
I like the color green because it's vibrant and full of life. I like to have a lot of green around my house.
Let's talk about daily life. What do you usually do for fun?
There are a few activities I do for enjoyment. I like hanging out with friends and family. I like going to the movies or going for a swim. Just yesterday I swam for an hour or so and I had a really good time.
Where do you like to go for food?
Whenever it's possible to go out to eat, I like to go to a nearby restaurant called the Green Garden. They have different types of food and all of them are quite tasty. The food is always fresh and I really like the atmosphere with all the plants and greenery. As I said, I like the color green.
Who do you like spending time with?
I like spending time with my family and friends. I have few friends that I've grown up with and we are quite close. I spent at least a couple of hours with my good friend Leila. Just before coming to this exam, we had a really good chat on WhatsApp. She helped me to do some last-minute practice.
Have there been any big changes in your daily activities over the past year?
Yes, of course. There have been some major changes because of pandemic. I haven't been meeting up with my family and friends as often as before, and also I've been doing lots of my work and study from home. That aside, some of my routines stay the same, such as reading books or going for runs.
If you could add one more activity to each day, what would it be?
There are a few engagements I like to add to my day if I had a bit more time. One that is on top of the list is to do at least half an hour of deep meditation, either in the morning or evening. I think it will be really beneficial for my body and soul.
That is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, I will show you a card. Please don't touch the card. You have a pencil and some note paper beside you. You will have 1 minute to read the questions. Think about your answers. And then you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. Talk about an important trip that was delayed. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Medina, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
I was planning to start my master's studies in chemistry in Canberra, Australia, at the Australian National University this year, but I had to postpone this because of current pandemic. This is exceptionally important to me because the school is ranked top 100 in the world for its graduate chemistry program, and it has one of the great professors in the field. I've been preparing for this trip for a couple of years, going back to 2017. I've been studying lots and getting good grades in my bachelor's program so I can meet the qualification requirements at ANU. My dream is to study under one of the distinguished professors at ANU and later do research and development for pharmaceuticals at the university or a large corporation. I'd love to work on the medication to treat and cure cancer and some other life-threatening illnesses. However, the pandemic that broke out in 2019 put a halt on these plans as the national borders closed for tourists, and it has become really hard to take the necessary steps to get to Canberra. At the moment, the university is not accepting international students, although they are helping me through the application process online, so that when the studies come back to normal, I can begin my studies at ANU. This hasn't concluded yet. I'm still in the process of applications, such as doing this exam right now. Nevertheless, I'm really optimistic that this COVID situation will be resolved soon and I can start my studies at fall 2021.
Okay, I'll stop you there. Please turn over the note paper and put it to the side. Also put the pencil to the side. Thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. I will ask you a question in connection to your response to part 2 and some questions related to this topic. How have you been using your time which resulted from this delay?
I have been putting extra hours in study, like in my chemistry knowledge and English, In fact, I have been combining these two by reading the chemistry books in English. I think this will help to find my footing faster once I arrive in Canberra.
Let's talk about managing challenging situations. What is important to keep in mind when unexpected events affect planning?
When an unplanned event impacts the situation, it's important to remember to stay calm and focused. It's necessary to keep in mind that life goes on and there will be an outcome.
Can you elaborate on this a bit?
Yes, like say a person catches cold right before the important exam. They shouldn't panic, they should try to reschedule, and well, if they cannot, there will be more opportunities for learning in their future.
What are some common situations around the world that can suddenly influence people's planning?
As I have just mentioned, illness and an accident can have an abrupt interruption in plans, as well as financial or family troubles.
Which of these is the most difficult to deal with and why?
Well, I think death and illness are the most challenging dilemmas to deal with, such as car accident or losing a parent.
How has technology helped in managing the influence of unforeseeable effects on scheduling?
Well, technological developments have been quite useful in mitigating the damage caused by an unexpected event. Communication technologies such as mobile phones have been quite helpful in the way that they allow us to quickly connect and discuss the situation and ask for assistance.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, like say a person gets in a traffic accident on their way to work. They can call immediately the office and tell them that they cannot make it on time or at all. Also, they can reach out and call a tow truck and ambulance right away.
Let's talk about personal management skills. What life skills can help people stay in control of unplanned situations?
I have learned that stress management is absolutely necessary, as well as analytical skills. With the combination of these two attributes, people can stay calm and figure out the best solutions for the problem, such as throwing salt and flour to the oil fire in the kitchen instead of water.
Where can people learn these?
I think individuals can pick up these skills through example or experience. I have seen my mom and dad handle some surprise situations with a cool head, and it taught me to do the same.
Some people believe that keeping emotions under control is essential when dealing with new and challenging situations. Do you agree with this? Why or why not?
Yes, absolutely. My previous explanation was in direct relation to this. Emotional control is the definition of keeping a cool head. I think that staying confident instead of fear and panic is the right emotional response in a novel context, especially the ones that are dangerous or consequential.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark with the other sections in a few days' time, and you will get your certificate within a couple of weeks. Have a great rest of your day, and make sure to take your identification with you, Medina.
Thank you a lot.
Thank
Goodbye.
you. Bye-bye. So why does Medina get a band 9 for her performance on the speaking interview? Well, she fulfills all of the criteria of fluency and coherence, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy, and pronunciation. For fluency, she speaks without pausing to think about vocabulary or grammar to express herself. She is coherent. She answers all questions with a lot of detail and giving good explanations. Her lexical resource is broad. She's able to paraphrase elements of the questions in her answers. She's able to use expressions and idiomatic language naturally, and she's able to use a broad range of vocabulary. For grammatical range and accuracy, she is accurate most of the time, only making occasional mistakes that a native speaker could also make. She uses complex grammar, including present perfect, past perfect, continuous forms, passive forms, and conditionals.
Medina's pronunciation is clear and easily comprehensible. Although she does not sound like a native speaker of English, all of her words can be easily understood. So for these reasons, she gets the Band 9 score on her speaking interview. You can do the same, just make sure to practice daily, and you will improve. Use English as much as possible. Speak English to all of your friends, your family and relatives who also know the language. Don't be shy. Tell them that you have an upcoming IELTS exam and you really want the best score possible. Practice really does make perfect. Good luck on your next test. Beyond natural everyday use of English as much as possible, of course, you also have to do structured speaking practice with correction and feedback. A great way to do this is to record your IELTS practice speaking interviews. Then transcribe what you have said and identify mistakes using grammar check software. Of course, getting the help of professionals is also very useful. You can do this on our website by clicking the Speaking Interview Practice button in your My Student account. Once you have identified your mistakes, be sure to make corrections and then re-speak, re-record, and listen back. Always check to make sure that you are improving both your grammar, vocabulary, and the content of what you're saying. If you find that you have a missing example, make sure to add it the next time that you record. Keep doing this over and over, and I guarantee that your communication and your English skills will improve. Good luck. The next
will be your examiner for this part of the test. The speaking test consists of 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each part, and I will record this for marking purposes. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so for the first part, I will ask you a couple of questions just to get to know you a bit better, and also some questions on a general topic. Okay, so first of all, what is your full name?
My full name is Adrian Lee. Please just call me by my first name, Adrian.
Okay, Adrian. May I see your identification, please?
Yes, absolutely. Here you go. This is my passport. I used it for registration.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thanks.
What do you like doing in your free time?
Well, when I have some spare time on weekends, I like to hang out with my friends, do something active like sports. I played football with a couple of friends last week. And also I like to watch movies to relax and recharge my batteries.
Where do you go to relax?
In order to unwind, I usually take a stroll in the park near my home. There's a lot of green space there and some benches, so sometimes I sit down and just stare out into space and meditate for a few moments.
Let's talk about your home. Okay. Can you describe your flat or house?
Yes, I live in a 2-bedroom flat with my wife and daughter in the heart of Budapest, very close to the Danube River. It has, of course, a kitchen, a living room, a bathroom, and a balcony as well. It's bright and spacious.
What is your favorite room?
If I had to choose, I would say that the room I like most of all is my office, just because that's where I do my work and I like my job, so I would say that it's my office.
Where can you easily walk to from your home?
Well, since, as I just mentioned, my flat is in the center of Budapest, there are a lot of places conveniently available to me, just a short walk away. For instance, supermarket, also a big shopping mall with a movie theater, and even athletic centers are located just maybe a kilometer from my place.
Have you renovated any part of your home over the years?
Yes, I have. Just about 16 months ago, we renovated our kitchen and our living room. These two rooms used to be separated by a wall, which we removed. We wanted an open floor concept so that we could socialize a little bit more easily when one of us is in the kitchen and another person is in the living room.
Do you recycle your rubbish? Why or why not?
Definitely we recycle as much as possible. I make sure to separate my plastics, paper, metal, glass into different containers for the recycling truck to take away. It's very important to do this to preserve nature as much as possible, and I'd like to think that I do my part in that.
If you could renovate any part of your home in the future, what would it be?
That's an interesting question, and I have actually thought about it. My wife and I were discussing this just the other week, that come summertime we will likely renovate our balcony, add some more space out there, and also maybe some kind of a cover so that we can enjoy it year-round and have guests over for barbecues.
Okay, so that is the end of part 1. For part 2, I'm going to give you a card. Please don't turn it over just yet. There will be some questions on it, and you will have 1 minute to prepare your answers, and also you can take notes if you wish. So here's some paper and also pencil. After the 1 minute, you will have 2 minutes to talk about the topic. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Are you ready to start? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Before speaking part 2 and 3 of this interview, I want to tell you about a really special opportunity to get a high band 7 or more on your next speaking section of the IELTS with the help of Lingoda, a world-class online language school, where you can now learn English for 3 months intensively and get 100% cash back. That's right. Lingoda is hosting its next sprint event starting July 1st. But be aware, spaces are limited, so you have to register before June 15th. This means when you join the Super Sprint event, which is 1 hour a day for 30 days a month for 3 months, you can get 100% cash back for your fees and registration. Or you can choose the sprint event where you have to do 15 days a month, 1 hour each day for 3 months, and you get 50% cash back for your fees and registration. The registration fee is 49 euros, but we have this special link to get you a 10 euro discount. I have been learning with Lingoda Spanish, and so far I'm loving it. The classes are small with only maximum 4 other students, and I get a lot of attention from the teachers. I can learn anywhere and anytime, even during my lunch breaks, and this makes it really effective for me. I'm sure that it will for you as well. So far, more than 30,000 people have participated in past sprint events, and they are now living better and more successful lives because of it. It doesn't matter if you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced. There are lessons that are right for you. You can check out the testimonials of people who have successfully completed past sprint events by clicking that link in the video description. Now, let's get back to the lesson and watch parts 2 and 3 of this interview, followed by tips and strategies.
Your 1 minute preparation time starts now. Okay, so your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
The dessert that I love more than any other would have to be New York cheesecake. I think the first time that I had this dessert was in my childhood, probably around the age 7 or 8, when I can remember. New York cheesecake, it's usually a round, flat cake with graham cracker or cookie crumb base. The main layer is made of cream cheese, sugar, egg, and maybe some other ingredients. And then often on the top, people will put some fruits or some kind of chocolate or fruit syrup. I usually eat cheesecake either at home or at a restaurant. The reason being is that my wife knows how to make New York cheesecake. She knows it's my favorite, so she prepares it for special occasions such as my birthday. And any chance I have to eat cheesecake at a restaurant, I always go for it. I choose it instead of any other dessert on the menu. Last time, I believe I had it at a local pastry shop called Sweets, just down the road from my place. I especially like eating it in the evenings after my main meal. If I've had a steak, for example, then topping it off with a slice of cheesecake is just superb. I do believe that most people love eating cheesecake as well, not only because of its delicate sweet flavor, but it's also a light cake compared to some others like a chocolate cake. So it's a bit easier to digest. And I think that its sweet flavor and also slightly sour flavor gives it a uniqueness, which many people like. Whenever I meet with my friends or talk with others about cheesecake, then they always agree that they love it as well. So, and I like it more than other desserts for the same reasons.
Okay, so your 2 minutes are up. Please give me back the paper and also the questions. Thank you. And now we will move on to part 3. In this part, I will ask you some questions related to the topic of part 2. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's talk about sweets and cakes. In general, have people's consumption of sweets and cakes increased or decreased over the last few decades?
I definitely think that people these days are eating a lot more sugars and sweets than they were in past generations, simply because of the availability of sugar. I think there are more chocolates and candies available in stores than ever before. If I just think about my local grocery store, there are 2 aisles dedicated to just these types of food products. And also in the past, I believe people ate such types of foods maybe once a week. Nowadays, people are eating them even several times a day.
Can you elaborate a bit?
Yes. So if I think about my childhood years, my parents would restrict eating candies or cakes to once or twice a month. But these days, I find myself eating a chocolate bar at least 3 to 4 times a week.
Too many sweets can cause health issues for people. Do you agree with this statement? Why or why not?
Yes, I concur with this notion simply because the facts are proven. Medical reports are now well established that eating a lot of especially refined sugars leads to health problems such as type 2 diabetes as well as cardiovascular disease.
Certain types of sweets and cakes can be very expensive. What do you think contributes to the high price of some confectioneries?
That's a good question. The reason why some cakes and confectioneries can be in the high price ranges like $10, $20, or I've even heard of some cakes costing in the hundreds of dollars, is likely because the ingredients needed to make them are quite pricey, such as real vanilla extract. And also the amount of training that goes into and effort that goes into preparing these cakes is extensive. Some of these pastry chefs go to school for years and years to master their craft.
So is it worth the cost?
Yes, I believe that it is worth every penny when a person finds a good pastry shop, perhaps a French macaron shop, then tasting those sweets, their texture and their flavor, it's absolutely divine and can be worth what they're asking.
Okay, now let's talk about making food. How have food preparation practices improved over the decades?
There has been significant development, especially with the technology that's being used to prepare foods, such as kitchen appliances, blenders, mixers, and, for instance, ovens, which gives chefs a lot more control over timing and heat, thereby preparing meals more specifically to what they would like and probably producing better flavors as well.
Do you feel that any of these changes have been for the worse?
That's a good question. Give me a moment to think. Perhaps not with the tools, but rather the ingredients. There have been certain changes that are negative, especially the flavor of a lot of the base ingredients. I think in the past there were a lot more organic foods available to cooks and chefs, such as meats from farms and real fruits and vegetables that weren't genetically modified. I believe these days that's making it a little bit more difficult for chefs to produce the same flavors as before.
Some people say that the tradition of quality home-cooked meals is slowly disappearing. Why is this?
Well, certainly the pace of life has really increased in a lot of the world. What I mean by that is people are very busy these days, so they just don't have as much time to cook at home. Also, I think a lot of the art of cooking hasn't been passed down from generation to generation over the last 30, 40 years the same way as it had been in the past. Furthermore, it's probably more expensive to cook at home now just because good ingredients cost more than they used to.
What can be done to encourage people to bake or cook more?
Well, I guess people could be educated about the benefits of cooking at home, such as gaining more respect for food when we're interacting with it more intimately in our kitchens, as well as spending more time with our families in the process of cooking and eating as well. So I think that governments and schools can really focus on letting people know that cooking at home does lead to a happier and healthier life.
How would it impact society if people cooked more at home?
Well, as I just mentioned, ultimately, I believe that people would be in better health because they would pay more attention to what they're eating as opposed to just picking menu items in a restaurant. In the short term, it might negatively impact the hospitality industry as people would be spending less money in restaurants.
Okay, that concludes the speaking part of your exam. Your marks will be available within 2 weeks along with the other sections of the test. Have a great rest of your day and please make sure to take your passport.
Thank you. Have a great day too.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. So here I earn a band 9 because I answer, explain, and give examples for all of the questions. I include quantitative language, meaning numbers, like what kind of venues I can walk to within 1 kilometer from my home. Also, you will notice that I use a lot of complex grammar, using present perfect, past perfect, continuous, simple forms, adjective clauses, and more. Now, one interesting strategy that I adapt in this interview is beginning my answers slowly and methodically, visualizing the situation for the question, and while doing so, developing my detailed explanation whereby I pick up my pace for further fluency once I have the clear ideas in my mind. So just like I did, this is an effective and powerful strategy for good communication and high IELTS band scores. Start your answers slowly. Think about the question deeply. Once you have your clear ideas, then pick up the pace and more fluently explain and give examples to what you're saying. Make sure to practice this tip at home before you sit your next test. Adrian, I will be your examiner for this part of the test. The test has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each, and I'm recording this for clerical purposes. This is candidate number 97123851. This is examiner number 97358. We are currently conducting the exam in Moscow. The time is 13 o'clock, and now we shall begin. May I see your identification?
Yes, just a moment. Okay, here it is. Please take a look at my credentials.
And what is your full name?
My whole name is Milana Zakharova. Please just call me by my first name, Milana.
Okay, Milana. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Do you work or study?
I'm currently both working and learning. I have been employed as a personal trainer and I'm completing my master's studies in journalism. I have been at both of these for the past 2 years.
What will you do after this exam?
Once I finish my test today, I will go home and take a rest as I have a tons of work and study ahead of me this week. I have some new clients and more exams, so I have to stay on top of it.
Let's talk about books. How often do you read a book?
I'm constantly burning in literature. I would say I average 2 or 3 hours of reading books each day, not only for studies, but also for entertainment. I love romance and mystery books. Right now I'm reading Master and Margarita.
When is the last time that you read a book?
Just this morning, I was doing a bit light reading in English, a book called The Inferno by Dan Brown. It was good to get my brain going in English and get me prepped for this test.
What is your favorite book and why?
This is a tough one. But if I must choose, I would say that my all-time favorite is The Alchemist, written by Paulo Coelho, which is an amazing adventure novel that tells the story about young shepherd's journey to discover treasures in pyramids. It is very well written and quite inspiring.
Where is a good place to buy books and why?
I think online is the best place to purchase a book, just because it's cheaper and more convenient. I usually read electronic versions of books, so I can get them right away. In fact, I purchased a Master Margarita this way from Amazon.
Has the way you read books changed in the last 10 years?
Yes, it has. I used to read paper books like a decade ago, but now, as I said, I read e-books mostly. I haven't actually read the hard copy books like 5 years.
If you could write a book, what would it be about?
Given a chance, it would be mystery romance novel, as they are my favorite genres. I perhaps write a book about the woman who searching for love of her life, who has gone missing in some expedition. As you can tell, I have given it a bit of thought.
That is the end of part 1. We will now continue with part 2. For part 2, I will show you some questions on this piece of paper. Please do not touch the paper. You will have 1 minute to read the questions. Think about your answers. In that 1 minute, you can take notes if you wish. You have note paper there and you have your pen. And then you will have 1 to 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Talk about a time you surprised another person. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Before part 2 and 3 of the speaking interview and the lesson portion that follows, here's a wonderful opportunity for you to quickly improve your English and your IELTS band score. Get over 60 speaking interview examples in our premium IELTS package with a 20% discount when you use the code BEAUTY9. Also in the video description with this link. Now, let's continue with the interview. Milana, your 1-minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
I really surprised my best friend Anna last year with a blind date. Anna is a really kind person with long dark hair, blue eyes, and charming smile. She and I have been friends since childhood, even since meeting in elementary school. We have experienced much together growing up, and she's like a sister to me. Anna always has very caring and empathetic with me. Anytime when I feel down, she always finds a way to cheer me up. So I decided to do something exciting for her because she has been feeling a little bit lonely and down after having broken up with her boyfriend a couple of months back. I asked her to come over for some food and just to hang out, but this time I have set up a couple of dates for us. Two really nice guys, one of whom I have known for a while from university, and one of his friends. Of course, Anna had no idea what was waiting for her, and I told guys to come in a bit later. I let them know that Anna had no idea. So she came over and we had some small talk, and then suddenly there was a knock at the door. I let in our dates, and at first Anna was totally shocked and didn't know what to say. As the evening progressed, she really loosened up and started having a really good time. It was nice to see how her and her date had a really good chemistry. So we went out for some drinks and we played darts and had a really good time. I think it went off well because they're still together today, and who knows, maybe one day they may get even more serious.
I will stop you there. Your time is up. Please put the note paper and your pencil to the side. Turn it over. I'm going to take away the questions. And now we will continue with part 3. For this part, I will ask you a question related to your response and then some questions connected to this topic. If you could go back in time, would you do anything differently?
No, I don't think so. Because night is really turned out great and all 4 of us had a really good time. So I wouldn't change a thing.
Let's talk about surprises. Why do people get surprised?
I think people usually get surprised when an unexpected event happens to them because they do not know the best course of action in an immediate moment, or there is some unexpected result, like getting big bonus paycheck.
Is it always good to surprise people?
No, certainly not. I think there's a lot of situations when people get surprised and it is very negative for the psyche. Like when people want to surprise a baby thinking that it will be funny, but the infant just ends up scared and screaming.
What are some common situations in life where people plan to surprise others?
Most frequently, people plan to surprise others for special events like birthdays or anniversaries. One classic scenario is when men propose and ask his partner for marriage. I think blind date surprise that I had in the store for my friend is a little bit less common.
What are some situations where people get surprised and it's not planned?
Oh, there are numerous cases when people are taken aback and it's unexpected, like both positively and negatively. Like finding out that woman is pregnant, or on the opposite side, some car accident or illness.
Have people's attitude toward being surprised changed over the past few decades?
Oh, it's tricky to say, but I would argue that it has become different for the past 10-20 years just because of amount of surprising information that reaching people through the media. The news these days is full of surprises, like changing pandemics, or even social media is full of surprising and fun videos. So I think it has become harder to truly surprise the people.
Has this been a good or a bad change?
I'm not sure. On the one hand, it has made people more resilient to negative surprises. And on another hand, it has also made people numb to having a good laugh.
Are there any cultural differences for people to be surprised by certain situations, or is it the same everywhere?
There is absolutely variations among cultures in the way people get surprised, because being shocked and unprepared is strongly bound to experience. It is the reason that jokes don't tend to translate well between languages. A joke can be funny or surprising in one language and culture, but even offensive or disappointing in another. It is the reason I never translate jokes from Russian to English.
Do people get surprised differently at different ages?
Yeah, for sure. Same like with cultural context, being surprised by age is also bound to experience. Generally speaking, it is much easier to surprise young adults as they have less experience in life and it's easier to find shocking novelty. A clear example is playing peekaboo with a baby. An adult would just think that the person lost their mind. However, setting up a blind date, as I discovered, can be just the right surprise for the young adult.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark in 2 days online, and you will have the speaking section marked with the other sections on your certificate in the mail in about 10 days. Goodbye.
Bye.
So why does Milana earn this beautiful Band 8 score for her performance, proving that she's a very good user of the English language? According to the official IELTS marking criteria, her fluency would be considered a Band 9. However, her coherence is closer to a Band 8. Her lexical resource, meaning vocabulary, is a clear Band 9. Her grammatical range and accuracy is a Band 8, and her pronunciation is a Band 8 also. These marks are not completely independent. Let me explain this to you further. Although Milana's fluency is easily a Band 9, as she takes no hesitations or pauses to think about English vocabulary or grammar, she hardly even takes a moment to come up with clever and fluent answers. However, Milana does make numerous grammatical mistakes where it is slightly awkward to natural sounding English, with mistakes in plurals, prepositions, and verb use. She doesn't make many of these mistakes, and they do not change what she is saying. However, this does decrease her overall score. As well, Milana uses fantastic vocabulary. She paraphrases elements of the questions, uses natural, idiomatic language, as well as upper-level vocabulary. However, the pronunciation of some words are slightly difficult to understand, and again, this impacts her coherence score negatively. Let me tell you what she could do in order to make up for that extra band score and get that perfect 9. Milana can take a couple of steps in her studies so that she can get a band 9 score if she were to sit the IELTS exam again. She needs to fix those slight grammatical mistakes in order to speak nearly perfect English. Now, you do not have to speak perfect English for a band 9, but it should sound natural. My first tip is to record your speaking. When you catch yourself making mistakes with plurals, prepositions, verb tense, immediately stop yourself. Go back and correct. Re-record with accurate English. In order to improve pronunciation, such as in Milana's case, it's important to focus on phonetics and articulation, meaning practicing the pronunciation of unique English sounds like th, r, and l, as well as s, ch. These sounds can be mastered by focusing on the movement of the mouth, the tongue, and other elements. This is how we articulate sounds. Articulating sounds means the forming of sounds by the use of our breath and our mouth and tongue and teeth and lips to make it sound natural. Whether you speak American English, British English, or if you speak with another accent, doesn't matter for a band 9 score. All that matters is that the words are pronounced clearly enough that the examiner is not confused about what you are saying. There are lots of different exercises for phonetics and articulation. A great place to start is by searching online. Make sure to dedicate some time to your pronunciation so that you sound clear to your examiner the next time you sit the IELTS exam. Good luck on your next test.
Portion of the IELTS exam. My name is Adrian. I will be your interviewer for this part of the test. What is your full name?
My full name is Layan Haddad. My surname is Haddad. Please just call me by my given name, Layan.
Okay, Layan, the speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each, and I'm going to record this for marking purposes. May I see your identification?
Sure. Here's the passport I used to register for this exam.
Thank you. Okay, here's your passport back. For part 1, I will ask you a few questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. How did you get to this exam?
I got here by public transportation. I first took a metro, then a bus. All in all, it took me about 25 minutes.
How will you go back home?
I plan to go back home the same way I got here, by bus, then a metro, but in the opposite direction, of course.
Let's talk about books. How often do you read a book?
I indulge in books as reading is one of my passions. So I read every day for an average of about 90 minutes. My current read is In the Dream House by Carmen Machado.
Where can you buy books?
There are physical bookstores, libraries, and online stores where people, including myself, can purchase books. For In the Dream House, I bought it off Amazon.
Which types of books do you like reading?
I like both fiction and non-fiction titles, including biographies, mystery, and science fiction. For the In the Dream House, it's a very provocative memoir.
Which types of books do you dislike?
That's a very interesting question. Allow me a moment. Well, I think I'm not really into technical books, like how to fix a car. It's just not my cup of tea.
What is the next book you plan to read?
I've actually been giving this a bit of thought, and I've decided to read Bossy Pants by Tina Fey. I think this novel is funny and light and should be a refreshing change to my current read.
Where is a good place to read a book?
A quiet, nice room could be a good example. Just laying on the couch with a cozy blanket would make it a very good place to read a book. Also, a park on a sunny day or at the beach would also make a good place.
How have reading books changed?
I think that reading books nowadays have changed greatly with the advancements of technology. For example, there are devices that many people are now resorting to, like e-readers, mobiles, and tablets to read books from, as well as softwares. So there are now many software advancements like translations and instant definitions that help the readers understand the text better.
Okay, that is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, here is a card with some questions. Don't turn that over yet. Here is some note paper and a pen. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card, think about your answer, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, then your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Go ahead, turn over the card. Okay, Lion, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
In fact, I've been actually planning to buy the Kindle Paperwhite, which is the e-reader manufactured by Amazon. This is a small tablet that is about 20 by 10 centimeters. It has 4 gigabytes of storage, so it can store up to thousands of books. I'm planning to buy it off of Amazon as it's their product, and I think that Amazon is one of the major online retailers for this and for millions other books. I think that this e-reader is not only lightweight, but is also very convenient because I can fit it easily into my purse, and the latest model is even waterproof. In order to buy this tablet, firstly, I need to put aside some money. So, fortunately, I've been squirreling away some money. And these tablets cost around $150 US. I would also need an Amazon account, an address of course, or a postbox to have it delivered to. I've chosen to buy this e-reader because I find it not to only work in ample light, but also in dim conditions, as compared to other devices like tablets and mobile, where I always feel that they hurt my eyes.
Okay, your 2 minutes is up, Lion. I'm going to stop you there, and I will take back the note paper, the card, the questions, and now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about choosing products. With so many choices these days, how do people decide what product to buy?
Well, I think these days shoppers' choices are highly impacted by their online search as well as customer reviews. Of course, availability and price would be some factors that they would take to make their final decision. For example, that's what I took into consideration when I decided to buy the e-reader.
How has technology helped customers to select the right product?
I think the technology has really aided people when it comes to shopping. So now people have more goods accessible and at more competitive prices. Also, devices like smartphones made it easier for people to compare prices and goods online anywhere and anytime.
Is this technology always beneficial?
I think at most times it is beneficial, but when it comes to shopping clothes, I think it might be a bit awkward. So maybe the clothes you purchase may not fit you, or they might not be as they are when delivered.
Will the ways people select and purchase goods in the future be different than today?
Yes, I do believe that it will be very different. For example, there are many advancements in commerce, like devices of augmented reality, like Google Glasses, for example. Using Google Glasses for shopping, you can just look at objects and just select the frame.
Let's talk about saving money. What is good advice to give to individuals for saving their hard-earned money?
In relation to what we were discussing just now, I think buying products online gives the opportunity for customers to find prices that are very competitive. I think it's very important that people compare prices online as well as look for coupons. Those coupons could offer extra discount on prices for individuals. As well, I think people should also strive to set aside at least 5% of their earnings each month into a high interest saving account at a bank.
Is this easy or difficult to do?
I think it's fairly easy using technology to compare prices online, but I do also believe that it's extremely difficult these days to put aside some money, as life is becoming very expensive these days.
How has saving money changed in the past several decades?
That's a tough question. Allow me a moment to think. I think that saving money has become more complicated these days compared to the past, to setting aside a goose egg. What I mean is that everyday life has become more expensive, so you don't really find money that you don't need to put aside. Also, I think investment opportunities like real estate and stocks have become more volatile.
What are the causes of this change?
I think the main cause for this is the overprinting of money by the governments.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark in about 2 weeks' time with the other sections. Have a great rest of your day, Liane. Please remember to take your passport with you.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely day as well.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So why does Liane deserve this Band-Aid score, which according to the IELTS means she is a very good user of the English language? Well, firstly, she answers all of the questions accurately and with good detail, using explanations and examples. Furthermore, she's got excellent grammatical range. She uses compound and complex sentences, including conditionals and adjective clauses, to give very good descriptions for her ideas. In part 2, she does not repeat herself, but rather she elaborates and goes into detail. Furthermore, Liane's fluency and pronunciation are outstanding. Although it's not perfect, it is very clear for English speakers to understand her. In addition, Liane has great lexical resource. Watch the video again and write down all of the idiomatic language that Liane uses to color and express herself more deeply and accurately. Repeat Liane's answers and improve your English for the next time you sit the IELTS exam. My name is Adrian. I will be your examiner for this part of the test, and I'm recording this for marking purposes. May I see your identification?
Yes, please. This is the passport I use for registration.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
My first name is Medina, and my family name is Sayadova. Please call me Medina.
Okay, Medina. The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Do you work or study?
Currently, I'm working part-time as a customer service agent at a telecom company, and I'm studying full-time in the 4th year of chemistry program. I'm studying to be a chemist.
What is your favorite color?
I like the color green because it's vibrant and full of life. I like to have a lot of green around my house.
Let's talk about daily life. What do you usually do for fun?
There are a few activities I do for enjoyment. I like hanging out with friends and family. I like going to the movies or going for a swim. Just yesterday I swam for an hour or so, and I had a really good time.
Where do you like to go for food?
Whenever it's possible to go out to eat, I like to go to a nearby restaurant called the Green Garden. They have different types of food, and all of them are quite tasty. The food is always fresh, and I really like the atmosphere with all the plants and greenery. As I said, I like the color green.
Who do you like spending time with?
I like spending time with my family and friends. I have few friends that I've grown up with, and we are quite close. I spent at least a couple of hours with my good friend Leila. Just before coming to this exam, we had a really good chat on WhatsApp. She helped me to do some last-minute practice.
Have there been any big changes in your daily activities over the past year?
Yes, of course. There have been some major changes because of pandemic. I haven't been meeting up with my family and friends as often as before, and also I've been doing lots of my work and study from home. That aside, some of my routines stay the same, such as reading books or going for runs.
If you could add one more activity to each day, what would it be?
There are a few engagements I like to add to my day if I had a bit more time. One that is on top of the list is to do at least half an hour of deep meditation, either in the morning or evening. I think it will be really beneficial for my body and soul.
That is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, I will show you a card. Please don't touch the card. You have a pencil and some note paper beside you. You will have 1 minute to read the questions. Think about your answers. And then you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. Talk about an important trip that was delayed. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Medina, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
I was planning to start my master's studies in chemistry in Canberra, Australia, at the Australian National University this year, but I had to postpone this because of current pandemic. This is exceptionally important to me because the school is ranked top 100 in the world for its graduate chemistry program, and it has one of the great professors in the field. I've been preparing for this trip for a couple of years, going back to 2017. I've been studying lots and getting good grades in my bachelor's program so I can meet the qualification requirements at ANU. My dream is to study under one of the distinguished professors at ANU and later do research and development for pharmaceuticals at the university or a large corporation. I'd love to work on the medication to treat and cure cancer and some other life-threatening illnesses. However, the pandemic that broke out in 2019 put a halt on these plans as the national borders closed for tourists, and it has become really hard to take the necessary steps to get to Canberra. At the moment, the university is not accepting international students, although they are helping me through the application process online, so that when the studies come back to normal, I can begin my studies at ANU. This hasn't concluded yet. I'm still in the process of applications, such as doing this exam right now. Nevertheless, I'm really optimistic that this COVID situation will be resolved soon and I can start my studies at fall 2021.
Okay, I'll stop you there. Please turn over the note paper and put it to the side. Also put the pencil to the side. Thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. I will ask you a question in connection to your response to part 2 and some questions related to this topic. How have you been using your time which resulted from this delay?
I have been putting extra hours in study, like in my chemistry knowledge and English. In fact, I have been combining these two by reading the chemistry books in English. I think this will help to find my footing faster once I arrive in Canberra.
Let's talk about managing challenging situations. What is important to keep in mind when unexpected events affect planning?
When an unplanned event impacts the situation, it's important to remember to stay calm and focused. It's necessary to keep in mind that life goes on and there will be an outcome.
Can you elaborate on this a bit?
Yes, like say a person catches cold right before the important exam. They shouldn't panic, they should try to reschedule, and well, if they cannot, there will be more opportunities for learning in their future.
What are some common situations around the world that can suddenly influence people's planning?
As I have just mentioned, illness and an accident can have an abrupt interruption in plans, as well as financial or family troubles.
Which of these is the most difficult to deal with and why?
Well, I think death and illness are the most challenging dilemmas to deal with, such as car accident or losing a parent.
How has technology helped in managing the influence of unforeseeable effects on scheduling?
Well, technological developments have been quite useful in mitigating the damage caused by an unexpected event. Communication technologies such as mobile phones have been quite helpful in the way that they allow us to quickly connect and discuss the situation and ask for assistance.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, like say a person gets in a traffic accident on their way to work. They can call immediately the office and tell them that they cannot make it on time or at all. Also, they can reach out and call a tow truck and ambulance right away.
Let's talk about personal management skills. What life skills can help people stay in control of unplanned situations?
I have learned that stress management is absolutely necessary, as well as analytical skills. With the combination of these two attributes, people can stay calm and figure out the best solutions for the problem, such as throwing salt and flour to the oil fire in the kitchen instead of water.
Where can people learn these?
I think individuals can pick up these skills through example or experience. I have seen my mom and dad handle some surprise situations with a cool head, and it taught me to do the same.
Some people believe that keeping emotions under control is essential when dealing with new and challenging situations. Do you agree with this? Why or why not?
Yes, absolutely. My previous explanation was in direct relation to this. Emotional control is the definition of keeping a cool head. I think that staying confident instead of fear and panic is the right emotional response in the novel context, especially the ones that are dangerous or consequential.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark with the other sections in a few days' time, and you will get your certificate within a couple of weeks. Have a great rest of your day, and make sure to take your identification with you, Medina.
Thank you a lot.
Thank
Goodbye.
you. Bye-bye. So why does Medina get a band 9 for her performance on this speaking interview? Well, she fulfills all of the criteria of fluency and coherence, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy, and pronunciation. For fluency, she speaks without pausing to think about vocabulary or grammar to express herself. She is coherent. She answers all questions with a lot of detail and giving good explanations. Her lexical resource is broad. She's able to paraphrase elements of the questions in her answers. She's able to use expressions and idiomatic language naturally, and she's able to use a broad range of vocabulary. For grammatical range and accuracy, she is accurate most of the time, only making occasional mistakes the native speaker could also make. She uses complex grammar, including present perfect, past perfect, continuous forms, passive forms, and conditionals. Medina's pronunciation is clear and easily comprehensible. Although she does not sound like a native speaker of English, all of her words can be easily understood. So for these reasons, she gets the Band 9 score on her speaking interview. You can do the same, just make sure to practice daily, and you will improve. Use English as much as possible. Speak English to all of your friends, your family and relatives who also know the language. Don't be shy. Tell them that you have an upcoming IELTS exam and you really want the best score possible. Practice really does make perfect. Good luck on your next test. Beyond natural everyday use of English as much as possible, of course, you also have to do structured speaking practice with correction and feedback. A great way to do this is to record your IELTS practice speaking interviews. Then transcribe what you have said and identify mistakes using grammar check software. Of course, getting the help of professionals is also very useful. You can do this on our website by clicking the Speaking Interview Practice button in your My Student account. Once you have identified your mistakes, be sure to make corrections and then re-speak, re-record, and listen back. Always check to make sure that you are improving both your grammar, vocabulary, and the content of what you're saying. If you find that you have a missing example, make sure to add it the next time that you record. Keep doing this over and over, and I guarantee that your communication and your English skills will improve.
My name is Adrian. I will be your examiner for this part of the test. May I see your identification, please?
Sure. Here you go.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
My last name is Maya. My first name is Leon. You can refer to me as Leo.
Okay, Leo. The exam has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. I'm going to record this for marking purposes. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic.
Okay.
Here's your identification back.
Thank you.
Who do you live with?
I live with my girlfriend in a 1-bedroom apartment in downtown Munich.
Where do you go to relax?
So when I want to relax, I go to the gym and exercise for an hour. I know it does not sound too relaxing, but it is for me.
Let's talk about teachers. Who was your favorite teacher?
I would say my favorite teacher was my gym class instructor in grade 12. That was Mr. Klaus. He had a very positive attitude, and yeah, he inspired me to be athletic.
Where do you learn from a teacher?
I think obviously in the classroom, but today it can also be virtual learning or physical learning. For example, I take YouTube classes or yoga classes on YouTube.
What is important to be a good teacher?
I would say that one of the most important characteristics of a good teacher is patience, because it's very easy to lose your patience with students and to give up on instruction.
Have you ever taught anyone?
Oh yeah, I have. I've been working part-time as a German instructor. I'm very passionate about languages and helping other people, and so this is an activity that I've done most of my adult life.
If you could teach any subject, what would it be?
That would be public speaking classes. As I said, I'm very passionate about helping other people to communicate, and I think that communication today is really the key to success.
That is the end of part 1. Now for part 2, I'm going to give you a card. Here it is. Please don't turn that over yet. Okay. Here is some note paper, and here is a pencil. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card, think about your answer. You may take notes in the 1 minute if you wish, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay.
I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Are you ready to begin?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, then your 1 minute preparation time begins. Now go ahead and turn over the card.
Okay.
Okay, that is the end of the 1 minute. Leo, please begin speaking.
Okay, so arguably the most important body of water for the German economy, that is the North Sea. It connects Germany with the other major European countries like Norway, France, Britain, and it spans roughly 500 kilometers in length and 120 kilometers across. And I would say it has dark blue water. It is usually quite rough. So what I mean by that is that there are often storms and the waves are quite large. So that is one of the places where they first tried to generate energy from wave power. Then in ancient times it was used for exploration, for military, and for trade. So many German sailors, they set sails to the seas to discover the world, and not only Europe, they also went to Africa, to Asia, to America, and they brought with them furs and steel to trade them against other goods like gold and silver. And then in modern times, the North Sea is still used for many of the same purposes as in the ancient times. So it's an exit and an entry port for a lot of tourists that come to Germany, but also for Germans that go to other places by the way of cruise ships. And then large cargo of cars, for example, enter the German market through the North Sea, like cars from the US or from Japan. And on the other hand, for example, cars like Mercedes exit the German market via the North Sea as well.
Okay, your time is up, Leo. I'm going to stop you there. And please give back the pencil, the card, and the note paper.
Yeah.
Thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about trade and commerce.
Right.
Why is it important for countries to trade goods and services with each other?
Well, I think the most important argument is that none of the countries is able to provide all the necessities and produce all the necessities that the citizens consume by itself. So the countries rely on trade to supply this demand.
Can you give some examples?
Yeah, of course. Like I would say Germans import bananas, for example, from Honduras. And on the other hand, we export steel to nations that need it.
What are the advantages and disadvantages of importing products from other countries that are also available locally?
I think one of the major disadvantages is that it is very bad for the inner economy. So it's a loss of business because labor in some countries of the world is so cheap that Germans just cannot compete with that. So on the other hand, one advantage is that the products become more affordable or available at more affordable rates.
If trading among nations were to suddenly stop, how would this affect people's lives?
Well, as I said, that none of the countries can supply the demand by themselves. So if international commerce ceased, then the products would become unavailable.
Is this good or bad?
Well, that would be bad because, for example, I like tropical fruits and we would not have bananas anymore.
Let's talk about product and service delivery. What are the most common ways that products and services are delivered to customers?
I think to individuals, it's most common to deliver by carrier, like the post or DHL. And for retailers, it can be like boats, planes, or trains to get the products to the final destination.
Which is the best and why?
I think usually the best is the cheapest, the fastest, and most eco-friendly. So if you would ask me, then I would say that trains are quite good.
How will product and service delivery systems change in the future?
I think that drone delivery might become commonplace. Recently, I've seen a documentary on TV where they had drones delivering pizza to the customers.
How long will this take?
Well, we already have the drone, so I don't think it will take too long, maybe half a decade or so.
Why are multinational corporations always looking for different ways to deliver products?
As I said, the best way is usually the cheapest, fastest, and most environmentally friendly. So I think these are the main motivators, I think.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking section of the exam. You will have your mark in about 2 weeks' time with the other parts of the test. Please make sure to remember to take your ID with you, and have a great rest of your day, Leo.
Thank you very much, Adrian.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Why does this German candidate deserve a band score of 8.5? This is almost a perfect score and very close to an expert user of the English language. Number 1, he is extremely fluent, and number 2, he is very coherent. Notice how he is able to answer quickly for the questions, fluently, giving complete answers. He gives the answer, an explanation, and often includes examples. Also, he uses a wide range of grammar and lexical resource. Throughout the speaking, he uses present perfect, conditionals, adjective clauses seamlessly. As well, he joins his ideas with subordinating conjunctions, correlative conjunctions, and coordinating conjunctions. Take a look at some of these examples.
Well, as I said, that none of the countries can supply the demand by themselves. So if international commerce ceased, then the products would become unavailable. I think that drone delivery might become commonplace. Recently, I've seen a documentary on TV where they had drones delivering pizza to the customers.
So why does the student lose half a band score? Why does he not get that perfect 9? Well, there are a few slight mistakes. For instance, there are a few places where he uses prepositions incorrectly. Now, this is very common. Even native speakers will sometimes make mistakes with the use of prepositions. Don't worry too much about this. In addition, a couple of times his word choice is a little bit awkward. It's not quite natural, not exactly what a native speaker would choose in that context.
Well, I think the most important argument is that none of the countries is able to provide all the necessities and produce all the necessities that the citizens consume by itself.
Nevertheless, a band 8.5 is an extremely high score, even higher than what many native speakers could get if they were to sit the IELTS exam. Make sure to watch this video a couple of times, repeat the sentences, the questions, the answers, and practice at home. Good luck.
Part of the test. I'm recording this for clerical purposes. This is candidate number 95347186. This is examiner number 17295. We are currently conducting this exam in Kolkata. The time right now is 15 o'clock. The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. To begin, may I see your identification?
Yes, gladly. Here is my passport that I use for both the online registration and a check-in. Please have a look.
What is your full name?
My surname is Mandel and my first name is Jalil, just as it's in my passport. Please call me Jalil.
Okay, Jalil. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Where do you live?
I live in West Bengal, here in India, in a 3-bedroom house in the suburbs of Kolkata. I've lived here all my life.
What do you do in your free time?
In my spare time, I like to watch a good flick or go out with some of my friends. Just yesterday, I did both. I went out with 2 of my friends to the theater and we had a great time.
Let's talk about parents. How often do you see your parents?
Fortunately, I see my parents every day because, as I had mentioned earlier, I'm living at home. I saw both my mom and dad this morning before coming to this exam.
Where do your parents live?
They reside in the same house as me, just on the outskirts of Kolkata. My mom and dad bought our home just before my older brother was born, back at the end of the 90s.
What do you like about your mom and dad?
I think my mom and dad are great. Specifically, they are very supportive of my decisions and they love me very much. Both my mom and dad take their time to resolve challenges that come up in my life. Most recently, my decision to study abroad and the best way to go about this.
Why is it important to have good parents?
Having good parents, in my opinion, is the key to have a happy, healthy, and successful life. I mean, parents are the foundation for the ideologies and behaviors that a person develops to navigate their life. Good parents like mine empower their children to be confident and ambitious.
How has parenting changed from one generation before?
That's tough to say. I think that parenting has evolved from a generation ago, especially in the sense of respect that's given by parents to their children. I think during my grandparents' time, children were loved, but were treated as less equal to adults. And parents these days have a greater sense of respect for the emotions and perspectives of their children, and this has been a positive change.
If you could change your parents in some way, what would it be?
Honestly, I don't think I would change any part of my parents, as I love them just the way they are. However, if I could, I would wave my magic wand so that they can have even more financial security and never have to worry about money.
Jalil earns an incredible Band 9 on her speaking part 1 for several reasons. Right away, during the introduction, when she presents her ID and gives her name, she shows calm, confident, and fluent English. She explains to the examiner her full name and then requests the examiner to call her Jalil. Afterwards, for every single answer in part 1, she is able to produce accurate, detailed, grammatically complex responses showing great lexical resource and clear pronunciation. Let's take a look at some of these questions and answers in detail. For the icebreaker question, where she lives, Jalil answers with detail and she does not rush her response. She explains that she lives in a 3-bedroom house in the suburbs of Kolkata. Notice that beautiful vocabulary right away. In fact, she even includes present perfect, saying, I've lived here all my life. Right away, this tells the examiner that he is dealing with an expert user of the English language. A lot of students rush into their answers, and because they're trying to speak too quickly, they miss complex grammar and they miss details. It is not a good idea to try to speak too quickly. It's better to focus on coherence, structure, vocabulary, and grammar. Jalil cleverly paraphrases many of the key words in the examiner's questions. When the examiner asks about what she does in her free time, she responds by saying that in my spare time. This is showing the examiner that band 9 level lexical resource. To get those high band scores during your speaking interview, you have to paraphrase often. This not only shows lexical resource, but also improves the coherence of your answers, making your answers more understandable for the listener. In fact, coherence is also improved by Jalil's ability to connect among her responses. When the examiner asks her about where her parents live, she makes the connection by saying, as I had mentioned earlier, I live in the same house as my parents. It's this type of connective information that really leads to that expert level of communication. Now, many of you probably realized that Jalil uses frequent natural fillers during her speech. Natural fillers are sound expressions like and she even breaks her eye contact, kind of looking away or looking down. This is called mental referencing, meaning that she's looking inside of her mind to think about good ideas and information to say to the examiner. She is not stuck for vocabulary or for grammar. This is clear. So in this case, the ahs and ums in Jalil's speech do not take away from her overall performance. In fact, they improve it because the quality of her answers are that much better. Another very important skill that Jalil adapts for part 1 is her visual speech. This means that her answers are easy for the examiner to picture in his mind. When the examiner asks about what she would change about her parents, she responds by saying, if I could wave my magic wand, I would give my parents more financial security so that they would never have to worry about money. This is very natural visual language, again, leading to that expert level of communication. As we watch the rest of this interview and lesson, I want to give you the ultimate help for a perfect Band 9 score on your next IELTS exam. Join our premium IELTS package at aehelp.com for strategies, videos, practice exams, and interactive courses. Use the code ULTIMATE9 for a 25% discount. Click the link in the video description. It's a one-time payment for lifetime access. Now, part 2. Jalil, your 1-minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
About a year ago, I had a chance to briefly meet with Anamika Khanna, who is one of the most well-known fashion designers in India. And I remember being super nervous as she has been one of my idols and inspirations since my teenage years. Ms. Khanna is a beautiful and hardworking fashion designer who is well known for blending traditional Indian textile with Western silhouettes. Her designs are just stunning. I had a chance to meet with her during the Couture Week in New Delhi in the year of 2016. She has been showcased in Paris Fashion Week, and it's fair to say that her designs are recognized not just in India but also worldwide. And the Couture Week that I mentioned before, it was a fashion event that I had attended as a teenager, and it was life-changing for me. I was awestruck by all the beauty, creativity, and glamour of the event, and I knew that I wanted to be a part of it. After the fashion shows, there was a chance for the public to meet with some of the celebrity designers, including Miss Khanna, who was by that time an idol for me. I had always wondered what had inspired her to become a fashion designer, and even more importantly, where she draws her creative inspiration for her amazing productions. I remember having butterflies in my stomach when I finally got a chance to speak with her, and I felt like I wouldn't be able to make a sound. She was very pleasant and made me feel comfortable. I asked her my questions and she kindly replied. This was definitely one of the most nerve-wracking interactions I've ever had, and it was also exhilarating.
Your time is up. I will stop you there and I will take back the questions. Please put your notepaper to the side, turn it over along with the pencil. Thank you.
Part 2 of this speaking interview is arguably the most challenging because most people do not practice giving short speeches, especially not in a foreign language, on a daily basis. However, Jaleel does a fantastic job and she is well prepared. Clearly, she has rehearsed and practiced responding to Part 2 questions before sitting the exam. This is evident from the way she starts her response. When the examiner tells her that her 1-minute preparation time is up, she looks from the notepaper, takes a breath, places her hands on the table, and calmly, confidently presents her first sentence. She explains that about a year ago she had the chance to meet with Anamika Khanna, who had made her very nervous at that time. Paying attention to responding to the topic question on the cue card. Talk about a person that made you nervous. It's very important that you answer that topic question right away. In fact, Jaleel not only reflects the topic of the cue card, but she emphasizes it by saying that she was super nervous. Throughout her 1 to 2 minute response, Jaleel takes natural pauses, checking the cue card and checking her notes. This is very important for her to give a well-structured, detailed, and non-repetitive answer. A lot of students forget to do this. They get frustrated, they get nervous, they forget about their notes and they forget about the questions. They tend to repeat themselves and run out of ideas. Stay confident, stay calm, use your notes. Jaleel continues to use Band 9 lexical resource throughout speaking part 2. She explains that she would ask Ms. Khanna about where she draws her inspiration and her ideas. In fact, she even uses an idiom to reflect the topic of the cue card. She says that she had butterflies in her stomach, meaning that she was very nervous. Cleverly, Jaleel reflects the topic right away at the beginning, around the middle, and again at the end of her response. She says that it was a very nerve-wracking experience, but that it was exhilarating. Keep in mind that for that Band 9 score, you need to focus on the questions of the cue card. You cannot go off topic. If you do, there's a good chance the examiner will stop you. One way to save yourself from going off topic is to reflect back on the original question. Talk about a person that made you feel nervous. Jaleel does this exceptionally. Now, on to part 3.
For this part, I will ask you a question related to your response and some questions connected to this topic. Have you ever had the chance to meet with Ms. Khanna since that time?
No, I haven't, but hopefully I would like to meet her someday when I become a fashion designer.
Let's talk about first impressions.
What should a person pay attention to when meeting an important individual like a teacher or a boss for the first time?
I think that it's important to be polite and make eye contact when first introducing to a teacher or an employer.
Why is this?
I think that the person should feel honesty and respect from the individual so that it sets the foundation for a positive relationship going forward. I really pay attention to this myself.
How well can a person evaluate someone based on the first time meeting?
That's tough to say. Honestly, I don't think a person can truly gauge another's character just based on their first time interaction. Although first impressions do give some important information. People are very complex and have different moods on different days. So it's not fair to judge a person on one-time conversation.
Is this always true?
I think it is most of the time because people do change and they are complicated emotionally.
In what ways has meeting people for the first time changed from 30 years ago?
I think that technology has had a bigger impact on people's first hookups these past 3 decades. Nowadays, people will often meet online before they meet in person through social apps like Tinder or Instagram.
How has this impacted relationships?
I think mostly meeting virtually for the first time affects people's expectations since it's hard to know how much of that person is genuine. A lot of people fake their profiles and even their pictures to cast an unrealistic image of themselves to others.
Let's talk about networking with people. What are the benefits of building relationships with people in the community?
Getting to know people in the neighborhood is advantageous for building a sense of security and belonging. In case of emergencies, it's very beneficial to be able to rely on people close by for help. My family is quite tight with people living around us, and this has been very helpful in many cases. Like the other day when my neighbor helped my dad to jumpstart his car.
Are there any negatives?
I think sometimes neighbors can be nosy or judgmental, and this can be drawbacks of living in a tight community. But this is less important than the benefits I mentioned.
How has technology impacted the way people network?
Just as I mentioned previously, technology has had a major impact on the way people build and establish their social groups, specifically through communication channels that didn't even exist before the advent of the internet.
Is this a good development?
I think this is positive for most part as it gives additional tools for staying in touch that didn't even exist before. The one downside may be that people don't get to meet people in a face-to-face.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking section of the exam. You will have your mark in 2 days online, and you will have your official certificate in the mail in 10 days. Goodbye, Jaleel.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Jaleel's answers in part 3 continue to be a band 9 for coherence, fluency, grammatical range accuracy, lexical resource, and pronunciation. Simply put, she is a perfect band 9. When the examiner follows up on her part 2 answer and asks if she has ever met Ms. Khanna since that time, immediately Jaleel responds with a present perfect. She recognizes that the question was in present perfect. So she says, "No, I haven't," and then continues to show fluency. She says, "But I hope to meet her again someday when I become a fashion designer." So she shows complex grammar by using a subordinating conjunction of time, when I become a famous fashion designer. This kind of complex natural language continues for the rest of part 3. Similarly to part 1, in part 3, Jaleel takes natural pauses and slows her intonation to allow time for thinking. This is absolutely okay. In fact, I advise you to do this. Most importantly, you have to come up with good answers, especially when you're looking for that Band 8, Band 9 score. Jaleel is methodical in her responses. Again, she paraphrases at the highest level. When the examiner asks her whether or not it's possible to truly evaluate a person based on first impressions, Jaleel responds by saying that she doesn't believe it's accurate to gauge a person upon first interactions. It's this high level of methodical paraphrase speech that gets those perfect scores. Jaleel is incredibly clever in the sense that she keeps her thoughts simple yet original. When the examiner asks her about how first interactions have changed from the past, immediately Jaleel remembers that technology has a significant impact on people when compared to the past. She paraphrases and emphasizes that technology has had a bigger impact on first hookups than before. And then she even gives the examples of Tinder and Instagram. It's this type of clear communication that gets those high band scores. You have to be careful not to use very unique and outlandish ideas which are difficult to express. In fact, Jaleel does a fantastic job of connecting her part 3 answers not only to part 2, but even to part 1. When the examiner asks about why it's important to network with people in the community, she remembers talking about her parents in part 1, and she gives the example of her family having a good relationship with the people in their neighborhood, and this leading to some help for her father when he had car troubles. This type of connected, coherent communication is sure to get you that perfect score.
This part of the test, and I will give you instructions for each of the 3 parts. This is being recorded for marking purposes. What is your full name?
My full name is Tala Aquino, but you can call me Tala.
Okay, Tala, for part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Do you work or study?
I both study and work. I am currently learning to improve my English and get a good score on this IELTS exam. And I have been working as a freelance graphic designer for the past 3 years.
What is your favorite food?
That's tough because there are so many Filipino dishes that I really like. The one I prefer most is a well-prepared adobo. It's a combination of meat boiled in oil. It's really delicious.
Let's talk about cars and bikes. Do you know how to ride a bicycle?
Yes, I do. I had learned to ride a bike around the age of 5, and I've really gained an appreciation for it. Just last week, I went for a fun ride with my family.
How often do you ride a bike?
I usually ride a bike quite often, at least once or twice a week. Not only it helps me to get healthy, but it's also convenient to go around my neighborhood.
How often do you use a car?
I use a car frequently, whether I am the one driving or my husband. We have a comfortable SUV and it's really great for running errands and going on road trips.
Where do you usually go by car?
I usually go by car when I go to the grocery store to do shopping, or when we take trips to the park or visit a family or friends. Just recently, I drove to my friend Jasmine's house. She lives about an hour from me by car.
Is driving in your city easy or difficult, and why?
I would say that driving in Mabalacat is okay as long as I'm not driving during rush hour on a very hot day. During busy times, especially when it's very hot, motorists can get quite anxious and rude.
When is it better to use a bike than a car?
Well, when I'm not going far away from my house or I do not need to bring any bags, then definitely it's better to use a bike as it also helps me to get healthy and give me a chance to do an exercise.
If you could buy any car, what would it be and why?
I love our family car, but if I could, I would probably buy a fully loaded Land Rover because it is really a good car and quite luxurious.
Okay, that is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, there's a card in front of you, a pencil, and some note paper. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card, think about your answers, take notes in that time if you wish, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Okay, Tala, your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Go ahead, turn over the card. Tala, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
One really nice place to get some fresh air and improve health is in Marina Hills Golf and Country Club. This is a small 9-hole golf course located not too far from my house, about 3 kilometers away in the central north part of Mabalacat. This course has a lot of greenery and many amenities for improving health. They also have a really nice walking and jogging path around the course, which is I use sometimes to get a bit of cardio workout. Most of the people who are members here are in their 30s or older. If I had to say, at least 50% of the members are in their golden years. People come here to discuss life or business or simply have fun. The golfers are usually the people who have done well in life. They are the ones who can afford to pay for the membership and other amenities. The course has sauna, restaurant, and a massage center as well. So after a long work week, it's really great to go relax and unwind.
Your time is up, Tala. I will stop you there. Please put the note paper and the questions and the pencil to the side. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you a couple of questions related to your response and some questions connected to the topic of part 2. When did you start golfing?
I started golfing since my teenage years. My father brought me before and I really gained an appreciation for it. I think he took me golfing first. I was around 15 years old.
How much time does it take to play a round of golf at your local golf club?
Well, since Marina Hills is only a 9-hole golf course, it doesn't take much time. It's just a couple of hours from start to finish.
Let's talk about health establishments. What are some different places where people can go to feel better physically and mentally?
I think aside from golf clubs, people can also go to the parks, swimming pools and fitness gyms, or even the local park to build their mental and physical fortitude.
Which of these places is the cheapest?
The cheapest places are the parks because basically it only costs the transit to get there.
And which of these places are more expensive?
The more expensive places are golf clubs and fitness gyms.
Why are they so expensive?
Luxury places are expensive because you have to pay for the membership.
What health centers should be government funded?
I think hospitals and childcare facilities should be paid for by the government, as everybody should have an access to medical assistance, especially children.
Which ones should be privately operated?
Definitely golf clubs and other luxury places like fitness gyms should be in the private hands, because it would be unfair to be funded by the taxpayers' money. Fitness gyms and golf courses are all private in the Philippines and other countries as far as I know.
How have health centers changed in the past 20 years?
There have been many improvements with the health facilities, whether hospitals or gyms, for the last 2 decades. I think both equipments and staff have improved much this past generations simply because of better technology and education.
How are they still the same?
I think the basic structure of some facilities are the same.
In what way?
Members and guests should register, and they also have to pay for a membership.
Let's talk about health tourism. Many people travel to other countries to improve their health. What are the reasons for this?
I think the 2 major motivators for health tourism is cost and services. I mean that for some services, it's cheaper to another countries, such as dentists in the Philippines is 10th the cost of dentists in the US.
Is it good or bad for a country to offer health services to foreign citizens?
I think it's not only good to offer a medical assistance to non-citizens, but also ethical. As the world is an increasingly global community, national borders should not create barriers for people's health.
Can you elaborate on this?
For say a child with cancer and he has to travel to Germany for some special treatment, he should not be denied his right to life because he's a foreign citizen. I think that would be unethical.
If many people leave the country for healthcare abroad, how does this affect their local health industry?
I think in the immediate, it would have a negative effect on services, but it also means that there is a fundamental flaw of the local healthcare system. It is either too expensive or it doesn't give an adequate service to its citizens.
That's the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark in about 2 weeks' time with the other sections. Have a great rest of your day and remember your passport, Tala.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Clearly, Tala is between a very good and an expert user of the English language. For this reason, she would score a band 8.5. She has excellent fluency and coherence. She answers all of the questions completely and accurately. She presents a good idea for her Part 2 response and gives a lot of details. She answers, explains, and often gives examples. As well, Tala uses a wide range of grammar, including conditionals, present perfect, past perfect, and she uses quite a few different words throughout the interview. In addition, Tala's pronunciation is very clear. She could certainly score a band 9 for her pronunciation because it sounds like a native form of the English language. So where does Tala lose that half band? Let me explain clearly. A band 9, according to the IELTS exam, is an expert user of the English language. This is not everyday English. This is English at the highest level, where a person uses selective words and grammar to give expression and information in a very clear and professional way. Many native speakers who would sit the IELTS and just use casual English would not score Band 9. Again, Band 9 is professional English. It's the kind of English that you would hear in a university lecture or in a business meeting. Tala does make a few mistakes in her grammar and in her choice of vocabulary. When you watch the video and you're reading the subtitles, you will notice some parts of the subtitles are in square brackets. These indicate what Tala should be saying rather than what she is saying. It's these kinds of mistakes in her lexical resource and grammar that cost her that half band. Go back and check this out again. You'll see what I mean. Nevertheless, a band 8.5 is a fantastic score. Make sure to practice daily. Use the student partner speaking function on our websites regularly to practice with other students for free. You can do it. You can get a high band score just like Tala on your next IELTS exam.
Your full name?
My name is Sarah Odeima.
Thank you. May I see your identification,
Sure.
please? Thank you. In the first part of the exam, I will ask you some personal questions. Are you a student or do you work now?
Presently, I am working as a teacher.
Okay. And why did you choose this job?
I chose to become a teacher because I felt like teaching is part of me. And when I am in the classroom, I really feel happy that I help my students improve themselves in a wide range of areas. And what I like most about teaching is I feel like I'm elevating the level of the knowledge of my students.
Okay. Now, is there anything about your job you would like to change?
Not really. However, when I come to think of the payment, I wish I could go back in time and opt for another career because of the low payment. Sometimes it really brings me down, and it's the thing that really keeps me frustrated all the time.
Right. I'd like to move on and ask you some questions about shopping. Who does most of the shopping in your household?
Well, actually, it's not only one person who does the shopping for the household. I would say it's a shared responsibility, and everyone has a role to play in the household. So we always tend to go shopping together.
Okay. And what type of shopping do you like and why?
What I like most about shopping, when it comes to shopping, is buying presents for my friends or maybe people's birthdays or even Christmas. My favorite store is a bookstore, which is in the list of my top priority. And I believe if I buy a book for someone, it is not only considered a gift, but also I can help that person gain another piece of knowledge. So it brings me a great sense of satisfaction.
Great. And is shopping a popular activity in your country? Why not?
It is indeed. On Thursdays and Fridays, people pour into the streets and shopping centers. It is considered more as a leisure activity than just, they are not aiming to buy something practical. So I see that most teenagers and people go shopping, go sometimes window shopping, or they wander around the mall. So I don't think they buy something practical for.
Okay. So what type of shops do teenagers like best in your country?
Well, I haven't thought about this before, but obviously, like any other teenagers, they are much more into shopping clothes, makeup to beautify themselves, or maybe some music stuffs, and these kind of things.
Right. Okay, let's talk about films. How often do you go to the cinema?
To be honest with you, I don't even get to go to the movies. I only manage to watch 1 to 2 films every week. And after a long day of teaching, what I love most is, snuggling up on a sofa and watch my favorite film, which really helps me unwind. I usually do this on Fridays.
Right. And what type of films do you like best?
I'm very much into drama and historical movies because it can help me gain a better understanding of the historical events in the past and even about the human emotions in the past. So I believe there is always something to learn from the past events, historical events, and even to pass it on to the upcoming generations in the future.
Wonderful. Okay, that is the end of part 1. We'll now move on to part 2. I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say, and you can make notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes.
Wonderful. Here's your paper.
Thank you.
Pencil. And here is your topic. You now have 1 minute to make notes. Okay, you'll now have 2 minutes to speak about your topic. Don't worry if the time is over. I will stop you after the 2 minutes. You may start speaking now.
I would like to talk about the time after when I graduated from high school. It was at the peak of summer when I had to study really hard for the senior grade of high school. On that year, I had to sacrifice everything and give up on all the joys and to somehow step out of my comfort zone. Despite all of this, I managed to keep a high spirit because I knew that this would end very quickly, and on top of all that, this would mark a significant milestone on that year. So I burned the midnight oil for months on end. And after a couple of months, when I grabbed my certificate in hand, I was like over the moon. And I get the feeling that all the sufferings have come to an end. And it was like the time to open a new page of my life. And for this reason, my parents were so proud of me to throw a graduation party for me. And to move on more to the details, I can say that this party was only a dinner party, which only included my own family and some of my friends. My parents invited a musical band to perform my favorite songs, and we all had a blast together on that night. And at the end, everyone congratulated me and wished me a successful college year ahead. And I was really proud of myself on that night, which marked an indelible moment for me that I will treasure forever, I think. And I am really looking forward for the college life in the future.
Thank you very much. That is the end of part 2. 2 minutes is over. I will take your papers back now. Thank you very much. And the paper you have there, the topic. Thank you. We'll now move on to part 3. So we've been talking about an important event in your life, and I'd now like to ask you some questions related to this. Here we go. What days are important in your country?
The majority of our population are Muslims, and that is why Muslims tend to celebrate Eids and as a national festival, and it's like a huge celebration. They sometimes pay and repay a visit to one another, and sometimes they buy some new clothes and they cook some special cuisines on that day. And it is considered a happy moment on that day.
Wow, and why is it important to have national celebrations?
When I come to think of it, national celebrations can boost the unity among nations. And another thing about these national festivals is the great advantage that it reflects an overview of the attitude of gratitude and enjoying every thing that we own, everything we have, instead of the things that we don't or that we want in the future. So it's a great moment to be grateful for what we have.
And how is the way your national celebrations are celebrated now different from the way they were celebrated in the past?
Actually, I am not very into the celebrations that have happened, that people used to have in the past. But about today, I think people tend to care a lot more about some private parties that people in the past didn't used to have. It's something that people in the past, I think, used to celebrate more indoors, whereas today people are celebrating outdoors with their friends. Like teenagers, they are, more reluctant than ever to celebrate these national festivals with their family members or relatives. They like to have their own independent lives and enjoy themselves independently.
Okay, and are there any celebrations from other countries that you celebrate in your country?
Absolutely. Recently, we can easily see that people are celebrating some celebrations that are not part of their culture. Like, for example, Valentine's Day or the Halloween's Day. They are not part of our culture. And despite all of this, they are celebrating it at a large scale.
Right. And what are the benefits of having events that many people around the world are celebrating on the same day?
In my opinion, there are a lot of positive aspects involved in this global events. It reminds us of the fact that we are all the people around the world are humans, and we all have the same values, no matter what race, religion, entity, or no matter who we are all sharing this world together to celebrate together.
And do you think any new national celebrations will come into being in the future?
It's a good question. I would say yes, because we have seen so many celebrations that have been added to our daily lives through history. And the future is not an exception. We can expect any new festival to be added in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. That is the end of the speaking test. Everything is spot on. Your use of grammar is very much like a native speaker. The way you use it and your vocabulary is absolutely, that is spot on too. I like the way you use it. Your use of vocabulary is very wide. It's got a great variety. And I would definitely say that you're a band 9 because you're ticking all the boxes that the examiners want in this IELTS speaking test. I mean, when you had these, you had a few pauses in between, but that's what a native speaker would do. They would pause in between and obviously move on to the rest of their story because you were thinking about your story. You were not looking for a new choice of words or any idioms which you were using naturally in in some of your answers. You use them exactly where they were supposed to be used. You weren't using too much of them, because we get this a lot, especially over here. We have a lot of examiners saying, the more idioms you use, the better that's going to gain you points. That's not the case at all. The examiner doesn't want to see someone talking more complicated. They want to see that you're natural. That's why we call it coherence. Coherence is your natural way of speaking, to be something close to a native speaker, being fluent. And your pronunciations are all absolutely perfect, 100% spot on. So you really don't have any trouble gaining this band 9. You are naturally a band 9, and you're speaking loudly. That obviously helps a lot. If I was going to tell you to be any better than you are now, make any improvements for this test, I would say just speak slightly slower, to just to keep eye of the time, or think about the time, because obviously you have 2 minutes to speak in part 2, and part 3 there are questions, but if you answer these questions too fast, then you're going to obviously limit yourself, and it's just better maybe to stick to the first 3 answers and think what you're going to say more, just elaborate on it more. That's all you have to do. I mean, I wouldn't say go after more vocabulary. I wouldn't say work on your grammar, because they're all spot on, they're all perfect, and you're very articulate. You're very completely crisp, understandable. And is there any questions you'd like to ask?
No, thank you. About the coherence and the fluency, was it fine?
The fluency, that's what I was saying, fluency was absolutely spot on. I mean, that was something very impressive and close to what any native speaker would do. And the pauses are just topic related, they're not at all language related from what I'm looking at. They're all in place. Your pronunciations are perfect. Your use of vocabulary was very impressive, because that's obviously going to be examined too. And when you have this wide range of vocabulary, you're going to have less self-repetition, which you absolutely did not have. I mean, if you were trying to repeat you're trying to fix your sentence, because that happens. This is not a news bulletin. We're having a normal conversation here. So that all I would say is that definitely just take care of the speed. You've got room to slow down a little bit. You don't have to rush it. It's not a race. It's just a conversation split up into 3 parts. Obviously, part 2 being more like a monologue, followed by part 3, which is the follow-up of part 2. It's just elaborating more on the related topic. You seem to know very much what you were talking about, and you were very comfortable with the topics.
Of course, here you go. Thank you. And what is your full name?
My first name is Arav and my family name is Singh. Please just call me Arav.
Okay, Arav. Here is your passport back.
Thank you.
The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better, and some questions on a general topic. Do you work or study?
I'm currently working as an electrical engineer for General Electric, and I am also studying for the IELTS to continue my Masters in Engineering at Toronto University next year.
What do you do at the weekends?
Well, when I'm not studying, I like taking my wife out to a restaurant and watch a movie, like last Saturday when we watched a funny comedy.
Let's talk about transportation. Do you know how to drive a car?
Yes, I do. I've had my driver's license since 18. I really enjoy driving. Mostly I use my car to get to work, shopping, and vacations.
How often do you ride the bus?
Since I have had my driver's license, I rarely take a bus. I mostly use it when my car is unavailable due to repairs, or I have lent it out to a friend.
Which is your favorite type of transportation?
Definitely my car. It's comfortable and convenient, as well as it has air conditioning, and I can listen to my music on the stereo.
Where can you catch the nearest train in your area?
I'll have to think over it. Just give me a moment, please. I think the closest would be Jodhpur, which is roughly 10 kilometers away from my flat.
How has public transportation changed in the past 100 years?
That has changed immensely. With the advent of airplanes, modern trains and buses, people can travel greater distances comfortably and quickly. Like last year, I just flew to United States and I was there in 12 hours.
When you ride a bicycle, what should you do to stay safe?
Whenever I'm riding a bicycle, I should wear a helmet to keep my head safe and also be very careful of the vehicle traffic.
That is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, here is a card with some questions. Please do not turn that over yet. Here's a pencil to take notes, and here is some note paper. You will have 1 minute to think about your answer. Take some notes if you wish, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Are you ready?
Yep, I am.
Okay, then your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Go ahead and turn over the card. Okay, Arav, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
I think one of the busiest days I have ever experienced was last year in September when I started my new job at General Electric. I remember being very nervous because I wanted to make sure that my colleagues, my boss are super satisfied with the first day of work. So I woke up super early at 4 a.m. First did a little bit of meditation, shaved, showered, and then got ready as per the company expectations. Then I later on reviewed all the job parameters that my manager shared it with me a week prior. I left for office early just to make sure that I have enough time to greet my colleagues and settle in. The workday was very busy as I had to make sure that I learn new information about the company's procedures and machinery. Finally, after my job was finished at 6 p.m., I sat down with my manager to go through the day's work and check about my performance. He was very satisfied, so I was very happy. After that, I had to stop by at the grocery store to buy some food for supper. Believe me, I was very exhausted at that time. But when I got home, my wife was waiting for me with surprise, some friends coming in at home to congratulate to me on my first day of work. We spent few hours chatting, eating. Finally, the time came around when I had to hit the bed. Although the day was very busy, but I feel great looking back at it, and I can look back on it with pride.
Okay, Arav, your 2 minutes is up. I have to stop you there. Please pass back the card with the questions, the note paper. And the pen, yes, thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk errands. What are common responsibilities that people manage every month in society?
Well, every individual each month should pay their bills, rent or mortgage, and go to school or work, and also clean their house.
Why is it important to do these on time?
I think it is important to be prompt at these errands because people might easily get into financial trouble if they don't pay their bills and might end up losing their phone service or house.
How has technology helped people to complete their social tasks such as banking?
Well, it has helped a lot because people have been doing the banking services conveniently from their home online.
What are the disadvantages of this?
I think people are not as social as they used to be because they don't get out anymore, like to visit a bank, talk to a bank teller.
Are there any errands that people do these days which did not exist 50 years before?
Yes, definitely. People these days pay their internet bills. Like this wasn't available 50 years back or half a century back, so they didn't need to worry about it.
Will there be new regular tasks in the future that we don't have today?
Yes, definitely there will be. Like, we will have to charge the batteries of the self-driving cars every 6 months and keep on the softwares updating.
Let's talk about productivity. Why is it important for people to be productive during the work week?
I think people should do a good job Monday to Friday, just not to earn good money, but also to be proud of what they're doing and their contributions towards the society.
What happens when individuals stop being productive?
That's bad. In that case, they just depend on the society and eventually they might end up being depressed.
What can be done to improve productivity and decrease stress?
I think having good food and a little bit of exercise helps in generating more energy and decreasing anxiety and stress.
Does this always work?
I think yes, it does, because having good food and regular exercise helps in this case.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will have your band score in about 2 weeks' time with the other sections of the test. Make sure, Arav, to take your passport with you. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye.
So why does this candidate get an amazing perfect band 9 for his responses in the speaking interview? Does he speak perfect English? No. Does he speak English without an accent? No. So why is it still a band 9? Well, you must know, a band 9 doesn't mean perfect speech or perfect conversation. There's really no such thing. A band 9 is described as an expert user of the English language. This is not necessarily a native speaker of English. In fact, many people are surprised when I say that native speakers wouldn't necessarily get a perfect score on the speaking interview. So why does this candidate deserve that band 9? Let me tell you. In order to achieve a band 9, a candidate must have fluent language equal to that of a native speaker. Their pronunciation must be clear enough that every one of their words can be understood by the listener. Importantly, they must answer every question exactly. They're giving original answers with good detail and complex grammar. In this case, the candidate satisfies all of these criteria. They're very quick to answer. His answers are very clear. He gives the right amount of detail in part 1, 2, and 3. It's clear to see that this student is very confident using the English language, virtually the same level of confidence as he is with his own native language. Even though he makes a couple of slight mistakes in his grammar, they're not unnatural. Even native speakers don't always use perfect grammar in spoken English. In this case, the slight mistakes that are made in 1 or 2 parts are perfectly acceptable for an expert user of English. So now you know, to get a band 9, this is the level of responses that you need to produce on your next speaking exam. Practice, and you can get there too.
Adrian, I will be your examiner for this part of the test. May I see your identification, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
Well, my last name is Buchanan. My first name is Davis, but please call me Dave.
Okay, Dave, here is your identification back.
Thank you.
And I'm going to record this for marking purposes.
Okay.
The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each part. For part 1, I'd like to get to know you a little bit better. and ask you some questions on a general topic.
Sure.
Where did you grow up?
So I was born in Monterey, California, but I actually grew up in Long Beach, California.
What do you like to do for relaxing?
Well, I like to go swimming. There's a good pool close to my home, and I find that it's not only good exercise, but it's a good way to unwind from the stresses of the work week.
Let's talk about vacation.
Okay.
What do you like to do on your vacations from work?
I mostly enjoy going sightseeing and checking out a historical city such as Rome, or doing something active like going to Hawaii for some R&R and doing some surfing.
How many days do you usually take for a vacation?
I usually take about 2 weeks. Just a month ago, I took 14 days and went to Florida to visit a cousin of mine. I usually find that this is enough time to relax and recuperate.
What was your favorite vacation until now?
That's a tough one. I've had many good vacations. But if I had to choose one, I would have to say that my alpine adventure this past winter to Aspen, Colorado was one of the best. The snow, the powder was just perfect, so the weather was great and snowboarding was just second to none.
If you could go anywhere for a couple of weeks to relax, where would you go?
I think I would go to Costa Rica. Based on recent recommendations from good friends of mine, it seems like that's a very nice country to visit, and I haven't been there yet. It sounds like the jungles are amazing and the surf is incredible, so that would be my next destination.
Have you visited another continent?
Yeah, I sure have. I've actually visited many countries around the world. I've been all over Europe, and I visited South America and Asia as well.
What was your opinion about them?
I have different but good opinions about each place I've visited. For example, I really enjoy the natural beauty that South America has to offer. And I love different cuisines, such as the Korean barbecue, which is one of my favorites.
Okay, that is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, here is a card with some questions. Please don't turn that over yet.
Okay.
Here is a pencil and here's some note paper. You will have 1 minute to think of your answer, write notes if you wish, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, turn over the card, and your 1 minute preparation time begins now.
Okay.
Okay, Dave, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Okay. So I'd like to speak about my cousin Jerry. So he is one of the smartest people I know. He not only has a degree in math from Stanford University, but he owns his own business and has a family, a wife and a father of 3 children. He's of average height. He's got blue eyes, blonde hair, a pretty well-built guy. He's always smiling. He's my mom's older sister's son, so he's a little bit older than me. Jerry's not only very intelligent, but also very hardworking, which is something I really admire about him. As I mentioned, he not only has a doctorate in math, but he also teaches part-time 3rd and 4th year students at university. He's also come up with some of his own math formulas and theorems. In addition to this, he uses his math and people skills to build his brokerage firm, which he now runs with about 10 staff. And in his business, he makes lucrative investments on behalf of wealthy investors. He's a very good father, and he always pays attention to spending quality time with his wife and especially his 3 children. Just last week, we went on a picnic together, and I joined them in the park and threw some ball with the kids. So he Jerry has a very bright future ahead of him. I mean, he's already a very successful businessman and professor, but I really wouldn't be at all surprised if in the near future he will win some kind of award, such as a Nobel Prize even.
Okay, Dave, I'm going to stop you there. Your 2 minutes is up. So please pass back the note paper, the pencil, thank you. The card as well, please.
Thank you.
And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I'm going to ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Are you ready to continue?
Sure, let's continue.
Let's talk about intelligence. What makes a person intelligent?
Well, there are many different criteria for intelligence, and there are many different types of intelligence, but I would say a good indicator of general intelligence is the ability to problem solve. So people who are, let's say, better problem solvers than 95% of the population are considered to be intelligent.
Is this always true?
Well, not always. There's, as I said, different types of intelligence. So let's say if a person is an extremely gifted painter, that doesn't necessarily make them a good problem solver, but that is also a form of intelligence.
Some people feel that being very intelligent can also be a burden. Do you agree with this notion?
I certainly do. Generally speaking, the most intelligent among us are the ones that society relies on to solve our problems for us. So, for example, my cousin Jerry is faced with these types of issues sometimes when an investment doesn't pan out for one of his clients, then the blame falls on him.
It is often agreed that intelligence is very difficult to measure. Why is this?
Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, there are many different types of intelligence. So to be more specific, there's kinesthetic intelligence, there's mathematical intelligence, spatial, and artistic, just to name a few. And while a person may be considered intelligent in one domain, it won't necessarily make them intelligent in another.
What are some of the greatest architectural achievements of the past 50 years?
Well, I would consider megastructures such as the Burj Khalifa or the Three Gorges Dam in China to be great engineering marvels of the last half century.
How about non-physical achievements?
Well, I would say that the most important non-physical achievements of the last half century would have to be the internet, but also the mapping of the genome and perhaps virtual reality.
What is needed for major accomplishments these days that are internationally recognized?
Well, they have to be outstanding, to say the least, to set themselves apart. I mean, there are nearly 8 billion people on the planet, so it takes quite the achievement to stand out from the crowd. So, for example, something like a cure for AIDS, or a sprinter running the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds.
How will the major achievements of today impact future societies?
I believe they will have a profound impact on future societies. So, for example, I spoke of the internet. The tools that we use today, such as social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, are already having a major impact on society as we know it today, and I think this will only continue in the future.
Okay, that is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will have your results in about 2 weeks' time with the other portions of the test. Have a great rest of your day, Dave. Remember to take your passport.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Thank you.
So why do native speakers also need to take the IELTS exam? Well, it's for the same reasons that all students take the IELTS exam: immigration, education, and work.
Say that a person wants to emigrate from Canada to Australia. There is no guarantee that they have a high level of English. Remember, we live in a global society. So, if they have no other proof of English, such as grade 12, they can be required to show IELTS scores. Also, when students study abroad, they have to show a certain level of English. This can be a grade 12 score of 80% or a grade B higher. And if they don't have this, then it needs to be an exam score, such as a band 7 on IELTS. And third, even when native English speakers want to get a job working for an English as second language school, they have to show a high aptitude for the language. Many ESL schools these days require their teachers to have a band 8.5 or 9 on the IELTS exam. Now, why does this candidate score a band 9? This candidate would score a band 9 because, first of all, his speech is natural. Of course, he's a native English, American-born user of the language. So his pronunciation, intonation, enunciation, word choice, use of expressions and idioms, as well as sentence structures are perfect. Secondly, he uses a great range of vocabulary. He has excellent lexical resource. Third, he has great comprehension and coherence. Of course, he understands every question clearly and he answers them accurately. He gives full answers, explanations, and often provides examples. His Part 2 response is complete with lots of detail and good structure. This is what you need to do to get those nice high IELTS band scores. Make sure to watch this video several times and practice at home. Good luck the next time you sit the IELTS.
Of the IELTS exam. My name is Adrian. I will be your examiner for this part of the test, and we are recording this for marking purposes. I will give you instructions for each part. What is your full name?
My given name is Yumiko and my family name is Nakamura. But please just call me Yumi.
Okay, Yumi, for part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Where do you live?
I live in Sakai's district of Osaka in one-bedroom apartment with my cat Aoi on the 10th floor of the high-rise apartment complex.
And what do you like about your home?
I like that it is nicely decorated according to my taste, and it's very close to the train station, so I can get around Osaka quickly and conveniently.
For part 1, let's talk a little bit more about toys. How often do you buy a toy?
I seldom purchase toys these days because I don't have children of my own. So maybe just a couple times a year when I visit my niece, I go.
Where is a good place to buy toys?
I think that buying toys online or in big toy stores like Kidiland are good because of the wide selection and competitive pricing. A couple months ago, I bought a stuffed Doraemon for my niece from Kidiland and she loved it.
What was your favorite childhood toy and why?
That's a tough question because I had so many. If I had to choose, I'd say that my Hello Kitty dollhouse was my favorite. I played with it for a few years for sure.
Do you still have this toy, and if not, what happened to it?
Sadly, I don't have this dollhouse anymore. When I was around 13 years old, I gifted it to one of my friend's younger sister.
If you could make any toy, what would you create and why?
Given the chance, I'd make some kind of educational toys that could help children to learn English from the very early age. Maybe like a tiny robot that kids can sing songs with. That could be fun.
How have toys changed in the last 20 years?
Definitely they have. with the rapid advancement of technology, the toys have become way cooler than a couple decades prior. There's so much mechanics and software that goes into some toys. Also, video game consoles are just unreal these days. I mean that new PS5 has incredible graphics and gameplay.
That's the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, I will present you with a card on your screen. You will have 1 minute to read the questions. There is note paper and a pencil in front of you. You can use that to take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. And then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Okay? Your 1 minute preparation time begins now, Yumi. You can now see the card. You can begin planning. Yumi, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
I really had a great shopping experience with Sakura, a saleswoman at Takashimaya in Namba, downtown Osaka. I had set out to buy a new handbag as my previous one was worn and out of style. I really didn't know what I wanted to buy. I just wanted a bag that would be in fashion, affordable, and practical. Of course, there are so many kinds of different brands and styles of the handbag at Takashimaya, which is a large shopping mall and department store. So I didn't know where to start. I was getting dizzy looking at all the options when Sakura approached me and asked me if I needed some assistance. She's a typical Japanese woman with long dark hair, short figure, and of course she was very smiley. I was really astonished by her professionalism and knowledge of the products. She asked me if I needed some tea or water before helping me to choose the right bag. A cup of green tea helped me to calm down a bit and enjoy the experience more. Then she asked me a few questions such as color of my wardrobe, the size of the bag I needed, as well as my price range. We had a really good conversation and she made me feel confident about my decision. In the end, she helped me to pick out a beautiful beige Chanel bag that I'm very happy till this day. I feel like Sakura was such an excellent staff at Takashimaya who had the best interest in my mind. Looking back, she could have taken one more step to offer me a matching purse with the handbag, but all in all, I was very pleased and I would definitely go back to get her help to choose other accessories.
Your time is up, Yumi, so please stop there. Now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you a question related to your response and some questions connected to the topic of part 2. How often do you meet with customer sales agents that are as professional as Sakura?
Fortunately, I often meet with sales reps that are as professional as Sakura was. In Japan, customer care is held in the highest regard, and it is not only shameful to give less than amazing customer help, but also employees will certainly lose their job if they are rude.
Let's talk about customer service. What are important points to pay attention to for salespeople when dealing with customers?
As I mentioned in the previous part, the customer needs are really important to consider. So the sales rep should ask questions like Sakura did to find this out. Also, it is important to be polite with the customer as their money keeps the business alive.
What behaviors should be avoided by professional customer agents?
Definitely, being rude to the customer should be avoided at all costs. A dissatisfied customer usually tells a lot of people about their bad experiences, and this can ruin their business. Also, any kind of scam, like asking for an unreasonable price, is a bad policy because it leads to reputation loss.
Which products and services may require an extra high level of customer service?
I think that services and the products that are either expensive or deal with people's health need an extra level of attention because simply there is more at stake. I mean, a person wants the absolute best treatment when buying expensive TV or car, and they are definitely sensitive when treated by doctors and nurses in hospital.
What can happen to businesses in these industries that do not provide a positive buyer experience?
I think that health clinics or car dealership may not only go bankrupt if they mistreat their clients, but they may even end up with lawsuits on their hands.
How has customer service changed in the past 20 years?
There have been some changes in customer care over the last 2 decades. Namely, most of the customer agents now have to speak English and be tech savvy so they can adequately assist their customers. A lot of services and products demand these skills.
How has technology affected customer service?
Well, people can price match products just about anywhere and anytime, and also they can give a bad review very quickly.
Can you give some examples of this?
Sure. When I bought my Chanel bag, I quickly checked online to make sure that I was getting a good price. Also, when I bought it, I gave the store 5-star rating on Google reviews.
Who is most responsible for making sure that customers have a positive shopping experience?
With that question, the store manager have the greatest responsibility to make sure their customers are happy with the services and the products, as they are in charge of the smooth business operation and the growth. It is their responsibility to train and supervise their staff to make sure that customers are always happy.
What is the best way to deal with difficult customers?
I think when there's a tough customer, the on-site manager should be called to help as best as possible. The manager should be empathetic to the customer and keep the business interest in mind. If the customer feels cheated, give him 20% discount and an apology can solve the situation.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking section of the IELTS exam. Yumi, you will have your mark in a couple days online, and you'll have the official certificate with the other sections in a couple of weeks. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. For this performance, on a bad day, Yumi would get a band 8.5. On a good day, she would get a band 9. This is because she is clearly between a very good and expert user of the English language. Yumi's fluency and coherence are top level. She doesn't pause much at all to think about ideas. She expresses herself clearly and with lots of details, giving explanations and examples. Furthermore, Yumi uses a wide range of grammar, and she has excellent lexical resource, including phrasal verbs and idioms. Yumi has a slight Japanese pronunciation. However, her diction and her pronunciation are very clear, and it's easy to understand her. For these reasons, Yumi could very well get a perfect score. Now, here are some points to remember when you are doing the computer-based video chat version of the IELTS exam. Follow these tips and you will get a higher score. When doing the computer-based video chat version of the IELTS speaking interview, firstly, it's important to position yourself comfortably in your chair and make sure that your headset and microphone are also comfortable. Now, when you're speaking through a computer camera and microphone, these act as filters. So you need to be melodramatic. This means that you want to emphasize about 10% more than usual. In this way, you will seem natural to the examiner. Also, don't forget to use facial gestures. Smile. Smiling gives you confidence. Nod when the examiner asks you a question. This shows acknowledgement. Of course, in the video chat, you can't really use hand gestures too much because only the upper torso and head are visible. So facial features become more important. Next, blame the equipment. If you miss a question or if you don't catch a question the first time, you can get away with blaming the equipment once, maybe twice. Don't do it often. You can say, "I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you there. Can you please repeat that?" Or you can say, "I'm sorry, that wasn't too clear. Maybe something's up with my headset. Can you please repeat that?" Again, once or twice, you could do this, and the examiner will repeat the questions. However, it might get suspicious if you do it more. As well, when you're doing the computer-based exam, pay attention to looking into the camera rather than just at the screen. This will give the feeling of eye contact for the examiner. It's a good idea to train your eyes to look into the camera while also looking at the face of the examiner through your periphery. In addition, visualize and pretend that the examiner is there in the room with you. This will make your speech feel more personable. It will be more real. These details will certainly add to the quality of your communication. And finally, this is very important. Pay attention to fluency and giving complete answers. Often when people are talking through a video camera, they tend to keep their answers brief. However, in the IELTS, you must show your maximum English level in the given time. This means that you should always pay attention to giving an answer, an explanation, and often including examples. Don't let the camera trap you into giving very short answers, because that will restrict your band score. Speak fluently. Follow these points and you will certainly improve on your next IELTS exam. And remember to practice this at home with your friends or speaking partners online. You can do this on our website at aehelp.com through the Student Partner Speaking chat option. Good luck the next time you sit your IELTS exam. Fluency and coherence, grammatical range and accuracy, lexical resource, and pronunciation. Now watch and learn. Welcome to the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. My name is Adrian. I will be your examiner for this part of the test. What is your full name?
My full name is Zhang Li, as you may see on my passport, but please refer to me by my English nickname, Alex.
Okay, Alex. The speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each, and I will record this for marking purposes. May I see your identification?
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thank you. Okay. Here is your passport back.
Thank you.
For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. What did you do this morning?
This morning I woke up at 6 a.m. and did a bit stretching and have a very healthy breakfast, then just prepare for the interview today.
What do you plan to do on the weekend?
On Saturday, I want to go shopping because I'm looking for a new camera. And on Sunday, I plan to watch a movie with my cousin. I'm thinking in month 4.
Let's talk about helping people. How often do you get help from others?
I should see I got help from the others quite often, like from my parents and from my friends, or even from peers or strangers. I get help quite often.
What do you usually need help with?
I think I need help on managing my time. I mean, for the chores or homework, then I can complete all my home and school responsibilities.
When is it important to ask for help?
I suppose when people need help, like most time when there is a sudden danger for our health, or it's just the job is too big for one person. And like last weekend, my dad asked me to paint our fence, and then I just asked one of my friends to come over and help me out.
Have you helped someone recently? If yes, how?
Yeah, definitely I have. It's like last evening, my younger brother, he was stuck on a very complex mathematical formula, and I just lent him a hand and explained him in details.
If you need assistance during work or school, who do you ask for help?
Most time I will ask my friend on phone to help me out. Not only is he's rather willing to help, but also he's an honor student, and so he's capable for the most of the time. Like last week, he really came through when I was stuck on a long economics analysis.
That's the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2. Here's a card, some note paper, and a pencil. Please don't turn over the card just yet. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card. Then you will have 2 minutes to speak. In the 1 minute, you can take notes if you wish. I will tell you when to start and when to stop.
Okay.
Before we continue with part 2 and 3 of this interview, as well as the band score explanation, I want to tell you about a really exciting opportunity to master the English language in just 3 months with Lingoda, #1 trusted online language school with professionals. They are hosting a sprint event where you can get 100% cash back as well as free access to Cambridge speaking exams. Lingoda gives you the opportunity to study with native English-speaking, professionally trained teachers in small classes with an average of about 3 students in each class. And you can study 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anywhere, anytime. This flexibility really gives you the opportunity to improve quickly. Lingoda has been running sprint events for the past 3 years as it is a proven concept. I have been learning Spanish with Lingoda, and so far I'm loving the small classes, the friendly and effective teachers. When you choose the Super Sprint event, you will need to do 1 hour of English for 30 days a month for 3 months to get 100% cash back and a refund on your registration fee. But don't worry, we have this discount code also in the stream description that will give you a €10 discount from your registration fee right away. Or you can do the sprint event, which is 15 days a month, 1 hour each day for 3 months to get a 50% refund after successful completion. The next sprint event starts soon, September 23rd, 2020, this year. Spaces are limited, so make sure to sign up early. You can do English, Business English, German, French, or Spanish. And it doesn't matter if you're a complete beginner or advanced. There are courses for your level. More than 30,000 people have participated in past sprint events, and many of them share their positive experiences. It has transformed their lives. They have become more confident using English and successful in their jobs and in school. Lingoda has expert design materials which are proven to quickly help students learn the English language and use it effectively. Importantly, make sure to sign up before September 8th for the next sprint event. But hurry up because spaces are limited. Take a look at Lingoda's Instagram for more sprint event success stories. Don't wait. Get ready for your IELTS speaking interview. Join Lingoda's sprint event today.
Okay.
All right. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Go ahead, turn over the card.
Alex, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
It's like about a half a year ago, I just ordered a replica pair of Air Jordan 1 original from 1985, and it was released the first time. Then it is reintroduced to the customers as retro replicas. So the color of it is white, red, and black. Because I'm quite into basketball and collecting shoes, so I really want it as part of my collection. So I found this 2003 reproduction on eBay, and I just won the bid and got them in the mail for about 3 weeks later, and it cost me $120. Just to be honest, if an original 1985 pair of AJ is gonna cost me a small fortune in a good condition, just simply I didn't have that amount of cash back to that moment. And also, I don't want them to, as a novelty item, to put on display, but to wear them as well. So that's the reason I really fond of my 2003 reproduction. I will put them on for several times after I got them, for indoor hoops only, and it feels great. Just wear the same shoes, which started from the famous line of sport footwear. Otherwise, I don't put them on quite often, as I want to keep them as good of condition as possible. To be honest, I think my 2003 reproduction is similar to the 1985, but not exactly the same. So there are noticeable differences, but it needs a keen eye to notice this. For example, it's like the holes on the nose, the shapes of the design, and also the serial number on the inside. Even though they are not a real deal, but I really like them.
Okay, Alex, I'm going to stop you there. Your 2 minutes is up. Please pass back the note paper, the pencil, and the questions. Yes, thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about counterfeit products. What are the most common types of merchandise that companies copy these days?
Aside from clothing like AJ's I talked about before, I think many companies, they do the knockoff like electronic products. For example, iPhones.
Why do these companies do this?
I think most because they do it for the easy profit. Like they use the popularity of these existing products, and then they can avoid the cost of advertising. Also, those products are mainly made of the cheaper materials, which means they can bring companies with greater profit margin.
Where are places that people often buy counterfeit products?
I think it's like they can either buy online or the resale shops, because it's easier for the buyers to get those products from the unofficial resellers. And it's like what I'm doing. It's like what I was doing from eBay to get my reproduction 2003 AJs, but I know what I was getting myself into.
How can people avoid being tricked into buying fake products?
I suppose there are several ways for people to check it. First, they can check on, they can directly buy from the manufacturers, and then they can review on the customer reviews on the website. And last but not least, they can also check the serial number on the product to see if it's genuine.
How has technology helped customers know product authenticity?
I think the most ways I mentioned before is more thanks to the modern technology advancement. And also now people can use online customer reviews and check the product. And also they can use the camera functions on their smartphone to scan QR code to check the information of the product.
Does this always help?
Yeah, it helps most time, but sometimes it's like the distributors and manufacturers in the black market. They try to overcome the obstacles and to put the false reviews.
Let's talk about copyright protection.
It is common for people and companies to copy and use others' creations like literature and video to their own benefit. Why do they do this?
I think the motivation for individuals and organizations to copy the others is either fame or money or both. Instead of the authentic and honorable way, and they choose an easy but unethical way to copy the others and put it off as their own.
Why is this harmful to the creator and to society?
Because it definitely harm the others because it's their own idea, and also it just discourages people from being creative. And also such actions could bring very serious harm. For example, if a student he just got a degree as a doctor, but by copying the others, but in reality he doesn't know how to heal the patients.
What kinds of consequences do schools and businesses implement for plagiarism?
As far as I know, there is a blacklist database shared among most of the schools in the world. It's like the name list of the students who were caught by the copyright infringement. It's like if a student, his or her name is on that list, and if he or she just apply for university, then the university just simply won't take him or her as student. And also I know for the people who cheat on the IELTS, their name will be also on that list.
Are these effective to dissuade people from doing this?
Yeah, I think so, but there will always be exceptions.
Okay, that is the end of part 3. That concludes this part of the IELTS exam. You will have your mark in about 2 weeks' time, Alex, with the other sections. Remember to take your passport with you. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Here is the breakdown of Alex's 7.5 according to the IELTS speaking interview marking criteria, which is based on coherence and fluency, grammatical range and accuracy, lexical resource, and pronunciation. Firstly, her coherence and fluency score is about a 7.5. This is the most important score for the final result. Lexical resource, grammatical range, and pronunciation all have a great effect on the coherence and fluency scores. The reason Alex gets 7.5 for fluency and coherence is because her answers are clear for the most part. She's able to answer all of the questions with a fair amount of detail, giving explanations and examples. However, when you pay close attention, especially in part 3, you do notice that Alex at times gets stuck searching for the right word or the right grammar. You can see this especially when she makes a grammatical mistake, or she doesn't quite find the best word to express herself in the situation. This lowers her band score from a 9 to a 7.5 for fluency and also for coherence, because at times it's slightly difficult to understand exactly what she is trying to say. Let's talk a little bit more about grammatical range and lexical resource. For grammatical range, Alex would be scored about 7. She does use a wide range of grammar in all parts of the interview, including continuous forms, past tense, present perfect, conditionals. However, she makes a fair amount of mistakes with her grammar. So her grammatical range is quite high, but her accuracy in comparison is lower. It's important to balance these two. Make sure to learn and use a variety of grammar forms in your speaking, and also make sure to use them accurately. If you watch this interview again, you will note the various forms of grammar used by Alex, and you will also catch some of these mistakes. As for lexical resource, which is vocabulary, Alex does a great job. She would be scored about an 8. Notice that she uses a lot of fantastic paraphrasing for the words in the questions. Instead of saying knockoff in part 2, she uses the words replica, reproduction, counterfeit. So clearly, Alex doesn't know only one way, but knows several ways to express an idea. This is what a person needs to do to reach those high band scores. In addition, she uses some natural expressions and idiomatic language throughout her speaking, and a lot of it quite quickly. However, at times she does get stuck searching for the right word. But overall, it's clear that Alex knows many words in the English language. Now, let's talk a little bit about pronunciation. Arguably, the lowest score for Alex among these marking criteria is for pronunciation. Her pronunciation would be a 6.5. The reason for this is there are several words which Alex says that are difficult to understand on their own. For example, she says, I would like to see. What she intends to say here is, I would like to say. Now, of course, these are two very different words when they're mispronounced in this sense. Pronunciation scores are affected especially when the mispronounced word is misleading and affects the coherence score negatively. You can see several other examples of this throughout her speaking. So her pronunciation is not in balance with her other scores. This is what Alex should work hard to improve. You can improve pronunciation through practicing phonetics and copying native speakers. I have included a couple of useful websites in the video description for you to improve your pronunciation. Pronunciation is not particularly important in the speaking interview. Even if you have a thick accent, it's okay as long as the examiner can clearly understand each word that you're saying. Problems start when the words are incomprehensible or when they sound like different words. You must avoid this. Nevertheless, an overall band score of 7.5 with coherence and fluency 7.5, grammatical range and accuracy 7, lexical resource 8, pronunciation 6.5 is a very good result. Make sure to practice and improve on all of these components before you sit your next test. Good luck the next time you sit your IELTS exam. To see many more IELTS speaking interview lessons like this one, as well as original practice exams, a fully interactive course, visit and join our premium package at aehelp.com. Also download and link the app Academic IELTS Help. Use this discount code in the stream description to get 10% off our premium package. Begin learning for success today.
3 parts, I will give you instructions for each, and I'm going to record it for marking purposes. To begin, a few questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. What is your full name?
My first name is Stephen, my surname is Andrews, but please just call me Steve. This is short for Stephen.
Okay, Steve. May I see your identification?
Yes, of course. Here's my passport I used for registration.
Thank you. Okay, here's your passport back.
Thank you.
Where do you live?
I live in Richmond, which is in southwest London. I live in a 2-bedroom flat with my wife.
What do you like about your home?
I like that it's really spacious and bright. We've got 12-foot high ceilings and southwest facing windows that really let in the light. It's a really, really well built building as well, so it's really quiet and peaceful.
Let's talk about ball games. What is the most popular ball game in your country?
That's an easy one for me. It's football, without a shadow of a doubt. Not only in England, but across the whole of Great Britain. We watch and play it religiously, literally every single weekend.
Which is your favorite ball game?
For me as well, it's definitely football. I play 5-a-side, 11-a-side, I play it regularly. Just last weekend, we won 3-0 and I actually scored a goal. It was a really great game.
Where can you play ball games in your area?
Just literally 2 streets away from me, there's a football pitch. We play football there. Also, probably about a 5-minute drive from where I live, there's a nice recreation centre. You play indoor ball games there. I go there quite often, play tennis and handball.
I just want to take a moment before the rest of this lesson to tell you about an exciting opportunity to get Band 7 or higher in just 3 months with 100% cash back by learning and speaking English every day for 30 days with the Lingoda Sprint event. This is your opportunity to master the English language. Not only do you get the 100% cash back, but you can get a cash prize and access to Cambridge online practice tests for free. More than 25,000 people have participated in past Lingoda Sprint events, and they have shared their positive experiences. For many of them, it has transformed their lives. I have been learning Spanish for the past couple months using Lingoda, and I must say their materials and teachers are professional and effective. Usually there are only 3 students in each class, so I get lots of time to interact with the teachers and really practice my language skills. The next Lingoda Sprint event starts April 8th and goes until July 6th, 2020. Join the Super Sprint event, which is 30 days of English classes, 1 class each day for 1 hour. Attend all of your classes, and at the end, you will get a full 100% refund. Or you can attend the Sprint event, which goes for 30 days, and you have to attend 15 classes. Again, 1 hour a day for at least 15 days. Attend all of these classes, and you get a 50% refund at the end. In order to participate in this Sprint event starting April 8th, you have to register by March 24th and pay a €49 deposit to secure your spot. But wait, Lingoda has been generous enough to give us a €10 discount. Use this code, also found in the stream description during registration. After a successful completion of the Lingoda Sprint event, Lingoda will refund not only your tuition fee, but even your deposit. Of course, following the rules of the event. To learn more about the rules, you can visit lingoda.com. Lingoda challenges have been running for more than 2 years, and it is a proven concept by thousands of students around the world who now speak 2nd and 3rd languages fluently. I encourage you to visit their Instagram profiles and read their success stories. Good luck on your next Lingoda Sprint event. Now, back to the rest of the interview and the lesson.
Why do you think people like to play with a ball?
For me, I find ball games, they're really exciting and fast-paced. Dynamics of the ball, but it's really challenging and can be like mentally and physically. Also, because we play in groups, it's a really great way to socialise. So get to meet new friends and obviously catch up with old friends.
Have you ever played any ball games that you are not good at?
Well, yeah, there's a couple of games I'm not very good at. I'd say the one for me is definitely golf. It's got a really, really steep learning curve, and to even hit the ball, it can be quite difficult. I actually did play last weekend with some friends, and It was a really awful game. I was terrible. I mulliganed at least 3 times on every round, and I literally lost at least half a dozen balls.
That's the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, here's a card with some questions. Don't turn that over yet. And here's some note paper and a pencil. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card, think about your answer, take notes in the 1 minute if you wish, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, please.
Okay, turn over the card, and your 1 minute preparation time begins now.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Okay, a few months ago, probably around August time, I went to a festival at the Windrush River. And I've got to say, disappointingly, it's one of the most polluted places I've seen in quite a long time. It's quite a big river, and it runs north-east down into the Thames, feeds into the Thames at Oxford. It goes through a lot of urban areas and forests. And there was a time when I was a child, I used to go fishing there quite often with my dad and granddad. But I couldn't imagine going fishing there now. It's so polluted. I doubt there's any fish alive still in the water. And if they are, they've probably got 3 eyes. It's just, but all jokes aside, it was really, really sad to see. All the wildlife's gone there, the plants are dead, there's like an odour coming from the river, and the water was really brown and murky. It used to be so clear and full of life. It's just not good. Obviously, it's devastating to see the effect it's had on the animals, the plants, and it must also affect the residents living in the area. I couldn't imagine someone swimming in there. If you did, I imagine you would just come over in a real nasty skin rash. It really is that polluted. There's a lot of sewage being pumped into it, and I can also see, like, you can just literally see bottles just floating down the river. I believe the people and the government, they need to come together, and a water purification plant needs to be built to help with the overflow of the sewage and to clean up the mess and get the river back to the state it was in before.
Okay, Steve, your 2 minutes is up. I'm going to stop you there. Can you please pass back the card, the note paper? Thank you, and the questions. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about pollution. What are the different types of pollution that can be commonly observed in society?
I believe it's air, land and noise pollution, aside from the water pollution, which I just talked about.
Which of these is the most harmful and why?
I would say it has to be air pollution. Breathing is a vital part of our existence. That's what we need to survive. Obviously, smog makes it harder for us to breathe. I've read stories on the internet and in newspapers of cities where people are actually suffocating due to the smog. They literally can't breathe.
Why has pollution become a much more serious concern these days than a couple of hundred years ago?
Well, a couple of hundred years ago, the planet was a lot less populated. There's people all over the globe now, and there's 8 billion of us, I believe. Pollution nowadays is a lot more prevalent, and obviously there's more of us, so we're creating more pollution.
How can the problem of pollution be stopped?
It has to be a joint effort. People from all around the world, we have to get together, because air and water pollution, it moves region to region, so we have to come up with a concept like the Kyoto Accords and really work together to stop pollution.
Some people say that we do not inherit the earth from our parents, but we borrow it from our children. Do you agree with this statement? Why or why not?
I do. That's a really, really good statement. I strongly agree with that. Basically, if we carry on the way we're going, there is going to be no nature for our children and our children's children to enjoy. We really have to stop the pollution, come up with solutions and work together.
Let's talk about saving the environment. What kinds of technology have been developed to help restore the health of the environment?
There's been lots of great inventions over the last few years. Obviously with solar technology, I've also got low energy, eco-friendly light bulbs, electric cars, for example.
Which of these should be paid the most attention to for the betterment of the Earth?
For me, I believe solar technology. Energy consumption is one of the biggest polluters we've got on the planet right now, so I believe we need to move more into solar energy developments and industries.
How can people be encouraged further to recycle more and not just carelessly throw away their papers and plastic?
For me, it'd be a two-prong approach. The first one would be through education, showing people the challenges and consequences and what happens if they don't recycle. This could be done through at school, through media ads. Another way is, we actually do this in the UK, is implementing fines for people who do not recycle. For example, if you put your cardboard rubbish in a normal rubbish bin rather than using the recycling bin.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark in about 2 weeks' time with the other sections. Remember to take your identification with you, and have a great rest of your day, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So why does Steve get a perfect band 9 for his performance on the speaking interview? Is it because he's a native English speaker? No, absolutely not. Is it because he's speaking perfect English? No, there is no such thing. What Stephen does well is to answer all of the questions accurately, completely, with clear, comprehensible communication. Again, remember, the IELTS examiners are looking for grammatical range and accuracy, fluency and coherence, lexical resource, and pronunciation. Now, clearly, because Steve is a native English speaker, his pronunciation is as good as it gets. Furthermore, he uses a wide range of grammar, from present perfect to passive, active voice, conditionals, to answer the questions. Whenever he makes mistakes, Stephen is quick to catch his mistakes and correct them. Mistakes happen, especially when candidates are nervous. Clearly, Steve is a bit nervous in some parts of this interview. However, this doesn't stop him from speaking fluently and clearly. Notice that for many of the questions in Part 1 and Part 3, he doesn't just give the answer and explanation, but he also includes examples. For Part 2, he immediately starts with a very detailed and specific answer to the question. This is what you need to master in order to get those high band scores on your next IELTS exam. Good luck the next time you sit the test.
Passport, please.
Yes, certainly. Here is my passport. Please take a look.
What is your full name?
My first name is Reyansh and my family name is Verma. Please refer to me by my first name, Reyansh.
Okay, Reyansh. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Do you work or go to school?
I was doing some vocational study recently here in Mumbai, but right now I'm working as a salesperson in a clothing store.
What do you like about your workplace or school?
I really like my job because I get to meet a lot of interesting people and I help them find the right products. Like the other day I met an actress and it was quite exciting.
Let's talk about daily routines. What is the first thing you do after you wake up?
As soon as I wake up, my first act is to brush my teeth. I really don't like the taste of my morning breath, so I head straight for the bathroom. After that, I get dressed and have my breakfast.
Where do you usually go for lunch?
Usually, I have my lunch with my colleagues at work. We do have a staff room at the back of our store where I sit at a small table and enjoy my noontime meal.
Who are people that you meet with each week?
As I mentioned earlier, I meet with lots of customers during the day. Apart from that, we have a weekly meeting with our boss and co-workers. And I meet my family and friends to hang out with them. yesterday I went for tea with two of my close friends.
Why is it important to have some routines in life?
I think it's really important to have some daily routines like brushing my teeth and going to gym because it's important for health and development of a person. I go to work so I can save some money for my school and my living, and I think it helps me to grow as an individual.
How have your daily routines changed over the past 5 years?
My daily routines have evolved significantly over last half a decade. I used to go to school, but right now I'm working. In the evening I used to watch TV, but these days I prefer going out with my friends and family to hang out. So I think it has changed a lot.
If you could change one part of your daily routine, what would it be?
I think if I could do something differently, then definitely it will be the time I go to bed, because I think I usually get to bed late at times, so I'm a bit tired the next day.
That is the end of part 1. We will now continue with part 2. For part 2, I will show you some questions. You will have 1 minute to read these questions. Think about your answers. You have some note paper and your pencil there, so you can take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. And then you will have 1 to 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Please do not touch the paper with the questions. Talk about an idea that you had to make someone happy. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Riansh, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
Last year, I had a brilliant idea to make my friend Sejal happy because she was really down after losing her job. She called me on a Saturday night to tell me that she had been let go from her company because they were downsizing due to financial crisis. So basically, she was sobbing on phone, so I really wanted to cheer her up. So after my conversation with her, I really wanted to do something special to put a smile on her face. So I decided to call up all my friends for a surprise night out. I discovered that there's a place called Mystery Rooms Mumbai where we can all play together to escape from a room. It's basically a place where we all play together to solve out a mystery, to get out of a room with all kinds of excitement and danger. So we chose the con theme that's kind of like a Mission Impossible story where we had to get away with a big diamond. So all that was needed to make this happen was to call up all my friends, and that was about 1,000 rupees per head for admission, and we got one of our friends' car to get there. So anyhow, my 3 friends including Sejal and I went there and really had a blast on a Friday night. We were like screaming there and laughing for like 3 or 4 hours. And the best thing is we were able to escape out of the room just in time, and it was really great. So after everything, Sejal was really happy. Like, I think she was really cheered up. She left on a positive vibe for the entire following week. That helped her in getting a new job that was better than her previous job. So I think letting loose a bit and remembering that life is meant to be fun helped her in her success.
Your time is up. I'm going to stop you there, Riansh. Please turn the note paper over and put it to the side along with the pencil. I'm going to take back the questions, and now we'll start with part 3. For this part, I will ask you a question related to your response and some questions on this topic. Would you recommend this activity to others as well?
Yes, I will definitely recommend this to people like 16 years or older. I have already recommended this to dozens of people, and I think they really have a tons of fun.
Let's talk about creating positive experiences. What are some different ways that people can make others happy?
I think there are lots of ways to put someone in a better mood. Like, you can go for a night out like we did with our friend Sejal, or you can have a conversation over a warm cup of tea. I think the most important thing is to be a good listener and to be empathetic.
What is a simple way to make a person feel good?
I think the simplest way to make a person feel good is to give them a warm and sincere hug. It always works for me.
How has society improved over the past few hundred years to enable citizens to feel better?
I think there has been much in the way of improving the society, like in terms of medicine and technology, like cars and computers. Like, we have evolved a lot. Like, I think people these days, on the most part, do have more positive experience than negative ones. I remember, like, when I sit with my grandmother, she had to face a lot more hardships than my parents or me.
What further improvements can society make to help citizens have even more positive experiences?
I think there are still so many things we can do better. Like, people are expecting clean water and clean air for their safety. There are some places where people cannot go in the night because they feel it's dangerous for them.
Let's talk about sharing memories. Why is it important to share our memories with other people?
I think people really feel the need to share pictures and videos because they think it helps them to relive the experience. I show my pictures and videos to my friends because I feel like I'm doing the same thing with them again. Like, I show the pictures of escape room because it was a lot of fun.
Is it always good to share our past with others?
No, I don't think so. Because we have to consider the other person's position too. Because some pictures might bring up some bad memories for him or her. And some people may feel sad or jealous because they may not have enough money to do expensive stuff like going to Hawaii, for instance.
What are some ways that people can share their positive experiences with other individuals?
I think the methods that are really popular these days are like communication apps like WhatsApp or Instagram. I think these are really easy and quick to use. All a person needs is a mobile phone and an internet connection. I usually share my pictures and videos through these apps with my friends and family.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark available online in a couple days, and you will have the official certificate in the mail in about 10 days. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Just before I explain what Ryansh did so well in each of these 3 parts to get that perfect Band 9 score, let me remind you that you can also practice these questions and answers with subtitles in a karaoke-style format in our next video. Simply click the card to begin learning for fluency, confidence on your next IELTS exam. Now, why does Ryansh deserve these Band 9 scores? Ryansh begins part 1 with the right attitude for that perfect Band 9 score. He has his hands up on the table and making good eye contact with the examiner. He projects his voice, speaks loudly and clearly. Right away in the introductory questions, he uses good vocabulary, stating that he had been doing some vocational study before working. When asked why routines are important, he gives a very natural and clear answer, stating that it helps him grow as an individual. Again, this indicates a high degree of familiarity with the English language. Later in part 1, when the examiner asks him if his routines have changed over the years, Ryansh recognizes the present perfect grammar in the question, and he not only uses the present perfect once, but instead he uses it twice in his answer. In the beginning, he says it has changed a lot, and then again he says it has changed quite a bit. This is a very good strategy to show the examiner that the candidate has grammatical range and accuracy. Pay attention
to the grammar of the questions. If they are past perfect, use past perfect. If it's a conditional, use the conditional in your answer. And if it's present perfect, use the present perfect. And use it twice. Practice this at home before you sit the IELTS exam. Let's take a look at Ryansh's part 2. For the long answer, the cue card questions, asking about what the candidate has done to make a person happy, Ryansh takes all the necessary steps for that perfect Band 9 score. He takes notes, answers each of the questions on the card, has great structure, vocabulary, grammatical range, and a lot of detail in his 1 to 2 minutes response. It is noteworthy to state that Ryansh uses wonderful, natural-sounding expressions and vocabulary to paint a clear picture about how he helped to cheer up his friend Seagull by taking her to the mystery rooms in Mumbai. Instead of saying that she was fired from her job, he uses the more subtle expression of she was let go from her job. He explains that this happened because the company was downsizing. Again, a nice piece of vocabulary to indicate that the company was becoming smaller. Throughout his response, he uses some idiomatic language, like he helped put a smile on her face, meaning again that he helped to cheer up his friend to make her happy. He's circling back to the topic of the cue card, making sure that he stays on topic. Notice the great level of detail that Ryansh puts into his response, making it sound original. He explains to the examiner that the mystery room was kind of like a con theme or Mission Impossible style adventure where they had to steal a diamond and escape with it. He clearly explains how much it cost them to participate in this activity and how they felt afterwards. In order to get a Band 9 in the speaking section, you really do need to sound original in part 2 and include a lot of detail. Avoid using templates like, "Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak," or saying, "I have made a lot of people happy, but the person I would like to talk about today is." These might get you an okay score, but they will not get you that Band 8 or that Band 9. Instead, focus on the topic and focus on details. Now, let's talk about part 3. In part 3, Ryansh stays on track for a Band 9 by providing clear and accurate answers to every single question. One strategy that he uses to attain this is applying the question in his answers. When the examiner asks him if he has recommended this activity to any of his friends, he reflects this sentence in his response. He says, "Yes, I have recommended going to this mystery room in Mumbai to at least a dozen other people." This strategy is very useful to both build fluency and accuracy in part 3. Ryansh cleverly includes examples to support his answers and explanations. These examples are smooth and he does not say "for example" or "for instance." Like when he gives the example of his grandmother, who has had to face many more hardships than people today. This makes his explanation very clear about how life has become easier and more positive for people nowadays than in the past. You too need to use these kinds of examples to get those high band scores. Last but not least, Ryansh pays attention to connect information among the different parts of the interview and his answers. When asked about sharing his memories with others, he tells the examiner that he has in fact shared pictures of his experience in Mystery Rooms Mumbai. This type of connectivity among ideas definitely helps the candidate to achieve that perfect Band 9. Make sure to practice this at home before you sit your next IELTS exam.
So, can we start with your full name, please?
My name is Jade Lake.
Nice to meet you, Jade.
You too.
May I see your passport, please?
Here you are.
There you are. Where are you from, Jade?
I'm from Victoria, which is the capital city of British Columbia, the westernmost province of Canada.
Okay. I will ask you some questions. This will take about 12 to 15 minutes, and I'll give you instructions along the way. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
All right, let's talk about traveling.
Okay.
When is the last time you went on a trip?
In July, I traveled to Greece with my girlfriend Alice on a 2-week vacation. It was great.
Excellent. Do you like to travel?
Yes, I love to travel. I really enjoy seeing different and unique parts of the world, like the Acropolis in Athens, and I like to meet people from different cultures too.
Okay. What do you need to do when preparing for travel?
Well, I think the most important point to remember is to have a valid passport, because without one, you can't get on the plane and it's impossible to get it last minute. It's also important to pack the right clothes and gear for your trip. That way you're ready for any weather or challenges along the way.
Okay. Is it a good idea to plan the details of your trip before departure?
Well, yes and no. I think it's important to plan the main details like your hotel bookings and your transportation, but it's also important to leave some time open for spontaneous activities. For example, when I was in Greece, my girlfriend and I, we took this last-minute sunset cruise, and it was tons of fun. Sometimes the spontaneous activities are the most fun parts of your trip.
Okay. How popular is international travel in your country?
Well, in Canada, traveling abroad is quite trendy. Canadians are generally pretty well off, and they like to explore the world. Also, it's quite cold for much of the year in Canada in the wintertime, so it's refreshing and relaxing to go to warmer places like Hawaii.
Mm-hmm. What are the most popular places to visit for people in your country?
Well, Canadians like to travel to lots of different places, but if I had to think of the most popular ones, I'd say maybe America and Mexico, because they're close, they're convenient, and they're warm.
All right. So that's the end of part 1.
Okay.
Now for part 2, I'm going to give you a card. Okay. The card will have some questions. Mm-hmm. You will have 1 minute to prepare your answer for these questions, okay. And then you'll have 1 to 2 minutes to speak. Okay? Yeah. I'll tell you when to start and when to stop, okay? Mm-hmm. All right, so here's the card. Mm-hmm. Please don't flip it over yet. Yeah. Use your note sheets and pencil in front of you if you wish to take some notes, mm-hmm. And I'll tell you when to begin. Are you ready? Yes. Okay, your 1 minute begins now. Please go ahead and turn over the card. Okay, Jade, so your 1 minute is up. Please begin.
Okay. Well, an important person in the community where I live in Victoria is Ralph Schneider. Ralph is the current leader of the Liberal Party. They were elected about 2 years ago, and ever since then he's been managing the affairs of the Saanich municipality for the past 2 years. So Ralph campaigned his way into victory with his encouraging words and his positive actions. He's a tall and charismatic man. He's in his mid-50s. Even before Ralph became the leader of the community, he was really involved in the community. He would help troubled youth. He tried to create jobs for the unemployed, and he always created these really unique programs. He cares a lot about the safety of the community. And actually, just last month, he and his party started this new, unique neighborhood watch program where volunteers would monitor a 4-block radius in pairs every evening, walking around. And this has been so great for the security in our neighborhood and the safety. And also, it's been really good for the night commerce in the area. In my family, my folks actually own a coffee shop. So it's been really good for their business. Their business has been soaring. And I think that Ralph is just a special guy. He's really made our community come together. And even though he's busy and he has 2 teenage kids, he always makes the extra effort to make a difference in our community.
Okay, so that is the end of part 2. May I have the card back, please? Thank you. Now we will begin part 3. Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions on a similar topic. Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about community leadership.
Okay.
How important are leaders to a community of people?
Oh, I think that good leadership is absolutely vital for the progress and stability of a community. Humans are social by nature, and having strong individuals guide them is essential for their development.
Okay. What characteristics are advantages and which are disadvantages for social leaders?
Oh, it's a hard question. Can I just think for a moment?
Sure, take your time.
Okay. Well, I guess if I had to think of a key personality trait for a good leader, it would be confidence. If a person is confident, they can really gain the respect and trust of their audience. On the other hand, a disadvantage of a good leader would be someone who displays socially irresponsible behavior like drinking or gambling. I think that the community would have a hard time trusting someone who doesn't set a good example.
Okay. If you could be a leader in your neighborhood, what social issue would you address?
So what you're asking is if I was the leader, what social issue I would like to change?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well, a hot topic in my community is the high cost of post-secondary education. Many students in college and university really struggle to pay their tuition fees. So if I was a leader, I would try and take a strong initiative to create some sort of program with either free or subsidized post-secondary education.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some more questions about community programs. Mm-hmm. What are some important programs for communities to provide their residents?
Well, I think that a very important program is athletics, because many people say a healthy population is a happy population. So I think it's important for the community leaders to ensure that the sports clubs like tennis and football are available and accessible to all of their residents.
Okay. To what extent should governments be responsible for financial support of recreation centers?
Well, like I said before, I do think that athletics and recreation centers are very important for a strong community. So I think it's vital that the government makes sure that recreation centers are well funded, well advertised, and attended by the public.
Have the programs in your community changed much since you were a child?
Oh, I've never really thought of that before. I guess when I was a child, most of the programs at the community center would be either age restricted or separated by gender. So maybe nowadays I've seen a lot of programs are co-ed and they're also open to all ages. And I think this is great because it allows the community to come together no matter what age or gender.
Okay. All right. That is the end of part 3, and that's the end of the speaking part of the IELTS exam. Thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of your exam, and your grades will be posted in about 10 business days online, okay?
All right. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you, Jade. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
For and learn. Welcome to the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. My name is Adrian. I will be your examiner for this part of the test. May I see your identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
My full name is Veronika Sokolova. My surname is Sokolova, so you can call me just Veronika.
Okay, Veronica, I'm going to put this here for now, and we will begin with the speaking interview. It has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each part. For part 1, I'd like to get to know you a little bit better and ask you some questions on a general topic. Currently, do you work or study?
Currently, I'm not only studying medicine at Moscow State University, but also I was preparing for this IELTS exam because I want to continue my post-graduation studies abroad.
Okay, let's talk about the weather. Do you like hot or cold weather?
I prefer cooler weather, let's say around 18 degrees Celsius, rather than hot weather, especially temperatures over 35. When I feel chilly, I can put a sweater on. But if I'm boiling in the summer heat, there is actually nothing I can do. And the temperature now is about 20 degrees, and I feel just great.
What is the weather usually like in your city?
The weather in Moscow varies depending on the season. Summers are warm and winters are cold. In December it's about -10 and summers are in mid-20s. I think summers are quite sunny, but the rest of the year is a bit gloomy.
Why do people like talking about the weather?
That's an interesting question. I think people like to talk about the weather because it's a good way to start a conversation. Everybody has an opinion about the topic and nobody is too sensitive about that, so it's a great icebreaker.
If it's raining and you have to go somewhere, what do you do?
If it's raining and I need to get to location, I would put my rain jacket on, hop in the car, as I don't like to get wet and feel much safer driving. Actually, that's what I did yesterday when it was a downpour and I needed to get a mail from the post office.
Has the climate changed in your country since you were a child?
Definitely, the climate has changed a lot. Now it's much warmer than it used to be. For example, when I was a kid, I remember I was going to school in 1 meter of snow and it was -15, and this doesn't happen these days.
Okay, that is the end of part 1. For part 2, here is a card. Please don't turn that over. It has some questions. Here is some note paper and a pencil. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions, think about your answer. You may take notes if you wish in the 1 minute time. Then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start and when to stop. Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Okay, then your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Please turn over the card and begin. Okay, Veronica, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
One of the most popular places for entertainment in Moscow is Pioneer Cinema, which is located in the Kutuzovsky Avenue. It was built a number of years ago and it contains several screens and also an open-air theater which is located in a different place. And this cinema, Pioneer Cinema, has different programs, including programs for kids and also festivals with special films. And every day thousands of people go there to have a great experience of watching, because it's a great quality of the films and a great sound also. And there are not only Hollywood films you can see there, but also comedies and dramas and other genres from all over the world, including Russia and Europe, etc. And it's so popular among people also because of the overall experience you can get there. I mean, blankets are available, seats are comfortable, and there is a cafe also where you can get drinks and food before the movie. And going to the Pioneer Cinema, it's not only spectacular, but also give people a stress release, I believe so. It gives stress release to people, so they relax and forget about everyday problems. And me personally, I go to Pioneer Cinemas time after time, like twice a month, and enjoy everything there.
Okay, Veronica, your 2 minutes is up, so I'll stop you there. Can you please pass me back the card, the note paper, and the pencil?
Yes.
Thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk more about having fun. Why is it important for people to have fun every once in a while?
There is a saying that all work, no play makes people angry, and I tend to believe this. I think that having fun is a great way of stress release. Like me the other day, I was so tired and stressed from my work, so I went to stand-up comedy show.
At times, people enjoy themselves by watching violent sports such as boxing. Is this acceptable? Why or why not?
Tough question. Let me think a bit. Well, I think that it's acceptable as long as there are regulations in place to keep people from mortal harm, and as long as everybody participates willingly.
How have people's entertainment activities changed in the last 20 years? Will they change in the future?
Definitely it has changed from past 2 decades. Technology has changed a lot the way people entertain themselves. Now people spend more time with digital devices than with each other, and going for hikes or playing in the park, going out of style. For instance, I have a cousin and her kids always running around with a tablet in their hand playing Minecraft.
Let's discuss recreation centers. What are some common facilities available in recreation centers?
Recreation centers in Moscow usually have a football field, swimming pool, and sports field as well. Also, there is a coffee shop and a shop with activity with different equipment. I have such a recreation center near my home in Moscow, and it has all this, and I go there twice a week.
Is it the government's responsibility to build public recreation centers, or should they be privately owned? Why?
That's interesting, actually. I think private investors could build such centers. Why not? But for sure, it's a government responsibility to build such centers, to invest money, to give people the impulse to go there, and to subsidize costs.
How can athletic centers benefit a community, and what is the best ways to achieve these goals?
The healthy population means healthy society. That's the main thing, I believe. But also, such a center is a great. Such centers is a great places for communication. Every time I go to my yoga class, I participate in quite interesting and beneficial talks there. Like last time, a lady gave me a great flu remedy.
Okay, that is the end of part 3, and that concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will have your marks in about 2 weeks' time with the other sections of the test. Here's your passport. Don't forget that.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
So why does this Russian candidate get a score of 8.5? Well, she knocks this speaking interview out of the park on all 3 of the main categories for your IELTS speaking band score: natural speech, complex speech, and coherent speech. First of all, she answers all of the questions clearly and completely. Notice this example. Secondly, she uses complex subordinating and coordinating conjunctions throughout the interview. Notice this example here. Furthermore, her pronunciation is clear and she uses some really nice natural expressions that native speakers use in their day-to-day language. Notice the expressions she uses in the first part to talk about the weather here. As well, this candidate does an amazing job of giving a response to the Part 2 question cue card. She answers all of the questions on the card. She paints a clear picture to the listener about the entertaining place in Moscow. She gives good details and avoids redundancy or repetition. Also, in Part 3, this student does an amazing job of giving well-rounded answers with examples. Notice her response to this question. Make sure to repeat and copy the same kinds of answers and the same strategies when you're answering the questions for the next time you sit your IELTS speaking interview, and you will also get a high IELTS band score. Watch this video several times and make sure to practice lots at home. To see
Adrian, I will be your examiner for this part of the test, and I'm going to record this for marking purposes. What is your full name?
My given name is Wang Yang, and my family name is Li. Please just call me by my English nickname, Everett.
Okay, Everett, could you please hold up your identification to the glass, please? Thank you.
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now, the speaking has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. Do you work or study?
Currently, I'm a student in the 3rd year of electronics engineering. I also help out at my mom's souvenir store sometimes.
What is your favorite food?
I love a delicious crab dim sum. I could have it every day.
Let's talk about colors. What color is your home?
The outside of my home is light blue, and the inside walls are eggshell white, as this makes the room feel brighter and gives a sense of cleanliness.
What is your favorite color?
My favorite color is sky blue, as it gives a sense of liveliness. Often when I buy shirts, I like to choose this color.
Are there any colors that you do not like?
Yes, I'm not particularly a big fan of gray because I find it bland and boring. Often when I buy shirts or choosing decorations, I will try to avoid this color.
What are the most popular colors in your country, and do these colors have meanings?
In China, the colors of the flag come into my mind immediately. So red and yellow, or gold if you may say. So red is a symbol of the communist revolution, and yellow or gold star represents the Communist Party. Interestingly, red is also the color of Manchu dynasty, and yellow or gold is an imperial color.
Have your preferences in colors changed over the years or stayed the same?
Well, they have pretty much stayed the same over these years since my childhood. I have always loved sky blue, as well as other brighter color. In fact, I have never had any epiphany thinking like, wow, I really like this color and I never used to.
If you repainted your home, what colors would you use?
I really like the color of my home now, so it is unlikely I will repaint it anytime soon. But if I have to say, I would likely to pick some brighter color, like a shade of yellow or teal.
That's the end of part 1. Now we'll continue with part 2. So why does Everett deserve this perfect Band 9 score, an expert user of the English language? His pronunciation, 8.5 to 9. Grammatical range and accuracy, 8.5. And his lexical resource and coherence fluency, a definite Band 9. Overall, Band 9. Notice right away in part 1 that he sits with a straight and confident posture. He keeps his hands on the table. He focuses on the examiner, makes eye contact, and even with the shield and face mask, he delivers accurate, complete answers throughout the interview. During the introduction, he gives his full name, and then he clearly instructs the examiner to call him by his English nickname, Everett. This is obviously a candidate who has practiced and prepared for the IELTS exam. This is what you need to do before you sit the test. Preparation is key for the level of confidence that Everett has. When he's asked about what he does during the introduction, he clearly explains that he's an engineering student, but that he also helps out at his mom's souvenir shop. He gives a complete answer with 2 parts using a compound sentence, but he doesn't overspeak and go into more details that go off topic. You have to find this perfect balance of fluency, complete answers, while staying on topic. Again, his level of confidence and precision is reflected when he's asked the question about his favorite color, and he responds with the answer that it's sky blue, even pointing to his shirt that he's wearing during the exam. Clearly, he is very present and aware of his current situation. Make sure to use examples from your real life when you are giving explanations to the examiner. This can really help to boost your marks, especially when you're giving visual examples, as Everett did in the case of pointing to his shirt. Everett uses a lot of specific natural English language, like he says, I'm not particularly fond of the color gray. This clearly paraphrases the examiner when being asked what colors he does not like. He says, I'm not particularly fond of. This is a polite and very natural way of expressing that a person does not like something. It's this kind of grammatical range and vocabulary that reaches those high band scores. Make sure to become familiar with natural everyday language by paying attention to natural conversations in movies, in podcasts, and in your environment. In part 1, Everett even uses a direct quote. He explains to the examiner that his preference in colors have pretty much stayed the same, using present perfect, and then he quotes himself, saying, I've never really thought, oh, I now really like this color and I never used to like it. So this kind of language shows his confidence in natural English. Become familiar with direct and indirect quotes, as these can be very handy during the speaking and writing sections. Continue with part 2. For part 2, here is a card with some questions. Please do not touch this. You will have 1 minute to look at the questions, think about your answers. You have some note paper and a pencil there. You can take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. And then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Okay, Everett, your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Everett, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
One idea that I have thought of to make the planet a better place is to advocate for international clean energy regulations, which people has to follow. By this I mean implementing a few simple yet strict laws that the society in the world must comply in order to minimize the energy consumption and waste whenever possible. I really started to think about this deeply about half a decade ago when I come into the realization that many companies and people in the world are creating a lot of waste and pollutions and because of their ignorance. Let me explain this a bit more clearly with an example. The world now has energy efficient LED lights and rechargeable batteries. Yet the stores are still selling energy inefficient light and disposable batteries. And people still buy them. This kind of energy inefficient light not just waste the electricity, but also the chemicals and materials in these products are really harmful for the environment. Even though people are allowed to recycle their battery nowadays, many of them still end up in the landfill, and the acid is causing major damage to the water and land. With 8 billion people on Earth, I believe it is gross negligence to overlook this issue. In fact, such regulation would be cost efficient for people and society in the long run, so money really shouldn't be an excuse. I believe by banning the energy inefficient light and disposable batteries, the planet would be a better place in both flora and fauna, as well as people will live healthier lives. I think the reason why such regulation hasn't been implemented yet is because of our greed and ignorance. In order to make this happen, people and government must unite together again, like they did for banning the plastic shopping bag.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there, Everett, and we'll continue with part 3. Can you please put the note paper and the pencil to the side? Thank you.
In part 2, Everett continues to deliver an outstanding performance. Immediately, when his time is up, he begins speaking clearly and directly using the topic statement. He says, an idea that I've thought of to make the world a better place. It is very important that you start right away and that you reflect the topic of the cue card specifically and directly, immediately, as soon as the examiner tells you to start speaking. Now, Everett also delivers a mini presentation. It has a beginning, a middle, it has explanations, examples, pauses, nice intonation up and down in his voice. It really feels like he's giving a presentation on an idea to make the world better by using energy efficient technology. He goes into details, giving examples of LED light bulbs versus traditional light bulbs, and disposable batteries versus rechargeable batteries. He simply brings the audience into his ideas and creates a strong and deep level of empathy. This is what's required for those truly high Band 9 marks. You can do this, but you have to practice. And you can practice this in the next speaking video, which will be a simulator, karaoke style video with the same questions where I will be your examiner and you will be the student. You can practice with the subtitles and then you can come up with your own answers. In this way, you too will be able to master these mini presentations.
Thank you. And now for part 3, I will ask you a couple more questions about your response to part 2 and some more questions on that topic. How long do you think it will take for the global community to make the changes and create the regulations that you're thinking about with these disposable batteries and lights?
I think if people do not make these changes sooner, within 10 or 15 years, people will have to make these changes in order to survive.
What have you done to advocate for these kinds of changes to happen?
I have communicated a lot with people, including some environmental advocacy group. And I also trying to encourage my family and friends to pay more attention to these important issues.
Let's talk about helping the planet. What are everyday actions that people can do to help Mother Earth?
I think aside from paying attention to the products people buy, people must also conserve drinking water, reuse and recycle as much as possible.
And which of these should people pay special attention to?
Well, I think the most effective way to help our Mother Earth is to reduce waste. So this is the most important. For example, I'm using this washable face mask instead of a disposable one.
Why is it important for individuals to give their time freely to help nature?
Individuals must devote their time freely, volunteer for cleaning up the environment because of all the damages we have done and are still doing. I think if people are expecting to get paid for that, our planet and humans are in big trouble.
What are the best ways to do this?
I'm not sure there's a perfect answer for this, but spending time to plant some trees and pick up garbage are good ways to help out.
Can you think of any charities whose main goals are to help the planet?
Yes, a couple of environmental NGOs in China are Friends of Nature, or FON, as they are normally called, and Green Home. Both organizations were established a couple of decades ago in order to preserve the nature in the country, as well as bring awareness to environmental issues.
What can people do to help these organizations be more successful?
People can volunteer their time or make donations for organizations like FON or Green Home.
Let's talk about human responsibility. Have people become more or less responsible for society and nature these days?
I think both. Some people are doing their best to reduce, reuse, recycle, and reduce their carbon footprints, while others are just being more wasteful than ever, simply consuming the resources without thinking for our planet or the next generation.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, absolutely. We see that some people are buying EVs to drive around in the town, while others buy those large SUVs to commute daily with only 1 or 2 passengers in the car.
What are some of the most important social responsibilities that people need to pay careful attention to?
Aside from protecting the nature, I think people should also pay more attention to create a safe and enjoyable environment for others. A good representation on that is the COVID situation now. In this pandemic, people should do their best to avoid spreading the virus, especially for the elderly.
What can happen if they do not act responsibly in these?
Well, in the worst case scenario, people can die, but less drastically, people will suffer a much lower quality of life.
That's the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the IELTS exam. You will have your mark in about 10 days' time, Everett, with the other sections. Have a great rest of your day. Everett continues with clear, confident Band 9 level speech throughout part 3. He speaks with slow, methodical language. He doesn't speak quickly, but it's fast enough. He uses natural fillers like and but not too much, just enough to think of good ideas. Like when he's asked about nonprofit organizations in China, and he gives the example of NGOs like Fawn and Green Home. These make for very visual, specific, and original language that's needed for those perfect Band 9 scores. You can practice this with our simulator-style videos. Click that card to get into karaoke-style speaking practice with me. Good luck the next time you sit your IELTS.
For an adult, so you've got to look back to your childhood, and I'm going to send that question to your iPad now. You'll see that the question is, describe a toy from your childhood. You should say what that toy is, how old you were when you had this toy, what you remember about this toy, and explain why this toy was memorable. Okay, it's a tricky question, right?
A little bit, but I think I have a good example here for this one.
Good. So you'll have a minute to prepare your answer. We want to hear some of your thoughts and ideas. You can start now.
So a toy that I will always remember, and I'm an adult, I'm an old man now, but a toy that I always remember is this Transformers toy, and I don't know if any of you know what a Transformer is, but it's a toy that resembles an automobile or a plane or a ship, and it transforms, it changes into a robot. And I used to watch an animated television cartoon when I was a child called the Transformers, and I loved this particular toy named Optimus Prime. So I'm going to talk about him and this toy that I had when I was about 8 years old.
You've got about 10 seconds left. Okie dokie. So your 1 minute is finished. During the test, you're going to have to speak for over 1 minute. For those people that are new to this video, you will have to speak for between 1 and 2 minutes as fluently as possible. Jay's going to give us an answer, and your your time starts now.
So today I'm going to talk about a really special toy from my childhood called Optimus Prime. And Optimus Prime is the name of a character from an animated television show from the 1980s called The Transformers. And the Transformers were these cool robots who were robots, but they could also transform into vehicles. So that way they were able to hide from humans on Earth because they were disguised as cars or trucks or ships or airplanes or whatever. So the particular toy I have was a big semi-trailer named Optimus Prime. So a semi-trailer is a big truck that has a trailer on the back of it. You'll see it ships, or it delivers lots of goods and services. So Optimus Prime was this big, cool truck. It was probably about this big and the size of a ruler maybe. And he transformed into, like, the main cabin of him transformed into a robot, and then his trailer transformed into a base with like a gun on it. And I just remember playing with my cousin. He had a lot of Transformers too, and we would have mock battles, and we would fight each other. My Transformers would fight his Transformers, and I just remember I loved that show because there weren't many toys, and when I was growing up, you couldn't change them. That's how the toy was. So when you took it out of the package, that's how it looked. But these it was like getting two toys in one, because it was like a vehicle that you could just drive around with your hand on the floor, but you could also then transform it into a robot. And so it was really cool in that respect. So that's the toy that I remember, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. How'd I go?
1 minute 57, almost 2 minutes. That was really good. I remember this show. I also used to love Transformers. So let's talk about what you said in your speech. Animated television show.
Yeah, so basically a cartoon, something that's not real. So the images on the scene or on the screen that you're watching, they're drawn by an animator or a cartoonist, and then it's I'm not sure how to say it, but it's put to life by production team.
Just another way to say cartoon, I would say.
Yeah.
You said they were cool robots, and you said they transformed into vehicles. Vehicles is a really tricky word to pronounce. Could you just explain and have a go at pronouncing the word vehicles a few times?
Vehicles.
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 Really tricky.
Yeah.
Disguised as cars. What does disguised mean?
So when you have a disguise, it means you're trying to hide who you are and look like something else.
Great. A truck?
A truck, there could be many definitions of a truck. So a truck could be what I was describing about Optimus Prime. He's technically a truck. So the big semi that you see on the highways transporting goods, or a truck could also be even something small like a pickup truck, like a Ford Ranger or something like that, or a Toyota Hilux.
Trailer on the back?
A trailer is something that you use to store things and transport items in.
Great. I like the fact that you were explaining as much detail as possible about the toy. That was great. You talked about an event, an experience in your life with your cousin. You said you remember playing with your cousin and we used to have fights. You say, I loved that show. Great. And you explained more about the fact that you liked this toy because other toys, you couldn't change them. Great. You said it was like 2 toys in 1. I remember the theme tune to this show. Do you want to sing it? Transformers, robots in disguise.
Yeah, Transformers more than meets the eye.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can look up that on YouTube. I'm sure the Transformers TV shows are on YouTube from the 1980s. That shows how old Jay and I are.
Yeah, but there have been quite a few remakes of that show. So if you type Transformers into YouTube, you might see some more current versions of the show as well.
That's true. Good. That's it from me. Thanks, Jay.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. And thank you, everyone, for watching.
My name is Asad Yaqub, and we are going to start your IELTS speaking test. Do you work or study?
I work. I'm working since last 6 years, and I'm doing a job in a government organization as Assistant Director in Ministry of Finance.
Good. Let's take a start. Did you enjoy singing when you were younger?
Yes, I used to do singing when I was young, but not now. I just quit it.
Why not?
Because I don't have much time to listen singing and movies, so that's why when you don't know about the lyrics, definitely you will not sing.
Do you have a favorite song you like listening to?
Yes, I like listening patriotic songs about the country whenever we used to watch match and there was some songs we were listening during the match series. That type of songs I like.
How important is singing in your culture?
Yes, it is very important. Different type of cultural songs because it's a very historical cultural country where we are living, particularly about Lahore. So there are different type of cultural songs we usually sing.
How often do you listen to music?
I'm not listening music nowadays from since many time or many years. So
okay.
Hardly know about any.
All right.
Any
we now
current
move
songs.
on to IELTS speaking part 2, and this is your topic. You have 1 minute to read the topic and write down some notes.
Which one?
You will now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes.
Yeah, I have recently watched a movie that is Karachi to Lahore, and the actor is Fawad Khan. He was really very good actor. When I know about that, when I watched this movie, then I know about that actor. And after that, I have seen many of the films in which Fawad Khan was doing acting. He was very hardworking, and he started doing acting from last many years. But initially, he was doing acting in a TV programs, and after that, he was offered so many films. And he was really very good in dance, so that's why he was really suitable for the main screen or the bigger screen. And It was when I learned about Fawad Khan through internet. Then I came to know that initially he was doing a job in one of the restaurant, and then he met a film director there. And when the film director saw his skills, then he offered some films or TV dramas. So that was the thing that clicked me about that person, that he start from initial level and then can get at a higher.
All right, thank you very much. Can I get the book, please? Thank you. We now move on to IELTS speaking part 3. What are the most popular type of films in your country?
Most popular films which are nowadays are very famous in our country about on a social problem, social documentary type films. These are really very famous nowadays in our country.
What is the difference between watching a film in the cinema and watching a film at home?
When you watch a film in a cinema, there is a big screen, and you were free of all the worries. When you're watching movie at your home, then you are still doing some work while you're watching movie. But at cinema, you just focus on the film, and you might have some good company with you. So that's why it's really very good to watch movie in cinemas compared to watch at your home.
Do you think cinemas will close in the future?
No, I don't think so. There is a very trending way to watch a movie in a cinema, and mostly people, when they get bored from their daily routines, they usually do, and they come out from their homes and do watch movies, and people like to watch movies. Recently, due to COVID, most of the cinemas are closed, but people want to want to again come out from their houses and.
All right, thank you very much. That's the end of your IELTS speaking test. Now, listen, in part 1, you should learn to use present perfect continuous tense, because whenever you say since or for, so you are making this mistake. Like you said, since last something, so for that you used present simple tense. It should have been present perfect continuous. For example, if you say it has been raining since morning, right? I have been learning English for 2 years. He has been singing for 5 years, right? What you do, you say since and for. So you should learn this, and present perfect continuous, right? With that. Then when we were talking about singing, you said I listen to singing. So it should have been I sing actually. And after listen, we use to. I listen to music. I listen to radio. I listen to songs. We cannot say I listen songs and all that. These mistakes, and in part 1 your answers were somewhat short. You need to add a little more. In part 2, when you started, you said he start doing many years. So it should have been he has been singing for many years, or he had been doing it for many years. Then you said one of the restaurant. After one of the, we use plural. One of the restaurants, one of the persons, one of the places, and all that. So these type of
grammatical
things.
mistakes.
Grammatical mistakes. And in part 3, some of your answers were really short. And by the way, one answer was irrelevant. The question was, do you think cinemas will close in the future? But you said after COVID, now the cinemas are opening and this and that. You should have spoken about the future of cinemas. Like people will have all the gadgets at home and they will enjoy the movies at home and all that. But the good thing is overall your language is good, but you just need to transform your answers, and a couple of tenses where you are confused and couple of words where you are irregular, you need to focus that. Looking at all these things, still with this type of English, you can easily achieve 6.5.
I will be your examiner for this part of the test, and I'm going to record this for marking and clerical purposes. This is candidate number 7391. We are currently doing this exam in Kerala, and the time is 15 o'clock. Firstly, could you please just show me your identification?
Yes, of course. Here is my passport. Please take a look.
And what is your full name?
My full name is Karan Nair. You can call me Karan.
Okay, Karan. For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better, and some questions on a general topic. Do you work or study?
I actually do both. I work for a financial firm as a financial strategist, and I also study for my IELTS and also GRE for my higher studies in States.
Where do you live?
I live in the outskirts of Kerala in a 3-bedroom apartment with my parents.
Let's talk about fruits and vegetables. What is your favorite fruit?
Oh, interesting question. My favorite fruit would be mango. I love mangoes because for its sweet and tangy taste, and it's one of the most available fruits in our region.
How often do you eat fruits, and how about vegetables?
I try to eat fruits and vegetables at least twice a day. Today for morning also I have a vegetable curry that my mom prepared, which was really good. And my love for mangoes, I have drank a mango lassi on my way to this exam hall.
Where do you buy the most delicious fruits and vegetables?
I mostly buy it from the farmers market near to my home, where all the farmers will come there and with all their produces from the day or the week, and they are really fresh and they are really tasty as well.
Which do you like to eat more, fruits or vegetables, and why?
I would prefer fruits over vegetables for its sweetness.
If you could grow any fruit or vegetable, what would it be and why?
If I ever happen to grow fruit or vegetable, I would grow durian because it's known as the king of fruits, but I'm not sure whether it will grow in my region.
Have you been to an apple orchard?
Yes, I've been to an apple orchard in the Kandal in the Himalayan regions where there are a lot of apple trees and they produce some of the best apples in India.
That is the end of part 1. We will now continue with part 2. For part 2, I'm going to show you a card with some questions on it. You have some note paper in front of you and you have your pencil there. You will have 1 minute to read the questions on the card, think about your answer, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. You can take notes in that 1 minute, of course, if you wish. Please do not touch the card. Talk about a useful idea that you learned in school. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Karen, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
The one useful idea I have learned in school was money management and investing. I have learned this 5 years back at one of my classes, and it was taught by Mr. Rakho, and he advised all of us, the students, that until the age of 40, you should invest your at least 30% of your earnings to the proper stock market or a crypto account, so that on a long term you would be able to get profit out of it. And I totally followed his advices and built a portfolio on it. And years from now, I can see changes in my financial status. Even while I'm sleeping, my money is working for me and I'm making huge profits. Now, so right after college, when I got a job at a retail store as a customer service agent, right away I opened all these accounts and started investing in it. And now I could say I'm financially secure.
Okay, your time is up. I'm going to stop you there. And now we will continue with part 3. I'm just going to take back the questions. Yeah, please put the note paper to the side. Yes. Okay. Thank you. And for part 3, I will ask you a question connected to the topic of part 2 and some questions related to this topic as well. Did you do anything afterwards to thank Mr. Raghav for teaching you this useful idea about investing?
Yes, like a couple of months back, I popped it in my old school and I met him and I showed up with a bunch of chocolates that he really loves. I've heard him saying that he loves milk chocolates, so I bought a bunch of them and I gifted it to him as gratitude for all his advices.
Let's talk school curriculum. What are the most common subjects taught in school?
The most common subjects taught in school are science, mathematics, and languages. Mathematics helps the students with their logical thinking, and languages are also important because it helps them communicate.
What subjects would be good to make part of the regular curriculum that are not currently taught?
I think psychology and sociology should be a part of the school curriculum because with the psychology, people or the students could understand their own thinking, and with sociology, they will be a more socially committed to the society.
Can you elaborate?
By learning psychology, a person will have a strong understanding of himself, and it can avoid many mental situations like depression or anxiety or anything. So self-realization is a big thing. So with psychology, a person will be able to know that. And with sociology, a person would learn how to be a social being and how to cooperate with the rest of the people in the society.
How have school curriculum changed compared to a generation before?
School curriculum has changed a lot from comparing to the previous generation. Now the schools are emphasizing more on the technical teaching skills like computer science, but in certain areas things have also fallen behind, like teaching history.
What are the positives or negatives of this development?
There are positive and negatives for this, and some of the positives are teachers are more focused on problem solving skills, and some of the negatives are students are being less disciplined these days.
Let's talk about good teachers. What qualities should a good teacher have?
A good teacher should be empathetic to their students and lend a supporting hand to them, especially in their subject matters. And if they have any doubt or anything regarding their subjects or something they have learned or read somewhere, teachers have a strong responsibility to clear that doubts and help them move forward.
How do these qualities help students to learn better?
These qualities build a strong between the teachers and students. When the teachers are more empathetic to students, they will have an affection towards their teachers, and they will be open to ask more doubts in their learning, and also will be able to communicate easily with the teachers.
Can you give an example?
For an example, if a student who is weak in his studies and a teacher is empathetic enough to understand where he's lagging behind and strengthening his weaknesses, he can work that student towards a better person.
What are effective ways to evaluate the quality of teachers?
The quality of teachers can be analyzed by getting feedback from the students, which is the audience of the teachers, and also by conducting student tests and getting the results, and that will enable the school or management to know how well the teachers are teaching their students.
Are these always accurate?
Most of the times they are really accurate because students are the audience of the teachers, and when they give their feedback, it's always truthful because they know what they are doing and they know what's right for them, so they always come up with the right answers.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark in about 2 weeks with the other sections, the official certificate in your mail, and you should be able to see your mark for this speaking in about 3 days online. Have a great rest of your day, Karan, and remember to take your passport with you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So why does Karan get a band 8 for his performance on this speaking interview? A band 8 means he is a very good user of the English language. Now that's marked on several criteria: fluency and coherence, grammatical range and accuracy, lexical resource, and pronunciation. For fluency and coherence, Karan is somewhere between a band 7 and a band 8. He does quite a good job in parts 1 and 2, but in part 3, his answers are at times slightly awkward. Now, it is clear that he's fairly nervous, and this does impact his performance. Nevertheless, he gives complete answers. He often explains the reasons for his answers, and at times he includes valid and relevant examples. For his grammatical range and accuracy, again, he makes a couple of mistakes, but these mistakes aren't that awkward. They don't really impact his coherence. These are kinds of mistakes that native speakers might make at times also. Lexical resource is quite strong for Quran. He uses a broad range of vocabulary. He uses natural expressions, idioms, phrasal verbs, and he paraphrases many of the key words asked by the examiner in his answers. Quran's pronunciation is again a band 8. It's very good. It's clear, it's easy to understand. Certainly, he speaks with a regional Indian accent. But as long as the examiner can clearly understand the words he is using, this doesn't matter much. In this case, I didn't need to try to guess what he's trying to say. I can easily understand his pronunciation. So again, his band level is 8. For fluency and coherence, it's between 7 and 8. For grammatical range, it's a solid 8. For lexical resource, it's between an 8 and a 9. And for pronunciation, again, it's a solid 8. So overall, he would score band 8. Now, let me dig a little bit deeper and explain to you another perspective that examiners consider within these 4 marking criteria. Aside from simply thinking about the speaking interview in terms of fluency, coherence, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy, pronunciation, the examiners consider the overall performance of the candidate from 3 key elements. Firstly, the examiners consider whether or not the candidate's performance is coherent. Coherent means, does this candidate clearly and accurately answer the questions in such a way that it makes sense? Does the candidate stay on topic? Does the candidate paint a clear picture of the right answer? In this case, Quran does this quite well. Another perspective that the examiners consider is the complexity of the candidate. In other ways, is this candidate using a broad range of ideas and vocabulary to accurately express themselves? Is their speaking complex? Again, Quran uses expressions, idioms, present perfect, conditionals. His responses are complex. He gives answers, explanations, and examples. His part 2 does not have repetition. He answers all of the questions on the card. This creates enough complexity for his responses to earn him a high band score. The third component, which examiners consider within the marking framework, is natural language. Is the candidate natural when they're responding? This means, does the candidate give original responses, or are they using sentences that they have memorized online from teachers or from some books? Like, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. That's awkward. We wouldn't naturally start conversations in this way. Quran does not do this. His answers are original. He uses contractions like I've instead of I have. He uses, again, idiomatic language. So he sounds like a native English speaker in his diction, his style of speaking. Now, considering coherence, considering complexity, and natural language all together, this candidate, Quran, is clearly a band 8. Again, the examiners certainly
critique the responses according to the marking criteria. But to make sure that they have the correct assessment, they think about these three perspectives. Make sure to do the same when you're practicing by yourself or with partners. And you too can achieve a high band score. Good luck on your next IELTS exam.
Examiner for this part of the test. And I will record this for marking purposes. The test has 3 parts. I will give you instructions for each part. May I see your identification, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And what is your full name?
My full name is Prisha Singh, as you will see on my passport. You can please just call me by my first name, Prisha.
Okay, Prisha. Here's your passport back.
Thank you.
For part 1, I will ask you a couple of questions to get to know you better, and then some questions on a general topic. Where do you live?
I live in Jaipur, which is a big city in the northwestern province of Rajasthan in India.
What do you like to do in your free time?
In my free time, I enjoy reading books. Like now, I'm reading The Life of Pi. I also like to do exercise and yoga.
Let's talk about movies. How often do you watch a movie?
I frequently watch movies, especially with my husband during weekends. Like just past this weekend, we saw a new comedy and it was quite funny.
What is your favorite movie?
My favorite film is Lagan, Once Upon a Time in India, which is a sports drama set in the Victorian era. I love the characters, the story, and the triumph at the end.
Who is your favorite actor or actress?
My favorite actor is Johnny Depp because he is very dynamic and talented. He has many faces and can truly become the characters that he portrays.
Where do you enjoy watching movies?
I enjoy watching movies in the theater the most. It is because the sound and the picture quality let me feel like I'm inside the story.
Has the way you watch films changed in the last 10 years?
Yes, it has. A decade ago, we couldn't watch movies in 3D, nor we could watch movies streamed through internet. These days, we can watch movies online through Netflix and in 3D in theaters, as I just mentioned.
If you could make a movie, what would it be about?
Wow, that's an interesting question, but I never thought about this. Can you please give me a moment? It would be amazing to do a documentary nature films based on the lives of animals, especially birds. I love birds. I guess it would be really fun movie to make.
Okay, that is the end of part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. For part 2, here's a card. Please do not turn that over yet. Here is some note paper and a pencil.
Okay.
You will have 1 minute to look at the questions on the card, and then you will have 2 minutes to speak. You may take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Please go ahead and turn over the card.
Okay.
Okay, Prisha, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
If I could buy or build the perfect home, it would be in Vaishalinagar area of Jaipur, which is the best neighborhoods in the city. There are very good education, entertainment and health centers in this area. The streets are clean and people are very friendly. Also, in fact, one of my cousins lives there, so I know the area very well. I would move into a 2-story villa with 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. In this way, I would have enough space for my family and visitors. The villa will have a big garden with lots of beautiful flowers, a pond and a swimming pool. I like to swim and it would be really great to calm down after a tough day of work. The kitchen will be a modern one. I enjoy cooking and this would make it really more enjoyable. The villa will also have a games room which can be set up with a home theatre. I'm sure many of my family members would really like this. It would be also great for me and my husband to watch movies together. Of course, the house will also have lot of good decoration and beautiful furniture with lots of colors. In order to build this dream home, I would need a property to buy or build on, and a lot of money too. In order to build this home, it would not only be expensive to construct, but also to maintain.
Okay, your 2 minutes is up, Prisha. I'm going to stop you there. And please pass back the note paper, the pencil.
Okay.
Thank you. And the card as well. Thank you. And now we will continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Let's talk about the home. What are the most important points to consider when buying a new home?
I think it's very important to consider and think about the location and materials when purchasing a new house.
Why are these important?
These are very crucial because the location need to be situated close because we need to save commute time for school and work. Also, the materials need to be good so there aren't any expensive repairs like replacing the roof or windows.
What factors determine the cost of a house or apartment?
I think location is a very big factor. Like Vaishalinagar is a very expensive part of the city. Also the material and size of the house.
Which one has the most impact?
I think location has the most effect on price. People these days spend on property more than their actual house.
How have people's house preferences changed compared to one generation before?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Yes, it has changed a lot. People these days have moved into smaller flats that are high quality.
Why is this?
Since people spend more time with their computers and don't like to clean their house as much as they used to. People prefer smaller dwellings as they are easier to keep them clean. Also, space has become very expensive.
Let's talk about modern buildings. What kinds of materials are popular to use in the construction of new buildings these days?
These days, materials like steel, glass, and concrete are very common building materials used for higher buildings like high-rises or skyscrapers.
What are the reasons for this?
The logic behind using these materials is durability and strength. Also, it is very good that we can create higher buildings like Burj Khalifa, which should last for many decades, if not centuries.
How has technology been used in modern construction to make buildings more comfortable and safer for residents?
There have been new materials developed, glass material, which don't break and reflect heat. They are actually very good for the apartments to keep them clean and safe.
What else may be used in the future?
I guess there will be newer materials and innovations which would make the homes even more resilient from the natural disasters.
That is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of your IELTS exam. You will have your band score in about 2 weeks' time with the other sections. Have a great rest of your day, Prisha, and remember to take your passport with you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Prisha scores a band 8 for her performance because she is clearly a very good user of the English language. This means she's able to give complete, clear, and complex answers to all of the questions, making very few mistakes. She uses rich vocabulary throughout part 1, 2, and 3. In addition, she uses complex grammar and reflects the grammar of the questions asked. When she is asked, "Has the way you watched films changed?" she immediately responds with, "Yes, it has." Often when she makes a mistake, she corrects herself. This is self-correction. For instance, when she mispronounces the word theater, she stops and then clearly pronounces theater. Now also, in part 2, she uses her preparation time well, writes down notes, which then she applies and looks at to keep a clear structure and give detailed response, speaking for the full 2 minutes. So, where can Prisha gain that extra band score for that perfect 9? Prisha only makes a couple of awkward mistakes that cost her a band score. In part 1, notice when she says, "just past this weekend." Clearly, what she meant to say was just this past weekend. Also, in part 3, when she's discussing the location of the buildings or the houses, there's some awkward phrasing there. Notice the mistake here. In addition, there's a couple of slight preposition and plural mistakes, which amount total to that full band score. Nevertheless, a band 8 is an extremely good score to achieve on the speaking interview. Practice, watch this video a few times, and make sure to be ready for the next time you sit your IELTS exam.
May I see your identification?
Yes, here's my identification that I used for registering the exam online, and these are my credentials.
Okay. And what is your full name?
My name is Geeta, and my family name is Agrawal. Please just call me by my first name, Geeta.
Okay, Geeta. For part 1, I will ask you a question to get to know you better and some questions on a general topic. What is your hobby?
I like to read fantasy novels and playing tennis, and even the last day I played tennis for 2 hours with my friends. That was really great.
Let's talk about clothes. How often do you wear a jacket?
I wore a jacket when it is quite chilly outside and when I'm riding a motorbike for protection, and I wore a jacket this morning because it was quite cold outside.
Where do you like shopping for clothes?
I like shopping clothes from shops in the market and malls, and I purchase clothes from online. Even the last Friday, I saw a great pair of jeans. It was cost only 1,000 rupees, so I ordered them. I usually buy clothes according to what I need and the cost.
What do you wear to work?
I usually wear semi-formal clothing as I am wearing right now because I worked as a teaching assistant, so this is what I wear.
What do you wear if it is hot outside, and what if it's cold?
If it is like 30 degrees and above, I usually wear short sleeves or dresses, and if it is like 25 or below, I wear sweaters or jackets. Even this morning I wore a jacket as it is cold outside.
Do you have any sports clothing?
Yes, I do. I do have some tennis outfits, and I have wetsuits for swimming in the ocean.
Has your clothing style changed in the last 10 years, and if yes, how?
Yes, my clothing style has changed immensely because in the past my parents used to buy me clothes and now I'm buying my own. So I usually wear more semi-formal clothing these days and brighter colors and good quality.
That is the end of part 1. We will now continue with part 2. For part 2, I will show you a card with some questions on it. You will have 1 minute to read the questions, think about your answers, take notes in the 1 minute if you wish. You have some note paper there and you have your pen. And then you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will tell you when to start, when to stop. Please do not touch the card. Talk about a place you went to often as a child. Your 1 minute preparation time begins now. Before part 2 and part 3 of this interview, I want to give you a little bit of extra help so that you can improve your IELTS band scores quickly. Geeta's strongest criteria for her performance is her natural language, using natural vocabulary. To build natural language, it's a great idea to practice with a native speaking tutor. Again, for this lesson, we have partnered with Cambly, a world-class app that lets you speak with a native English-speaking tutor 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anywhere and anytime. In fact, in India, Cambly is the only app that allows this one-on-one interaction with tutors from Canada, US, UK, or Australia. Take a look at this example interview between myself and a Cambly tutor.
Adrian, do you work or do you study?
I'm currently both employed and I'm learning for my higher education. I work as a...
You can specifically select the IELTS program through Cambly so that you practice for the speaking interview. Cambly has given us this discount code to save 30% off 3-month plans for people residing in India. You can also find this in the video description. You can choose from 3 or 12-month plans or pay as you go. Choose the plan that suits your budget. Download the Cambly app today and begin practicing for your next IELTS exam. Now, let's continue with the rest of this interview and lesson. Geeta, your 1 minute preparation time is up. Please begin speaking.
A place that I frequented from the age of 7 to 15, about 2 to 3 times each week, is Hall Swimming Pool that is located roughly 5 kilometers away from my home in my district. And this facility is located about 10 acres of sand. This is a great place for children to practice the aquatic sports. The pool is Olympic sized of 50 meters with the 1 meter shallower end and 4 meters at the deeper end. At the deeper end, there are 3 to 5 meters of diving boards and 2 other smaller pools for toddlers and games. I had started going there with my parents when I was a kid for swimming lessons. Then later I went with my peers from school. And of course there were like lifeguards and trainers who make sure that I won't drown. Between the age of 7 to 15, I learned most of the styles of swimming like front court, backstroke and butterfly. And I attained a lifeguard level of certificates at the age of 15. And I participated in most of the fun events there, like water polo tournament and all the swimming races. I have many emotional memories from the regular visit to this pool. I still remember the first day how scared I was when I swam into the deeper end of the pool, and I was so proud when I won my first race. And I remember making friends. Not to mention that being a strong swimmer is giving me more confidence to travel around the different aquatic destinations. Especially I went to Goa back in 2018. I took full advantage of these swimming lessons I took as a child.
Gita, your 2 minutes is up. I'm going to stop you there. Can you please just turn over the note papers and put your pen to the side? I'm going to take back the card for now. Please just move the note paper and turn it over, please. Yeah, perfect. Now we'll continue with part 3. For part 3, I will ask you a question connected to your response, and I will ask some more questions related to the topic of part 2. Have you been to this swimming pool recently?
I must say I haven't been there for a long time.
Why not?
Because I was so busy with my school and office, so I couldn't make time for that.
Let's talk about places for children. What are some facilities that are built for children to learn and develop?
Aside from the pool I have just mentioned, there are a lot of schools built for the development of kids, and there are some community centers and playgrounds to encourage the growth of children's well-being.
Which of these are government funded and why?
I think in most cases, all of these places I have just mentioned are government funded through tax revenue, because there is a belief that children have the right to get a universal education, and regardless the socio-economic status, kids must have the opportunities for development and growth.
Which places are good for children to go to for entertainment?
In addition to the pools and playgrounds I've mentioned, there are a lot of theme parks and video arcades and zoo for children to go and hang out with their friends and family.
Can you give examples?
I usually take my niece and nephew to the theme parks once in a week, and they have a really good blast with their friends and family, so they really enjoy that.
Let's talk about physical activity during childhood. It is often said that children these days are not as active as in the past. Do you agree with this statement?
Yes, I do. I agree with this statement, because children in the past spend more of their time doing outdoor activities such as riding a bike or playing sports, at least even running around. But these days children are preoccupied with their mobile phones and tablets and not spending much time outside.
Can you elaborate?
I just read an article recently. It says that children in India spend about 30 hours in the past doing outdoor activities, but that reduced to half an hour these days.
Which kinds of physical activities are important for children to participate in?
I think activities like swimming is really good for children. It's a really good sport, as well as it's life-saving. Games like cricket and football, it's really good for social development.
Which ones are less advisable?
I think it depends on people. According to me, motorbike racing and rock climbing, it's really ill-advised and it can be even fatal. But still, it depends on each person.
Okay, that is the end of part 3. That concludes the speaking portion of the exam. You will have your mark in a couple days' time. You can check online, and you will have all of your marks with your official certificate in the mail in about 2 weeks' time. Have a great rest of your day, Geeta. Remember to take your passport with you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Geeta would most likely score anywhere from band 7.5 to a band 8 for her responses to part 1, 2, and 3 of this speaking interview. The examiner is specifically looking for natural language, complex language, and coherent language. Now, in Geeta's case, she does quite a good job. In fact, she would be considered a very good user of the English language, missing just one band score from that perfect band 9. So let me explain this in more detail, why she earns this high band and what she could do to perform even better. In part 1, Geeta's discussion about clothes is quite clear and accurate. In fact, she understands all of the questions that are being asked of her, and she responds with full sentences using a variety of different grammatical structures, including present perfect, past, conditionals, with good conjunctions, good linking words, and lots of vocabulary with collocations, phrasal verbs, and even some idiomatic language. Overall, she answers the question with a good amount of detail, and it's clear that her answers are original and not really templates that are often used by other students. Templates are simply not effective. A good example of where Gita gives a great response is where she says, I buy clothes according to my needs and my budget. This is a very clear response to the question of when or how often she buys clothes. Furthermore, she connects her answers to her real experience and the real world. When she's asked about what kinds of clothes she usually wears, she expresses that she wears semi-formal clothing, kind of like what she is wearing right now. When she's asked about what she wears on cooler days, again, she connects to the present time and expresses that she wears clothes like she's wearing right now, and she wore a jacket that morning coming to the exam. It is very good to take real-world content from your experience and connect it with your responses. In addition, she introduces quantitative language. When she is asked what she wears on hot or cold days, she starts by expressing that on hot days, 30 degrees or above. This gives more clarity to the listener or the examiner, knowing exactly what Gita considers to be a hot day. Use lots of quantitative language throughout your speaking to improve your marks. However, even in part 1, Gita does make a few slight and awkward mistakes with grammar and vocabulary. One good example of this is when she responds with, I usually wear semi-formal clothings, instead of saying, I usually wear semi-formal clothes. That would be the natural and correct way to express this plural. Be very careful with your use of plurals and singulars, as well as verb tenses, as making these kinds of mistakes will certainly make it very unlikely that you'll score that band 8.5 or 9. Again, in part 2, Gita does a very good job. She answers all of the questions on the cue card. She does not repeat herself, and she stays very specific to the topic and the controlling ideas, using adjective clauses and more complex grammar. Speaking with compound and complex sentences using subordinating conjunctions. Again, we see Gita using good descriptive language and quantitative language. She explains that she used to frequent an Olympic-sized pool that was 1 meter deep in the shallow end and 4 meters deep in the deep end. It's this kind of language that gets those high band scores. Throughout part 2, as well as other parts of her speaking, Gita uses very good collocations. An example of this in part 2 would be when she says aquatic destinations. From this kind of collocation, it's clear for the examiner that Gita has broad range of grammar and lots of experience using the English language. Nevertheless, again, Gita does make a few awkward mistakes. One such mistake is with her verb tense agreement. She says, I remember how scared I was when I swim into the deep end. She should be saying when I swam, because she's talking about a past event. If you watch this interview again carefully, you will notice that the most common mistakes for Gita are plural and singular mismatches, with the words and the verbs is and are, as well as verb tense mistakes with the present and the past. These seem to be what's called fossilized mistakes. Even though she's very experienced with English, she has likely made these mistakes time and again, and they have become fossilized in her language. That's why it's so important to catch these early on in your learning. However, if you do have fossilized mistakes, you can correct them, but you really have to pay attention and work hard in order to make sure that you erase these types of inaccuracies in your language. Once again, in part 3, Geeta continues to do a very good job of her speaking. She answers all of the questions. She understands all of the questions. In part 3, comprehension can be difficult because these questions are more specific than part 1 questions, and they do not pertain specifically to you, the candidate, but they are discussing topics in general society. Here, Geeta is talking about different experiences in childhood and answering the questions well. Nevertheless, she continues to make those same symptomatic mistakes that she committed in part 1 and part 2. For example, she says, I just read an article to introduce an elaboration. Even though it might seem like saying I just, you would use the present tense, in fact it's still the past tense because it's not happening now. So she should have said, I just read an article which claimed that children in the past spent more than 20 hours outside playing, but these days they spend less than 3 hours a day outdoors. You have to be really careful with these types of mistakes, especially when candidates repeat the same mistake, such as a verb tense mistake, as Geeta is doing. They will certainly lose a band score. You have to make sure that you do not repeat the same mistake time and again. If you find yourself making a mistake during your interview, stop and correct yourself. Self-correction is natural and it is a great idea. You can save marks by doing this. Nevertheless, a band 8 is a fantastic score. And even if she got a 7.5, that would still suit for most applications to universities and immigration abroad. So good job, Geeta. Make sure to practice lots and improve your English for your next IELTS speaking interview. Good luck!